Oh, hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Saturday to you all. Hope you are all doing well. You know what I mean? We are blessed and highly favored because we were able to wake up another day and enjoy life on this earth. So let's keep it going. Let's keep doing what we got to do. Make the best of it. Jumping right into the weather, folks. Today, currently in the New York area, going up to a high of 76, and it is currently 76. I mean, I guess we already peaked. Um, hmm. Looks like it's going to be scattered showers off and on throughout the day until sometime in the evening, and then it'll clear up. Tomorrow's going to be partly cloudy, 77. Monday, same thing, 73 though. Tuesday, some scattered showers, 74. And then we get a little break, get some sunny days again, 82 Wednesday, 84 Thursday, and 88 on Friday. Sunny all 3 days. So the weather's looking good. It's all right. It's not too bad. We can enjoy it. Make the best of it, guys and gals. Anyway, hope you guys are doing well. Hope you you are in the best of health and your families as well. A lot of stuff happened this week, man. A lot of stuff. And it's not like only one thing really happened, but so much talk and so much speculation and just all this stuff, man. So much stuff, really. Yeah. So as we talked about on the State of the Game earlier in the week, Tom Thibodeau was fired. So Knicks made that change. There's been a lot of speculation as to who the Knicks' next head coach is going to be. Everything happened so quick, and then the timing of the Johnny Bryant situation led a lot of people to believe, because Johnny Bryant was being interviewed for the Phoenix Suns job, and they wanted to make a decision fairly quickly. So a lot of people, probably under the same belief that the Knicks were going to make a decision somewhat quickly too. But it looks like they're not. It looks like they're going to do what they normally do. Since Leon Rose has been the president of basketball operations for the New York Knicks, they have done their due diligence on all the big moves they've done. Nothing has happened overnight. Nothing has happened in a few days. Like they've done a lot of due diligence every time, even when they interviewed coaches or whatever it may be. If they decided to go in a different direction, player personnel wise and all that stuff, they always took their time. We didn't know about the player personnel stuff. It's all behind the scenes stuff, but they had a lot of discussions, and they've scouted and they've looked and they've checked out people. So sometimes they pop up at different arenas, so yeah, they do their thing, and they make sure that they are comfortable with whatever decision they're going to make. So we don't know how long this is going to take. I do believe that sooner is better than later, but in this case, I mean, the NBA season is not even over, guys. Like the off season hasn't even been thought of to begin yet. So the Knicks have a lot of time, and they know that. That being said, it's the coaching candidates and all the names that are thrown out there. I don't know. Who knows? What I do know is that it's all up in the air. We don't know anything. Like, we have an idea, but we're not sure as to what this Knick organization wants going forward. All we know for sure is that they wanted to move on from Tom Thibodeau. So a lot of stuff has come out over the past few days because everybody's speculating, and then you hear one thing from one person, and we don't know anything. It's all speculation. Everybody's just talking and saying stuff, and like, oh, we think this, and then this is what caused Thibs to get fired, and this is, nobody knows anything. And then now we're starting to hear some actual factual information factual information. Who knows? But as I mentioned on my little walking and talking excursion, you know how I like to walk and talk. Once again, shout out to Double A who sent me the link, because there's a lot of different things out there in media, and not everybody's tuned into everything. So it is helpful when you guys send me links to certain things that I may not. If I seen it, I'll just tell you, hey, I saw that already. I appreciate it though, but sometimes I don't see everything. So when you send me stuff, hey, I appreciate it, because I'm not tuned into everything that's out there. By the way, I'm drinking Pinky Up. This ain't the morning cup of Joe or Joanne. This is chai tea with the vanilla cold foam on top. Pinky Up. That's right. Poofy. Anyway, so Double A sent me a link of Carton's show. You guys remember Boomer and Carton back in the day, and now Carton does his own show. Boomer has his own show with someone else. Anyway, Carton said that he's very close with James Dolan. They're really good friends. And he said he had a little bit more intimate knowledge as to what was going on with Thibs in this whole situation. He dropped a bombshell that a lot of us did not know. He said that Thibs and Leon Rose hadn't been speaking for almost a year. So that's interesting, because how did that happen? Right? Where does that come from? I don't know. But apparently it had something to do with the fact that Thibs was very stern in how he wanted to do things, and I guess whatever ways in which Leon Rose might have approached him as far as some coaching stuff wasn't received well, or it wasn't or maybe Thibs just said, he did it his own way, like he didn't do things. No one knows exactly what that was all about, but that's what is the inference, that it had something to do with coaching in some way. And I'm not saying Leon Rose was telling Thibs how to coach, but a lot of people are speculating that it had something to do with personnel, like playing some of the people on the roster. And the fact that they hadn't spoken in almost a year, makes you kind of do your own little detective Inspector Gadget stuff. Like, what could have taken place that would have been such an issue that early in the season? Well, I don't know. The only thing that I remember happening that early in the season that could have been, it don't have nothing to do with that. It could be something else. Might have been the minute usage and how the starters were playing and how the bench players and the rest of the team wasn't getting used. So it could have been that. Don't know. Either way, it could be that. It could be arguing over golfing. They got into a heated argument and said, I'm not rocking with you. It could be anything. We don't know. So, so that I thought that was really interesting, because, and I said it the other day when I was walking and talking, I thought Thibs, like, and a lot of, I'm not the only one, a lot of us thought like Thibs has the get out of jail free card. Like, Leon understands that, hey, Thibs is a part of me, and I'm the one who hired him. So there's all that, like, and they have a really good friendship. You thought Thibs ain't going nowhere as long as Leon's around. Kind of surprising. Very interesting. Then then it was the whole thing about James Dolan is the one who fired Thibs. We do know that there was player meetings, right? They had their end of year meetings, and in those meetings, James Dolan was sitting in on all of the player meetings, and apparently whatever was said is what led to the decision, and that's why James Dolan fired Thibs. We thought that because right after the season, Jalen Brunson gave his acknowledgement of how Thibs is his guy or whatever, and Leon Rose basically did the same thing, but also left it open, saying that James Dolan is the person who has the final decision on anything. So, come to find out, though, it wasn't James Dolan who fired Thibs; it was Leon Rose. So, and James Dolan signed off on it. Yeah, but Leon Rose is the one who fired Thibs. It was not James Dolan, which makes more sense with the fact that they had decided, apparently, prior to the playoffs, that they were thinking about moving on from Thibs. Obviously, if the Knicks had made the finals, then apparently that would have saved Tibbs's job. But they already and I think people are looking at this the wrong way. Everybody's coming out, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that we don't know yet what's the right move, what's the wrong move. Do I think that the Knicks probably needed a change going forward? Yes. But I was also willing to let Thibs play it out to see how far we could go with him. And honestly, I think that there's just certain things that he did that still make you wonder. Like it's not clear cut, easy decision to say, no, Thibs is our guy. I mean, we got to the Eastern Conference Finals, the farthest we've been in 25 years. There's no doubt about it. He's our guy. He can get us to the next level. I still can't say that. And the fact that I still can't say that after 5 years and after Tibbs's history is where I would, if I was in their situation, I would probably be like, you know what? Even though I feel like he shouldn't be fired, I can't say definitively if he's going to be the guy to take us to the next level. So I think we got to do something here because the NBA is changing. There's a lot of different issues with this Knicks team that are not perfect and aren't even executed as well as we'd like them to be. You know what I mean? Like right now, if you look at this Knicks team, you can't say they dominate on either side of the ball. Am I wrong? Earlier in the season, when guys were first playing and we were running around doing different things, trying out different things, you could say that the Knicks were dominating. But that was like the first 2 months of the season. That was so long ago. This Knicks team ain't even the same anymore. We don't even play like that. At least we were dominating on offense, yes. But we couldn't even keep that up. It was a lot of three-point shooting at a high level, over 40%. We couldn't keep it up. So we can't even say we're dominant on the offensive side. So you might say, okay, well, that's not really Tibbs's bag. We're not dominant on the defensive side either. Is that a personnel issue? I don't know, maybe. But they tried their best to fill out the roster to give Tibbs guys that would fit his style. The only people that clearly on the defensive side don't fit is Karl-Anthony Towns and Brunson, but you can't have everything the way you want it. There's plenty of teams out there in the NBA that have, we've talked about this many times, that have star type players that aren't good defenders. Right? They're only known for one thing, one side of the ball. So that's not really an issue. Teams figure out ways to play with those guys and make it happen. For whatever reason, we have struggled this year. We've gone up and down. We keep changing our style of play throughout the season. So I don't know. So you got that going on, right? And then you think about the fact that, well, hey, Tibbs did a really good job coaching against Boston. I know for whatever reason, people are like when it was happening, people were understanding it. But now that the series is over and we lost to Indiana, it's like people forgot that Thibs did a really good job coaching versus Boston. He did. He did. I had to give him credit. But is that enough for him to keep his job? Not necessarily. I mean, he didn't really do anything spectacular versus Detroit. The Knicks won because of their talent, right? And just being the better team than Detroit. I mean, just and you know, it is what it is. I know Detroit was missing Isaiah Stewart or whatever, but that wasn't going to be the difference maker. He would have helped. The Knicks were going to win that series. If the Knicks are what we thought they were going to win that series regardless. But then you got the Boston series where he did coach well. Some might say he outcoached their coach, right? And also things fell in our laps. You know, Porzingis wasn't 100%, and you could tell. And he makes a big difference for that team. So we'll take it. It is what it is. I'm not even going to bring up Tatum because Tatum was there for at least 3 3/4 of a game. Maybe I want to say 90% of that, 95% of that fourth game. And the Knicks would have gone. Were on the way to go up 3-1. So, but what took place in that Indiana series was terrible. I mean, just freaking terrible. It's so bad now that when I look back and think about it, it's even worse. That series of coaching by Tom Thibodeau was terrible. Now, some people are going to say, well, the players look horrible out there. Is it the coach's fault if the players don't execute, if the players are turning the ball over? Like, he's not on the court. I get it. And that's not why I'm saying it's terrible on him. The way Jalen Brunson dealt with the blitzing that Indiana hit him with was horrible. It's the worst you've ever seen Jalen Brunson look. And that's another thing that I want to get out there once again. Jalen Brunson's assist to turnover ratio for his career is one of the best at his position. I'm not saying it's the best. It's one of the best at his position. And it's always been his assist to turnover ratio has always been very high. Now this year he's giving us more assists, so he's trying harder, and so he puts himself in more positions to make plays, and so he could turn over the ball a little bit more throughout the season. So that might change a little bit, but really, like what we saw versus Indiana, we have since Jalen Brunson has been here, and since I've seen him with Dallas, he has never looked that bad. Indiana had a really good game plan for blitzing him and making him uncomfortable, and he didn't handle it well. It was terrible. That's on him. He's got to get better. He's got to do better. And I expect him to next year. Flip side is Josh Hart looked terrible as well. I mean, terrible, even worse than Brunson. Terrible. Some of his decisions were ridiculous. Like, what are you doing? I expect him to be better as well. But can't discount the fact that he was horrible. At certain times, he was just bad, awful. And then there was games like we were hoping for that Mikal Bridges game in the Indiana series, and it never came. And that was bad too. So Mikal has always been inconsistent, but you know he's going to have his moments. He didn't really have them against Indiana, guys. That was a bad look for the Knicks. And OG was okay. Like, OG really didn't do anything where you could say he put his stamp on a game, you know? So that's another problem. So you really didn't have any OG signature games. You didn't have that Mikal streak that you used to getting every so often. Every 3-4 games Mikal goes on. We didn't get that. So you're dealing with that. Then you're dealing with the fact that Brunson is getting blitzed and making bad decisions. Josh Hart is making terrible decisions. How do you expect to win? Especially when you know you don't play your bench. And then finally you play the bench that you didn't want to play, and they play good defense. And they do something to actually affect Indiana, which you couldn't stop. And then you win a game and you're forced to play them again. Like, it doesn't look good for coach when stuff like that happens. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, guys. I don't know what anybody else is saying. Everybody's all like, oh, he got a bad rap. Indiana, I don't know what the finishing numbers were, but after like 3 games, Indiana had shot like 40% from the field, and I'm sorry, 50% from the field and 40% from 3. Like, we're not stopping anybody. You telling me, like, how is that a good coaching job? I could understand you play a team in the regular season, they blow you out, they cook you. You play them the next time, they blow you out, they cook you. But you're playing teams back to back. They're the only team you got to prep for. So everything they like to do, you seeing it on a day in, day out basis. We had nothing to make an adjustment. Like, nothing Thibs did as far as changing up game plans and stuff on the defensive side to affect them really did anything to affect them. That's my point. You say the big lineup was something he did. The big lineup was thrown out there with no prep. These guys weren't used to running the big lineup. And that's why the first time they did it, they got cooked. The second time was a little better. And the third time it was marginal. You know what I mean? It was okay. Like, you can use it. But it's not a difference maker. The only difference maker that happened was when they went with that small lineup with the guys off the bench, the DeLon Wright, Landry Shamet, Deuce, whatever they used, and Mitchell Robinson. Like, that was the only lineup that made a difference on defense. And that's because of their defensive ability. They were straight defenders out there. So, I don't know, man. I think that people who look at this who think he got a bad rap or bad break really need to look at it a little closer. With all the things that took place this season, with the fact that he hadn't played the bench, and then when he finally played the bench, they won, doesn't make him look good. The minute police thing, like, I'm once again, guys, that one is something that could be used against them, but I'm not going to make a big deal about that, only because of the fact that guys stayed healthy. If guys were getting hurt and we didn't have them, but guys were the healthiest they've ever been in a Knicks uniform for this team all season. So that part, I'm not going to, I will say that there was times where he was doing it where it wasn't effective because guys were tired and they couldn't produce in the fourth quarter. So that's fair. I could say that at times. They got better going towards the end of the regular season and going into the playoffs. The minutes weren't an issue, in my opinion, at that point. But that's something that people can hold over him. No, but I don't. To me, it's not about that. To me, it's about just the coaching, the X's and O's, the preparation, and getting these guys to play at a higher level. And I just think that they never really dominated on either side of the ball. They had spurts. That game against Boston in the playoffs was fantastic. That game 6, but other than that, you can't really say that what he was doing was working at a high level. In my opinion, if this is what you're trying to do, you're trying to get to the next level. It was okay before when we were just trying to be a better team, trying to be a relevant team and be a playoff team. We're past that now. Now it's about winning a championship. And you guys can see the difference. You're like, I know OKC lost versus Indiana in that first game in remarkable fashion once again with this damn Halliburton, but they did the same thing the Knicks did in game 1. They were up like 14 points. I mean, it was a lot more time left, but I'm saying they had a lead. They could have put their foot on the gas, and they didn't do it either. You know what I mean? Oh, and speaking of that, one more thing I want to get back to with regards to Thibs. This is the one that I think is unforgivable that people are not making a big deal about. And I'm surprised. I thought more people would, especially the media, would be more outraged at it, but they're not talking about it. They say that game 1 was a big issue. Like, losing game 1 set the tone for the series, but they're not talking about the things that weren't done in game 1. Yes, we know that the Knicks allowed Aaron Nesmith to hit 4 threes in a row or 5 threes, whatever the hell it was. But no one's talking about the fact that up 14 points with 2 minutes and 39 seconds, whatever the hell it was. There's so many different things and ways that the Knicks could have approached that. The Knicks played like if they were behind, or like if they had to play a certain way in order to stay with the lead. All the Knicks had to do, we're talking about up 14 with 2 minutes and 39 seconds left. All the Knicks had to do was hold the ball. I mean, they could have got shot clock violations, and it might have been more effective than what the hell they were doing out there. I'm being a little sarcastic, of course. But seriously, all they had to do was hold the ball. Like, you could have waited until there was like a 3-4 seconds left on the shot clock and try to make a shot. And that would have been more effective than what they were doing. But forget that. You telling me Tom Thibodeau can't call a timeout? Tell his guys, get over here. Let's talk. We're up 10 or whatever it may be. Let's talk about this. Listen, hold the ball. Don't shoot. Don't put up a bad shot. Don't shoot quickly. None of that stuff. If hold the ball and force them to foul you. If they need to get the ball back, force them to foul you. Go to the free throw line. Okay. You might say, well, maybe at that time it wasn't called for, Ron. They had to let things play out. Okay. How about the moment we all have seen multiple times on video with 30-something seconds left? Thibs calls a timeout, and OG and Cat get into it. Brunson steps in. Brunson says what he has to say. The Knicks were up 3 with 30 seconds left, 30-something seconds, and they had the ball. You telling me your thought is go out there, take a quick shot, allow Indiana to get the ball back, without really giving them any resistance? You telling me that you, as a coach, you don't say, hey, whoever has the ball, hold the ball. Hold the ball. Force them to play good defense on you. Force them to foul you if they have to. If not, push it into the lane, draw the foul. Push it into the lane, give it to Cat, draw the foul. Push it into the lane, Brunson, draw the foul, or get yourself a high level 2. And you might say, well, Ron, I mean, how are they going to do that? You can't just run. Hey, that's what the coach does, right? Play calls, double screens, whatever you got to do to free Brunson up, do it. Because if they're going to blitz Brunson, especially at that time at the end of the game, and get the ball out of his hands, fine. Cat needs to be down low. Get the ball to Cat. Cat, once you're in the paint, there's no reason that Cat can't score when he's that big in the paint. You know how he does. It's the issue of Cat is always him getting to the paint. But once he's in the paint, he's pretty solid. Like what type of play calling are we doing? What are we trying to do here? How are we going to win this game? You've watched all this, and I know it probably got them all flustered. They were like, what the hell is going on, man? This shouldn't be happening. But it happened. Because my whole thing is Tyrese Halliburton's shot only worked. Well, first off, he thought he won the game, but his foot was on the line. It was a 2. So he tied the game. But remember, we were up 3 with 30 seconds left. Even if they had gotten the ball back, we were still up 3. If Halliburton would have did that whole miraculous thing, guess what? They would have lost by 2. You know what I mean? Like, it's just the way the game would have played out. I don't know, man. To me, I just think that's the most crazy thing ever, to watch how they handled that last 3 minutes of play and how Thibs didn't do anything and called the timeout finally with 30 seconds left. And even out of that timeout after 30 seconds, we did nothing different. And we didn't do anything to help us, secure the victory. I think that's a bad look. I think if I was the GM or person in basketball operations, I'd be looking at it like, I don't know. I don't know what happened here. And if we lost the series, I'd be like, this is the reason. But whatever. Just saying. So we're gonna get into a lot of stuff today, guys. We'll bring people up. We'll talk. We'll take phone calls. Our usual thing. We're gonna talk about the coaching candidates. We'll talk about all the trade possibilities and all that stuff. And we'll talk about the direction of this Knicks team going forward. We'll also talk about what's real news and what's fake news. I've already mentioned some stuff, but it is what it is. But and I'm going to take a look at the chat and see what you guys are talking about, because you guys are, the chat is lit. But I am not in favor of Kevin Durant. I'm going to tell you this right now. I do not want Kevin Durant as a New York Knick. And I already said it. If he somehow comes here, I'll still root for my team. I will not be rooting for that man. If he does something good, I'll be like, hey, the Knicks won. Good job. I'm not going to, I can't do it. I can't stand him. And I won't change. Sorry. I don't think he's the guy. I'm glad he's, in my mind, he's an aging veteran guy. He still has game. He wants too much money. And I just don't want him here after everything that he, in my mind, put this franchise through because of us trying to get him and change everything. No, to me, he's a team killer. He leaves your team worse than it was when you got him. So, yeah, I'm cool. Anyway, let me see what you guys are talking about as I drink my chai latte. Pinky up. Oh my goodness. Wow. Over 330 comments. Woo-wee. Shout out to Walter Blackman. Good morning. I hope we hired Johnny Bryant. He has a relationship with the players, and I believe he can help Cat and JB on defense. What up, Walter? Lena Franklin. Let's go, Lena. He said, good morning, family. Hopefully everyone is doing good today. We know Coach Tom is fired, and I think we can bring back former Knicks players Jason Kidd as our new head coach. Crim's dad said, doing research, I found that Johnny Bryant is not what Knicks need, as he doesn't have the knowledge on offense or defense. Simply a coach who can get the team focused, such as Thibs. We need better. That's interesting. I thought he seemed to be, pretty knowledgeable about offense. Now, that being said, is he an innovator, a curator, a creator? What is he? I don't know. I don't think he's an innovator or a creator. I think he's learned different things from where he's been, his different stops, and he can apply it once he knows it. I think that's the different. I find it, what I do find very interesting is that, he basically he interviewed for the same job as another assistant coach on his same team. And the other assistant coach got the job. Just saying that's not the greatest. That's not the greatest. Now the other guy, which let me see. I don't want to do that. What is his name? Phoenix Suns head coach. Oh, come on, you guys got to update your stuff, man. They didn't even put his name up there. Okay, there it is. You got to go to a Phoenix site to get it. Jordan Ott. Now, Jordan Ott has been an assistant coach since 2012 in the NBA. And apparently he is very good at scheming up defense and offensive plays. And so I guess that's the difference. You got a guy who is good with the players, who understands the plays, right? And can orchestrate the plays. But then you got a guy in Jordan Ott who is a creator of these plays. I guess they went with the guy who can create them out of his own head, and innovate in that way. Is that a knock on Johnny Bryant? I don't know, guys, because my whole thing is, and I hear what you're saying, Crim's dad. My whole thing is whether or not you can come up with the newer plays that are innovative and is one thing, but that doesn't mean that the knowledge that he's obtained from the stops he's been from Phoenix, from being with the Knicks, from going to Cleveland, doesn't mean he doesn't retain that knowledge and can bring those type of plays that maybe we're not even using to the Knicks. You know what I mean? And you saw Tom Thibodeau. It's not like if he's not an innovator of new plays, there's not going to be one of those other 8 coaches behind him that is. You know what I mean? Like, so I wouldn't look at it so much in that regard, because the other thing is, like, what he doesn't have, he might have in some other way. Like I said, he might retain the information and be able to still institute new plays that the Knicks don't use, but he's just not one that'll create a new play out of thin air to be as good and as effective as maybe Jordan Ott can do. But that doesn't mean he doesn't know a bunch of stuff that's already going to be better than what we're using now, right? That doesn't mean that he won't be more flexible than Tom Thibodeau in regards to using the rest of our team, our bench, and getting more out of our players. Because the other thing that I want us to remember about Johnny Bryant, and this was Johnny Bryant's calling card, he is very good at getting players to be better, right? Like whatever you do well, he has a way of making you do it better, or making you really believe in yourself. And he's fantastic with guards. That's something that everybody in the NBA knows about him. He's great with guards. So I could still see a road where it works, but I understand what you're saying, Crim's dad, and the fact that there's others that are better than him at certain things. And that's important too. So, but all I'm saying is if he happened to be the guy, I could still see how it could work. You do have to build strong voices around him too, because whatever he may not know, those voices can help with. But that doesn't mean it can't happen. Like we've seen, like look at Leon Rose. Leon Rose, to me, is very confident in his position. It's been 5 years, now. He seems to know what he's doing, right? And we might have some feelings about certain things he's done, but for the most part, he's done a lot of good stuff, and we're comfortable with how he's run the team. We are a much better organization than we ever have been in the last 20-something years, right? But then the other thing too is what he did was, because he knew he didn't know everything about the job, he hired a bunch of people that were in charge of everything he didn't know, and their job was to get everything right and tell him how to do it, so he could know how everything is going and how to proceed. That's smart, and I think that would be the same thing they would do with Johnny Bryant. He would get the keys, but there would be some smart people around him, helping influence his decisions. If he wasn't sure about something, that's why they would have good coaches around him, so he can have a conversation with them. Oh, maybe you should try it this way. Well, if you do that, this is what might happen. Stuff like that. But I hear you, and I'm not saying he's the end all, but I just could see a way how it could still work, just because of the fact that there's other intangibles with him that I think might help. All right, let me move on. Appreciate you as always, Crim's dad, and thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Shout out to JJ in the building. Says salute, Ron. Happy Saturday. Giannis or KD will be a Knick, although I feel KD is more realistic. Most people don't want him, but I do. 26 points per game this year, 53% field goal, 43% from three is elite, and let's go Mets. I mean, yeah, that's elite shooting, but what's the difference between that shooting and cat shooting? Remember, Durant is a different type of scorer in the way he moves, and he is the primary on the team. Him and Booker split the primary, but the ball handling thing is different over there. So, for example, if we didn't have Jalen Brunson on the team, I'm not, or if Jalen Brunson was a different type of player, say he was the shooting guard, not the point guard, don't you think Cat would have more usage and more points and be closer, a little bit more similar to KD. I don't know if he'd have 26 per game, but I think he'd be closer. He'd be around 24, maybe 25, because his usage would be even higher. But the shooting wise, I mean, 53% from the field, 43 from three. I mean, isn't that Cat? Cat's 42 from three. I think he's 53, 54 from the field, something like that. I don't know. He's around there. So I don't know if I just don't know if KD makes that big of a difference. And then is KD some type of lockdown defender that I didn't know about? Because I thought part of the reason why Cat doesn't work here is that he doesn't play defense. Does KD come here and all of a sudden he's OG or he's Macau? Like, I'm not saying he's not an adequate defender, but is he that type of defender? Like, I just don't get it. You know what I mean? What I don't understand, and don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to put any of my bias on any other Knicks fan. You can fan the way you want to fan. You can feel how you feel. No one has to feel how I feel about KD. Man, I get all caught up no matter what I drink. As long as it's cold and I ain't gonna, it has cold foam. I don't know. Maybe that's it. Whatever. No matter what, it is the same thing. But I'm just saying, like, what I don't understand as Knicks fans, we talk so much about how much better we think we are as fans than other fans, how much better our organizations and franchises are than other franchises. Yet when it comes to respect, we allow these players to get away with treating us like trash. And then when the opportunity presents itself, we allow them to be a part of whatever we got going on with no issues. Like, no problems whatsoever. They can say whatever they want about us. They can say that we're not the a team that's sexy. We're not the place you want to be. I never considered being a part of the Knicks, even though your name was mentioned throughout the whole offseason as being a Knick with Kyrie Irving. No. Stephen A. Smith says 97% chance that KD will be a Knick, but he comes out and says, I never thought of being a Knick. I never said I was going to be a Knick. They never were a part of the conversation as to any team I was going to. But we look at this as soon as, and this is every single year, when it ever comes up that the Knicks need a player, KD's name gets thrown out there and everybody's like, yeah, let's get KD. I'm like, what? Well, LeBron James dissed us in our own backyard. Left us jolted. Next thing you know, LeBron James is looking at the Knicks and likes what they're doing. Oh, wouldn't it be great if LeBron came to the... No, who cares about what LeBron thinks? Huh? Who cares about what Ja Rule thinks at a time like this? Anyway, but seriously, like, why? Like, and then LeBron apparently was really close to considering coming to the Knicks before he chose to go to the Lakers. And I mean, now a lot of Knicks fans don't really care about LeBron because he's like 40 years old or whatever the hell he is, and they see the decline is starting to happen. So it's not a big deal. But if this had been 2-3 years ago, everybody would be like, hey, man, yo, bring LeBron here, man. Some of y'all still like bring LeBron here. But I'm like, but y'all don't care about how these players treat our organization, how these players don't have the heart or the integrity to come here and make it better. No, they want to wait till it's better, and now they want to join. Y'all don't feel no type of way? All right, that's it. I'm off my soapbox. But like I said, I don't have an issue with you. I know that these guys are fantastic players. I can understand why anybody will want them on their team. I'm just telling you how I feel. I get it, though. So I said what I said. But don't feel no type of way about it, JJ or anybody else. This is just how I feel. All right? So let's move on. My 2 cents. Salute, Ron. Everyone, happy Saturday. What's going on, brother? He said, clear to me that Leon allowed Shams to leak the KD offer news. He wanted that out there. He's still an agent at heart. That sounds like I could see that. And he's clear he's open for dealing. Nobody but JB is set in stone. I think I agree with that. Oh, speaking of the stuff, like remember I was talking about Carton and what he said about being close to James Dolan and the fact that Thibs and Leon haven't been speaking for almost a year. The other thing is Carton also said that the Knicks are not interested in Mike Malone. And he said that like I'm under good authority that that's not the way they want to go. And I believe that's because Mike Malone is very similar to Thibs. But the other thing I wanted to say about that before I continue is what you have to understand about Carton is that if he is good friends with James Dolan, then he knows who James Dolan is and knows how James Dolan moves. I don't think he would say any of this information knowing how James Dolan is. You guys all know James Dolan likes to have the gag order at MSG. He doesn't want the players talking to media, certain medias and all that stuff. And, you know, certain press can't come into the garden. Like, he's the type that if he don't want you saying something, you ain't saying it. And if Carton is a good friend with him, he knows that. The other thing, too, is let's not forget Carton is still, you know, had a big cloud that was, you know, over his head. He did something with sports gambling or whatever back in the day. He lost his job at WFAN when it was Boomer and Carton. He's been able to reinvent himself. He got a second chance, and he's been back doing his thing with his own show, back to what he loves, right? So I doubt that he would want to get into that and affect his or tarnish his reputation even more after everything he's been through. So I believe what Carton is saying is true. I just want to throw that out there for you guys who might be like, oh, well, who knows if Carton is lying or whatever. No, that is why I think what he's saying is true. Okay, let me move on. Wonder Woman is in the building. Let's go. Shout out to you, Wonder Woman. Said, good morning, Ron, in the chat. I'm not sure who I prefer as a new head coach, but definitely do not want Rick Brunson. I hear that. And that's another thing, the Brunson stuff. Okay, we'll get into that. Shout out to JJ47K. Salute, Ron. It's a lot of news around the Knicks. I want Thibs gone, but I don't understand firing him with the plan being going after another team's coach. They had to know something beforehand. That's true. That's a possibility. Nostalgic Nick is in the building with the fire emoji. Salute. What's going on, my brother? He said, hot Knicks summer. Facts. Dripmore's in the building. Said, yo, Ron, what's good, bro? What's going on, Dripmore? JJ, Knicks aren't standing pat. I sense a big trade coming. Okay. Crim's dad said the Knicks coach could be a piece of lint from a shirt on an inanimate object, and the Knicks could have coached themselves better using all the players, etc., to get to the EC. Damn, bro. Sheesh. Oh, man. Ooh, you got that venom for Thibs. Wow. Cardiac Knicks in the building says, salute, Ron. Salute, SKF fam. All right. Danny Landis is in the middle. What up, Danny? Good to see you. David Smith says, salute to Ron in the chat. Patience, Knicks fans. We shouldn't make any major trades with new coach. If teams underperform again this year, then it's on the players and it's time to reevaluate the roster. Yeah, I think David, what the issue that's happening right now is the Knick window is only 2 more years. It was supposed to be 3 years from last year because remember, contracts are going to change and things are going to get flipped up again. I think that's what's going on, and I think that's why they're trying to make moves as quick as they can. Plus that second apron thing. You know, we've been like on the fence of that second apron for a while, and there might be a move that makes them like obviously getting somebody like Giannis. If it throws us into the second apron, then oh well. But some moves are worth it. I just think that they realize how hard it has been to maintain the roster and stay underneath that second apron. Like if it wasn't for the finagling that Brock Aller and them had to do with regards to getting those players off to get the cat trade, which by the way, the NBA is probably going to change the rule and not allow it going forward. But the Knicks were able to sneak that in there. We probably wouldn't have been able to do that, but I don't know. Shout out to Andios NYK in the building. What's going on, Andios? Well, hey, do you mean too bad Juan Soto is heating up? Because you don't mean isn't, because he definitely is listen, it doesn't matter what we say about players, guys. Good players are going to be good players, whether you like them or not, whether they're with your team, whether they're with the next team. Good players are going to be good players. I thought that the Yankee outfielder that you guys got that used to be with the Dodgers, I thought he was done because he's so up and down with the way he plays. But listen, now that he's with the Yankees, he looks like he's back. He, he's got his hitting stroke is back, and he looks like he's good to go. Plus, when you play over there in that small, little left hand or whatever, right-handed porch or whatever, like you can do some things, and that helps you. It makes you feel more confident. So, he's a problem. If he continues to get going with what they got going on over there, they're going to be a very tough team. And the same thing with Juan Soto. Juan Soto is going to be fine. He's too good of a hitter. I mean, he's a historic type hitter. Can't say that dude's not going to figure it out. I mean, come on. How much baseball have we seen where guys goes into slump? The good ones never stay there for long. They might, have a season, and that's at the extreme. But I mean, look at Lindor. Lindor batted .230 his first season with the Mets. Everybody was like, "Oh, he's a bust." The Mets messed up. Maybe there was something wrong. Maybe Cleveland knew something. Look at him now. Last year, he was in the MVP conversation. This year, he's having another fantastic year. You got to give guys time, man. They're going to be good no matter what. They're too good. No matter where they go. They could play for the freaking Washington Nationals, where he came from, or any other bad team at the time. They hit. Shout out to Darlarn. I'm thinking of Delon Wright. Shout out to Darlene Bryan in the building. What up, Darlene? Let's go. Sorry about that. Like, what the hell was I thinking? She says, salute Ron and the chat. Nev, the Disruptors in the building. Salute Knicks Nation and Ron. What's going on, Nev? Darren Hood is in the building. What up, Darren? Good to see you. To Cowboys in the building. Let's go. What's going on to Cowboys? TA Cowboys. What's up, Ron? What a year. Yeah, it's been can't be that mad about it. Mets, Knicks fans, let's go. Summertime, Ron. Yes, we here. Sha Powers in the building. What up, Sha? Please, as I always say, salute to Sha and my guy Divine. Knicks Real Talk. Go show them some love. Walter says, when the Knicks hire a new coach, what if he wants a new coaching staff and doesn't bring back Rick Brunson? How will JB react, and can we win without JB? I think Jalen Brunson is a professional, guys. I think, will he be happy that we made a change and got rid of his dad as a coach? No. But will he understand it? Yes. I don't think that's an issue at all. That's basketball. That's business. I think JB will be fine with that. The only issue that I do see is the fact that apparently some players on the team, according to what they've been saying here, is there's some players on the team that have had some issues with Daddy Brunson. They haven't necessarily liked the way he does things or his approach to certain things. And that makes sense to me. You guys see how hard he was on Jalen growing up to make Jalen who he is. That is for Jalen. That's his son. Sometimes that approach don't work for everybody you deal with. It's the same thing that happened with Thibs and Obi. Even the Obi situation right now, like, I know people are saying, look at how Obi's flourishing now in the playoffs with Indiana and how they're using him, and why couldn't the Knicks have used him? Well, it's not like the Knicks couldn't use him. The problem was, and I hope everybody understands this, because I just think that we kind of lost a little bit. Obi was playing behind Julius Randle. All right. And at that time, being a young player coming into the league, wanting to, get his shot, he did not think that he needed to be playing behind Julius Randle in that regards. He still thought, like, I could be behind them, but I could play 20 minutes a game. You giving me this 12 minutes or 15 minutes, sometimes 18 minutes here and there. I could play more and I could help the team. But he was young at that time. He didn't realize, one, that he has to understand how to use his game to play coming off the bench. He still felt like I could be a starter in this league because when you gave him starter time, he put up some starter numbers. But I don't blame Tom Thibodeau for that. I blame Leon Rose. That was one of Leon Rose's mistakes. Getting Obi Toppin, not knowing if Julius Randle was going to come back, was a mistake. Just because Obi Toppin fell in your lap doesn't mean that is what you should have done. You know what I mean? That was a mistake that I think he made. Because I don't care what you guys might think about that. There's no way around it. Like, even now, he's playing behind Pascal Siakam. If you had a choice between Siakam or Obi, who you taking? You taking Siakam, and Siakam has showed you why, right? It's the same thing. The only difference is he's being used a little bit more, not much more. He's only been using a little bit more. So there's no big difference there. The difference is Obi understands it now because he's older. He's been in the league, and he knows that when he first got to Indiana, they gave him a shot to start, and he didn't really do anything with it. So they brought him off the bench, and they went out and got Siakam. Now he understands, okay, this is my role. This is where I got to be. Let me make the best of it. When he was with Thibs, he couldn't do that. And Thibs may also put a higher requirement on defense. And, Obi kind of struggles sometimes with the defensive side. And that may have gave Obi extra added pressure that he didn't need. Whereas Rick Carlisle, maybe he doesn't put that same level of pressure on him on the defensive side. You might expect certain things, but he doesn't go about it the same way Thibs did. So I think those are the big differences. But everything else is the same, guys. Everything else. He's playing behind another guy who's better than him. He's getting around the same minutes. It's just that maybe he just feels a little bit more comfortable because the approach is a little different. And he's older now, so he understands how it is to be in this league. Then he was just younger. He was immature, especially you could tell by his comments. Like, his comments were really immature. You can't do that. So that's it. I just wanted to throw that out there because I've been thinking about that when I saw Obi doing well. I'm like, yeah, and people coming out, why couldn't he have done this with Knicks? Come on, guys. You know why. All right. Shout out to Bagger Jones. He said, I believe in our starting five. Our downfall was the misuse of the bench. Our main goal for the offseason is to get a coach that can develop a bench. We are not too far from being a championship team. I agree with that. I don't think we're far at all. All right, I'm just breezing through, guys, because there's so many comments. There's no way I'm going to get to everything. But I just want to show you, some of y'all love. And if I don't get to you, don't feel bad. I'm just, I want to get the show going. Mets, Knicks fans, let's go. Says, seems like J Kidd is our guy. Something cooking in Dallas has not said anything like J Kidd is our guy. I know. It's interesting. Well, listen. Oh, we'll get into it. I'll save it. Shout out to Kerry Cox in the building. What up, Kerry? To see you. Nev says they messed up when they hired Coach Thibs and passed Ime and Jason Kidd. Come on, Nev. I don't know, man. Listen, let's not look. We may say that Thibs is not the guy now, maybe going forward. Let's not take away the impact that he had. He gave this team life, bro. Do you go back to look at all the coaches that have been here that did nothing with the Knicks, that couldn't improve us, that couldn't do anything sexy enough for any other stars to want to come here. Thibs got it to the point where not only had he improved the Knicks, we have a team on it that has Jalen Brunson, Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby, and Karl Anthony Towns. We could never have even imagined that we would have these type of players before. Now, you might say, well, of course, Thibs is winning with these type of players. Hey, don't forget the Julius Randle most improved player season when our point guard was Elfrid Payton and we had Nerlens Noel and Mitchell Robinson doing the center work, okay? Taj Gibson on the team. Listen, Thibs has won with whoever you give him. I just want to, in fairness, I want everybody to remember that. Don't forget that season Like all he can do is win if you give him this type of team. No, he makes the best he can out of whatever you give him. That I will say. And he got those guys money. He got Nerlens Noel paid when. Okay. Anyway, next. Shout out to Deron Wayne in the building, man. What up, Deron? Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Salute to you. Said Bronx Bombers. I don't know. I didn't need to read that, but Mets 2128 in the building says, salute, Ron. I wish people listened to me years ago about Thibs. Mets, like I just said, it's not like if you say, I don't know if Thibs is the guy we can win a championship with, that's fine. But was Thibs needed? Yes, Thibs. Somebody needed to come into this organization and help change the culture and help change what we were about. And Thibs got that done. Okay. Before Thibs, we were still a laughingstock, guys. We couldn't get any type of meaningful publication. Now the Knicks are on everybody's list every week. They're always talking about the Knicks. That has a lot to do with Thibs, because the thing about it is, when they did that little that poll about coaches in the NBA and coaches you would least like to play for, and Thibs was at the top of the list or whatever. There's also a bunch of players that know that Thibs got them paid. I mean, that's fair. There's some players that played for Thibs, when they were young and they couldn't appreciate him. There's other players that only hear the stories and don't know what it's really like to play for Thibs. And so they're like, I don't know if I want that in my life. But then there's the other players that have played under Thibs and have gotten paid under Thibs. So I'm just saying, there's the good and the bad with Thibs. Thibs got this organization moving in the right direction. And that's what we have to be thankful for and give him credit for. But without Thibs, who knows what this team would have been? It's not like we were being run in the best way under Steve Mills and Scott Perry. So, you never know. You don't know. And I'm not saying they were horrible. I'm just saying we weren't being run the best way. Margaret Edwards is in the building. Let's go. Margaret said Giannis is staying in Milwaukee. He's not leaving. I know there was a report that came out that said that he's not going anywhere. Give it some time. We'll see what's real and what's fake news. We don't know anything yet. I mean, the only thing that I'm kind of surprised about is that Giannis doesn't have a no trade clause. That's surprising. So he kind of is at the mercy of Milwaukee. They don't want to move him. They don't have to. And the only problem I have with these type of players, the Donovan Mitchells and the Giannis Antetokounmpos of the world, is that they don't speak up. You want to get traded, you want to be out, say something. You want to go somewhere, say something. You don't, then don't bring us up. You know what I mean? Let's move on. But don't play around. This is not a game. It's a business. The Knicks ain't trying to play no games. They're trying to win a championship. Owners ain't trying to play no games. This is about money. This is about fans in the stands. Because once Giannis leaves Milwaukee, it's going to change things. So, yeah, it's not a time to be playing games. If you want to leave, say something. If you want to go to the Knicks, say something. That's all I'm saying. That was Donovan Mitchell's fault. He wanted to go to the Knicks. He didn't say nothing. Oh, I thought it was done. I thought I was going to be a New York Knick. How'd that work out for you? When you never said nothing. You want it to happen, you got to say something. Luke Skywalker Visions in the building. Tim Thibodeau never wanted Cat here. I mean Tom Thibodeau. Why am I saying Tim? I don't know, man. Maybe he. You know what? Maybe that's it. Maybe Luke Skywalker Visions nailed it. Because remember, we had this whole thing about, do they talk? They shook hands. They talked after a game, all that stuff. They're on good terms. They both said good things about each other. Maybe that is it. Maybe that's part of the reason why Leon Rose and Thibs weren't speaking. Maybe he really didn't want Cat here because Cat is not his type of player. Maybe he could see that his defense was going to struggle with Cat here. We're all speculating, guys, but that's a good speculation to have. That's one of those that, when you're saying it, that could be it, bro. That could be it. It happened around, if they haven't been speaking for almost a year, like, who knows? Maybe that has something to do with it. Double D's in the building. It's a distraction to rest the team in. Oh, it's a distraction to the rest of the team and go having the captain's father as a lead assistant. There's no room for nepotism, family ties, friendships because of that. Thibs will collect $30 million. Yeah, well, you ain't lying. Long Island Sound is in the building. I'm happy the Knicks are back to being the Knicks franchise to do the worst and never their best. James, mess it up. Dolan takes the power back right on time as expected. Morbid franchise. Well, like I said, once again, wasn't James Dolan apparently that fired Tom Thibodeau. It was Leon Rose. Oh, and speaking of that too, the other thing is that we also found out that World Wide West and Tom Thibodeau weren't seeing eye to eye either. So that's another issue, which is not in. So you mean to tell me that almost a year goes by and Thibs and Leon Rose are not on speaking terms, and then World Wide West and Thibs have differences of opinion? How good does that look to you guys? That don't look like a relationship that's going to work too long. I don't know, man. Shout out to Don P in the building. Tendrils in the building said trade for Yanni live at the Acropolis. What's going on, Tendril? JW in the building. Thibs got fired simply because Thibs forgot that Leon Rose was his boss, not just his friend. Thibs forgot that and had to be fired. That's very point blank, and you might be right about that. Don P says, when I was screaming about nepotism and politics with the Knicks regime 2 years ago, nobody wasn't trying to hear it. Vindication feels fantastic. Nepotism and politics 2 years ago, but in reference to who? Oh, but I think you would. Oh, you probably been talking about but I don't understand is why would it have been such a big deal 2 years ago when it was working in our favor? You know what I mean? I get it. Is there nepotism and stuff going on with the Knicks? 100%. Ever since they got Jalen Brunson, ever since they decided they wanted to get Donovan Mitchell and they brought Johnny Bryant here, then they brought Jalen Brunson's dad here. And of course, that's always been the case. But when it's worked in our favor, why would it? I don't see the negative on it. But you would probably have to remind me of that and explain, bro, because I don't remember. Shout out to Paris Duggan in the building. Said 2 second round picks for Obi. I hit 5 threes in the finals game. Yeah. I know, Parrish. You've always been a big fan of Obi. The youth, the athleticism. I get it. But it doesn't change what I said, though. I'm right. What's the difference? The only difference is he's in a better offense for what he likes to do. And his coach may be, even though he is a disciplinarian, maybe his approach is slightly different from Thibs. But that is it, guys. Everything else is the same. He's still playing similar minutes to what he played with the Knicks. He's still a backup. He's still behind somebody that's better than him. It's the same. But like I said, the two things that I did mention maybe make the difference. And I will say, I mean, obviously, Indiana's offense is so much better to play in than the Knicks offense. Ankra 999. Jalen Brunson was actually the coach. Thibs was lazy. Oof. I don't know, man. I don't want to say that, bro. There's just certain things about him. We know the in-game adjustments and stuff. He wasn't good at, but I don't want to say he was lazy. All he did was eat, drink, and sleep coaching, bro. I can't say that. I'm not going to do that. Lonnie Meek says Thibs' stubbornness cost him Leon provided players and he didn't use them. He had a year to grow a bench. That's fair. Okay, Lonnie, I see you. Wolverines 1986 in the building. What's going on? Said, what a great week. That awful coach Thibs finally got fired. He took all the joy out of watching Knicks basketball. Shoot. It's tough. It's tough times. D977 in the building said Halliburton and Turner aren't good players. The Pacers figured it out. I mean, listen, they have. Well, the thing is, the Pacers have a system. The Pacers are run like a college team. You know what I mean? You know how college organizations have a system that it doesn't matter who you have, you plug and play, but the system stays and remains. That's how the Pacers are run. They have a really good system in place. And they just, as long as you buy into the system and do what you need to do in the system, you're going to do good. But let's not forget Halliburton is a special player. I don't think, Halliburton is weird because when it comes to day-to-day, game-to-game, he's inconsistent sometimes with his play. But when it comes to big moments, Halliburton is there, y'all. Halliburton steps up. And that's why when I said it when we were playing them, I don't like last second, fourth quarter, few minutes left scenarios versus Indiana. Do I know we've got Captain Clutch and he does very good in the fourth quarter and in the last minutes of games for us? Yes. But I also know Halliburton does the same thing for them. He may not do it on the same level as Jalen, but when it comes to, Jalen is the type of guy, when you need to get buckets down the stretch to help you get back into a game or to win a game, he's that guy. Halliburton is when you need one shot. He is the dude that will take it, and a lot of times he'll make it. That is a scary dude. I don't like those type of situations. It's the same reason why I told you the Knicks always struggled back in the Julius Randle Most Improved Player year when we played teams like the Nets and they had Kyrie and Durant. When we used to play them in the fourth quarter of games when it was last second, they could go to those two guys because they knew how to get a shot. And every time we try to cut the lead or get close and win the game, KD would knock down some mid-range jumper, automatic, or Kyrie would knock down some mid-range jumper. When we played the Bulls back then, the DeRozan would knock down some mid-range jumper. Like the guys who had their game and knew their go-tos are always a problem. Halliburton is just a really good big shot maker. So you want to beat Indiana, get away from close games. Stay away from the close games. You can beat them, but you're better off staying away from those close game situations where Halliburton can't do anything with one shot. And I think you got a good shot to take them up out of there. All right, let me keep going on. All right, I'm going to breeze through, guys. Let's get it going and bring some people up if there's anybody who wants to join the panel. Angel Torres is in the building. What up, Angel? Says, salute, Ron, amigo. What's going on, brother? Charles Turner the third. Towns or Brunson should be traded. There's no way the defense going to get better with both of them. It can, Charles Turner, but I just don't know if the Knicks are going to be able to do it. Right? Because with McCall out there, with OG out there, you're okay to a certain point, right? We know that. But with Brunson and Cat, you still run into a problem. Now, the issue is you guys say, well, you also got Josh Hart out there for most of the season. He was a decent defender, and we still ran into some issues. But Josh Hart is a decent defender. Josh Hart makes the issues. He makes mistakes on defense as well. Sometimes he gets a little lost out there. He's focused on different things. He's focused on rebounding, seeing where he's got to be at. So he's a little different from other guys because he's got to think about certain things that other guys don't think about. Because if he don't think about it, it takes away from his effectiveness. Like Josh being able to grab rebounds is a part of his thing. That's the part of the reason why we love him, and the part of the Knicks offense. They need that from him. But a different type of player, right? Like a Jalen McDaniels. If you had a Jalen McDaniels and OG Anunoby and a Mikal Bridges out there at the same time in the starting lineup with Cat and Brunson, our defense is better. Okay, it won't look as bad as it looks. I mean, you still got to do something on the bench. You got to make sure you got the sound defenders off the bench. The other thing that hurts us too is we've got some better defenders that come off the bench, but they're all small guys. Like DeLon Wright has decent height. Landry Shamit's decent height, 6'6". We don't have, at least what we were using, we don't have the height that some of these other teams have when they throw their 6'7", 6'8" defenders out there that are playing shooting guard or small forward, and we're throwing out 6'5", 6'6" guys. That's part of the reason too. That changes. Like if you have the right matchups, everything that happened with Jalen and Cat out there wouldn't look as bad, and we'd be a better defensive team. That being said, I don't know if we can solve all those issues having limited money. So I don't know. I'll tell you one thing though. With all this stuff that's going around and everything that's happening, unless I know something different, that Jalen is the type of person that is going to put his own needs over the team's needs, which I don't see because he gave up a lot of money just to allow other players to get money to build out the team. Yes, I know some of these guys are his friends, but they're also supposed to be decent players, right? Unless I know that for a fact that he's that type of dude, Jalen Brunson is a Knick. I ain't trading him. Anybody else could go. Cat hasn't. I like Cat, but Cat just got here, So I would have to keep Jalen. If you get, that's just how I feel until I know something different. And my whole thing is, I just don't feel like the Knicks are going to win. Like you have other stuff that you have to put around, but if you don't got Jalen Brunson here to be a part of that, I just think it's going to take that much longer. Now, the other thing I did want to say though is I'll save it for the panel. I'm sorry, guys. I just got to save stuff, man. I'm sorry. Shout out to D-Ras in the building. Our next problem is Cat. Okay. Hey, Sam Grandison. What up, Sam? Good to see you, my brother. I hope you're doing well. Animal Lex is in the building. Salute everyone. Ron, a lot of times the Knicks worked way too hard to score. Knicks had to grind it out way too much to win even easy games. It was hard to watch some games. That, back to my point, that's part of the issue with Thibs. Like, when you've got good offensive players, it shouldn't be that hard to be dominant on the offensive side, but it was. So that is a little concerning to me. And the problem is, you might say, well, what about the other coaches that are behind them? I mean, if they're been a big part of the offense and this is what we're coming up with, then we got to change some stuff. Oh yeah, no, I agree with that. My 2 cents says the firing represents the culmination of a gradual erosion of confidence rather than any dramatic interpersonal conflict. I agree with that. I'm just saying stuff because stuff is coming out. I'm just saying it as speculation. Bottom line is the Knicks made up their mind that they were going to fire Tom Thibodeau before the playoffs. The playoffs were here. They had to give him a shot. They said, well, I mean, if we get to the finals, then, we'll look at things differently. That's it. It was already said, and I don't know if it was Ian Begley who said it or whatever, but the Knicks had already made up a decision that they were reassessing his coaching with the Knicks prior to the playoffs. They couldn't fire him at that time. That wouldn't have made sense. We have to go into the playoffs and see what happens anyway. But they were already thinking about firing him. And this is because this is his 5th year here, and there's certain things that have taken place. Look, the bottom line, guys, is we didn't know that the Knicks were having a lot of issues behind the scenes. And the issues were happening behind the scenes. Doesn't matter if it's, I'm not talking about the issues between Leon Rose and Thibs. That couldn't have helped, but that's not the issue why he would be fired. The issues are stuff that's happening with the actual team, stuff with the players, team-only meetings and stuff that took place in the playoffs. That didn't help. Mikal Bridges coming out and making a statement about minutes usage and how maybe we should, play some of the bench guys a little bit more. That didn't help either. Like, there's obviously been stuff that's been going on throughout the year. And we just didn't know about it because they're not telling us, and why should they? So this didn't happen overnight. No, but there's a lot of stuff that was building behind the scenes. That's fair, NYC B-ball. That's fair. We don't beat Boston without Mikal. I 100% agree. But when I was talking about Mikal, I'm talking about how he fared in the Indiana series. He did not put his stamp on that Indiana series at all. But I agree with you. He was very big in the Boston series. Okay. All right. As I run through the rest of this, let me put this link out there in the Chizat. Okay. Shout out to Knicks Real Talk in the building. What up, Divine says, salute Ron, salute to the chat. Hope everyone is having a great summer. Looking forward to next season. Stay safe and enjoy. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate you, bro. Like I said, guys, please go show Knicks Real Talk some love if you haven't already. HRM, what up? Said fellas. Travel Vibes is in the building. So everybody, what up? Jordan Smith is in the building. Said y'all should have kept Thibs. Don't tell me them other options better. I mean, you got to see how the other options work out and why we need another option first. Because remember, this Knick team, this starting unit with who they already got, is a lot better than what it looks like to people. I mean, we run a very vanilla offense. You imagine if we had an offensive coach that actually ran some interesting plays for this team to get them open, get them good looks. And that's with them having career years and being all-stars. Just saying. All right. Okay, let me breezing through. I'm at the bottom. Charles Turner said the Knicks were flawed from the start. Let's stop acting like we were the Cavs. I think that took a little while for people to realize, but I think as the season went on, when we got past All-Star break, I think fans started to realize that the Cavs were the real deal, and they were a little bit better than us. I mean, it's the reason why they ran through so many teams and had a 60-win season, or 66, I think. Hector Gaston says, whoever the coach is, he has 4 young players to add to this core. Well, maybe, depending on what the Knicks do. All right. Wiz BKLA is in the building. Minutes policing is not, in my opinion, about player fatigue or injury prevention, but rather about bench usage, development, and roster flexibility. Now, the teams in the finals all use 10-plus players. Oh, it's true. Shout out to Keyshawn. Salute, Ron. Wow. You guys were lit in this chat, boy. Woo-wee. Damn. Shout out to Crim's dad for re-upping his membership, part of the SKF Army. Salute to you, my guy. Appreciate you. Also, shout out to Rigo and Dino, a new member of the SKF Army. Thank you, Rigo. Tori B in the building. Let's go. What up? She says, Ron. Shout out to my boy Elvin Santiago. What's going on, E? Said Knicks doing too much. Simple fix. Get DiVincenzo back. Minutes restrictions. Make Cat to play inside ball and stop living off of the 3-ball. Knicks are not far from the finals. Minor adjustment. That's not a bad thought either, bro. Thank you. SASS guy in the building. SAS guy. Thibs had poor communication with too many sections of the organization. His stubbornness to management guidelines concerning the value of players, which he disregarded on many occasions. Ivory 10 says Knicks fans are spoiled when they start saying things like, I don't want KD. Well, guess what, Ivory 10? I don't want KD. So, sorry. I don't want KD. I don't ever want KD. That's me. And it's not about being spoiled. It's about me not wanting to have to rely on someone who didn't think my team was worth it to begin with. Right? When things don't get sexy for you, when things don't work out the way you envisioned them for, when you can't win anywhere else because you thought you were better and other teams are sexier and it's, New York isn't a hip place to be. Now, when we're a hip place to be, now you want to come over? My whole thing about good players is if you're a good player or a great player, you can go anywhere and make that team better. If you want to, if you got the stones to, if you choose to. But no, what you want to do is go the easy route. And the other thing too is, guys, did you forget that KD is the same bum with the freaking burner account saying all this stupid crap? Do you forget that KD is the same bum that got beat by the Golden State Warriors? And instead of saying my team is good enough that we're going to go back out there the next year and fight and try to win and beat y'all, oh no, let me chuck up the deuces and go join y'all. Man, don't tell me nothing about KD. Y'all get me hot and bothered, Ivory. I can't. KD's the worst, bro. I'm sorry. That dude's too much. Franklin and Noah in the building. Cat is staying. If Cat goes, it will be for the Freak Greek or the Greek Freak. And lastly, these two, and then I'll get to the backstage guys. Richard at Knicks Time says, shout out to you. I think this is my first time seeing you in the chat. Said Johnny Bryant is my pick. I feel like he is the backup plan to Kid. Okay. And then good morning. Salute to everyone by Miss Geraldine McIver. Shout out to you. Let's go, Geraldine. Good to see you. All right. Let me see what my guys are talking about backstage and get them up here. Switch my little view here. Boom. Oh, wait. I got another one. Why am I doing that? I got a 3. I don't even have a 3. Are you serious? Man, I got to switch this stuff up. This is terrible. Okay, here we go. What's up, fellas?
Hey, I'm just going to say this about the Thibs firing thing.
Oh, and this is Mets 2128, by the way. Shout out to you, Mets.
Well, Georgisaurus Rex. I'm just going to say it like this. Thibs brought this on himself. The lack of adaptability, regardless of the lack of empathy for injured players, i.e. players who had nagging injuries and he told them to play through it instead of sitting them down and going to the bench.
You're cooking, Mets. I forgot to mention that too. That's another thing. Yeah, that's something else.
Constant tunnel vision. And now he's playing it. I've married myself to basketball for 66 years. And for the last 5, I've made every sacrifice to this team, and no one's grateful. No, Thibs, you made a sacrifice out of this team for your own rep. You never listened to management. You constantly played the same 8 or 9 players over and over again, left the bench to rot. You constantly disregard injuries when people need a time off. It frustrated me to no end. I mean, during the playoff in the backgrounds, I was asking, when the heck is he going to put in Achua? When is he going to put in Shamet? You hardly ever did in the second and third rounds, and it drove me up a wall that you failed to produce bench chemistry. And that's what did him in. and how not just in the conference finals, because Carlisle has the one thing he lacks, and that's tactical flexibility and your lack of empathy. This is why you're a dinosaur, man. You should be sent to the junkyard and never coach an NBA squad ever again.
Okay. All right. Shout out to Geraldine McIver, says, Ron, I told you about Thibs. Never thought he was the right coach. This is true. You've always said this, but I'm thankful for what he did for us. I hear you. I'm thankful too. Brooklyn Butch says, Ron, he has a no trade clause, which favors him, not his team. He has control of where see, I thought I read that he doesn't have a no trade clause. If he has a no trade clause, then obviously that will work. He could just say where he wants to go. He doesn't have to go anywhere. But I think I'm gonna check this real quick, bro. But I think Giannis, I read it yesterday, actually, or the day before yesterday. It says he does not have a no trade clause. But anyway, we'll see. Appreciate that though. D-Rex, what's on your mind, brother?
How you guys doing? I'm walking and talking. I was just at my cousin's bar mitzvah, so that's why I'm dressed up. Thank you. So look, man, I've been a big critic of Thibs for a while. I feel bad for the guy. Honestly, I really do. I told you, I came up on here, Ron, and I said, as much as I don't believe in him and I'm skeptical, wouldn't it be nice if he just, put the stick out of his ass, and just trusted a group of young guys off his bench one time, and they took him to the finals. And I think we can plainly see that if he had done that, we're 2 games away, bro. The difference is, like, the margins for us to go to the finals were so small, and the changes he needed to make were so minor, and they were easy, by the way, a lot of them, and he still refused to do them. And that to me is frustrating. That to me is so frustrating. Look, I'll be upfront. I'm a Precious to a fan. I like him. But even people who specifically don't like him as a basketball player said he should have played more minutes against the Pacers because it's obvious. He's an obvious fit against Siakam. He dropped 39 points on you, bro.
And yet,
the only other 6'8" switchable defender that was also his teammate, that also defended him in the playoffs, couldn't get more than 6 minutes, bro. Come on. That alone to me is like beyond even the fact that I like him as a person, as a player, bro. He dropped 39 points with what you did already. It's almost a guarantee that another option would have been better defensively. Almost a guarantee. So for me, like, look, I'm very grateful. I truly feel bad for the guy. Like, I would have been thrilled, not even just happy, thrilled if he would have proved me wrong, done all these things that I didn't believe he's capable of, and bring the Knicks to championship. I would have been the happiest in my life ever to be wrong about that. I would have been overjoyed. But at the end of the day, like, just in that one playoff series, you see the guy is, when the pressure's on, when his back is against the wall, he will make the adaptation. But the second that it's not that exact situation where it's 100% pressure on top of him, that's what I'm comfortable with. And like, we literally, like, if we didn't get the Knicks Twitter fan fiction coached ECF, bro, to win our only 2 games, of all the changes that we said all year, put someone else in the starting lineup, put Josh Hart on the bench, play some more of the bench, expand all the things that we begged them to do all year. They said, you're stupid. That's what we did to win our only 2 ECF games in my lifetime. It's the weirdest way that he could win and incriminate himself simultaneously. It's so strange, but that's what I feel like what happened.
Agreed.
Yeah, I mean that's true. Let me get a couple other guys in here. Hold on 1 second. Let me switch this up.
I mean, Thibodeau is like Hal Jordan. Powerful lantern, but not very creative.
Unfortunately, yeah, that's what it turned out to be. I thought he was going to be a little bit more creative on the defensive side because that's his thing. But I guess maybe, hey, listen, that could have something to do with it too. Maybe Thibs was stifled by having that offense of having Jalen, Brunson, and Cat in the same lineup, and there was only so much he could do, and maybe that frustrated him.
I mean, I gotta jump in on that one because there's ways where statistically you could make the offensive positives outweigh the defensive negatives, and you probably could have had a better defense overall. We had a piss poor 3-point defense from the first game of the season to the last shot.
I mean, we've had 3-point defense for years. So it's just kind of, yeah.
So, like when you see things like that, bro, and it's becoming more and more 3-point oriented, the offense of the NBA, and you're a supposedly defensive guru, it's like, come on, bro,
I hear you. I mean, yeah. Well, let me get around to everybody and see how everybody's doing. Sha, what's going on, my brother?
What's going on, everybody? What's going on, Rex? What's going on, Mitch? What's going on, Ron? American Man and one I can't see.
Oh, that's Sam.
Sam I am is in the room. What's going on? Ain't
Yo.
nothing much, man. Here to talk about a little bit of Knicks, man. Let's get it.
All right. American Man in the building. What's going on, brother?
What's up, gentlemen? What's up?
Hanging in there. More fun conversation. We here.
I've been on the get rid of Thibs train for a while. I got a lot to say, but I'm gonna let everybody else go. Whoever's next, let them up. Go ahead.
All right. What's up, Sam? How's everything, my brother?
What's good, y'all? I'm about to cut my camera on. I'm just getting some stuff straight, but hope all is well with y'all. Happy weekend, everybody.
Hey,
we're good.
Sam the lawyer, right?
Yeah, we're chilling now. Yeah, I'm done. I finished in May, so wrapped up with that. Graduated, and I got sworn in to practice as well in the States, and now I'm a licensed attorney as well.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Let's go.
Appreciate you guys.
Let's get it, baby.
Good shit. Help me divorce my wife.
I need a discount on that hour.
I've heard that too many times.
I need to figure out how to structure my LLC. No, I'm just joking.
I want to diversify my portfolio, but I also
I got a small one. My portfolio is small. I got a little one. I'm pretty good with that.
Oh man, that's great news, Sam.
Hey, it helped me not have to think about the Knicks blowing that lead.
I bet. Everybody in the community is so happy for you, brother. It's like,
hell yeah.
Like we watched you grow up in this situation,
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man, that's great, bro. Great news. All right, let me start it off right now with the bomb. Kaboosh. Oh, and by the way, a lot of the stuff that I may say throughout this show today is because I have sources. I'm starting to kind of get it going in this world, man. It's still Knicks fans, bro. I know some people, a couple things or two. This is one, how I get a lot of my sources. Yeah. So I've got sources as well. Anyway, I think no matter what happens, no matter who is the Knicks coach, this is worth me even typing it out. Hold on, let me type it out. Rick Brunson needs to be fired.
Yeah, we all agree on that.
So I think, and I'm not saying Rick Brunson has done anything wrong. I don't know enough. The players,
bro, we're growing up. We're growing up. Come on, get your daddy off the bench, bro. Get your daddy off the bench.
The players may feel differently because apparently there's some players that don't like Rick Brunson's style.
Because he runs the offense through his son.
I don't know if it's just that. I think like Rick Brunson. I mean, you guys see Rick Brunson talks. He got a big mouth. Like he got a
bro. What team has their player's dad on the bench as an assistant coach?
But so let me say this. This is what I want to say. Okay, so I don't want everybody to feel like don't go one-sided on me here because I'm gonna say something that might be a little contradictory of what I'm saying right now, but it still doesn't matter. I still agree with it. I think this Knicks team is soft. This Knicks team has heart. This Knicks team is a fighter. I think we are soft, though. I think as players, when it comes to us fighting against other teams, we don't give up. But I still think we are soft. This is a different. I come from watching the 90s Knicks. I get it. I'm not even kind of going there. That was a beast. There's monsters over there. Not as talented, but they were beasts. This Knicks team to me is soft, but the NBA today is soft. You know what I mean? So it's not like I'm not saying nothing too crazy. I think having a voice like a Rick Brunson who will tell you how it is and can be stern is a good thing. I don't think it's a bad thing. The problem is Rick Brunson might have gone about it the wrong way. And the fact that Rick Brunson's son is on the team doesn't help. And the fact that Tom
is the wrong messenger.
Yeah, when Tom Thibodeau's vanilla offense, you know, everything looks like it's dribble, ISO, Jalen Brunson ball, and it doesn't really afford other people to really get involved as much as they should. That all together makes it all look bad. It looks like nepotism, and it all looks like it's not like I can't speak to nobody, you know, whatever. The bottom line is the reason why I think Rick Brunson needs to be fired is that this team is trying to win a championship and no one is bigger than the team, even if it's the captain. Everybody needs to be held accountable. And it seems like with Daddy Brunson here, Jalen Brunson can't be held accountable. And it seems like Thibs was also part of the problem. He was not holding Brunson accountable. Even like, I mean, as I said to guys before, I'm not just saying stuff to say stuff because I have a platform here and I'm talking. Everything we complain about, that we say, well, why is this happening? Why is it that Brunson holds the ball for 16 seconds? Why is it that the offense flows this way and there's so much ISO? Why is it that we don't? It's Thibs is the coach. Everything that we see, if there's a problem, maybe he can't fix it in that game. But when we talk about it, we've seen it game to game for the whole season in the play. That's the culture. That's the way we move. That's Thibs.
True.
So all of that stuff that's happening that we have a problem with that's not changing, and you're like, well, why isn't Brunson doing that? Because Thibs is not telling him anything. Because Thibs is okay with it. And that is the reason why I'm saying Daddy Brunson probably got to go. Because Jalen needs to know that stuff ain't sweet here. I appreciate you. You're a fantastic player. I still think you're the best player on this team. I love everything you've done as far as being a clutch dude. And I love your thought process as to how you play. Like being able to take the dagger, being able to say somebody's got to do this now because we need this or we're going to go down 20. Somebody's got to take this shot. Somebody's got to be aggressive in the paint. I like that about Jalen Brunson. But I don't like when he's not going good that no one's sitting him down and telling him you can't do that. Okay. No one's saying you just took 4 ISOs and you hit 1 shot. That's not working. Other guys are just watching you and they're not getting in. They don't have any rhythm. You got to get the ball to them. That's not working. So
that's what it is right now, Ron. We'll be changing that narrative as soon as we get a new coach.
Can I jump in on that?
And I think the dominoes all fall. I think everybody goes down. You know what I mean? I don't think none of them, even if Johnny Bryant comes back, you should keep anybody that you had before. You know what I mean? So I think that's what's going to happen. I don't think that if the person that I'm looking at, I hope that they could get Kid. Just because of the narrative, Kid playing with the Knicks, just because of the narrative of maybe he got something to do with Giannis, maybe he could make Giannis say, I want to go to the New York Knicks, maybe, all of the stuff to say maybe. But whosoever gets that position right now, I do not think Brunson, the father, will be alongside with this team anymore. I think all of Tom Thibodeau, they're going to have to make this decision pretty quick because Summer League is right around the corner. You know what I mean? So we're going to have to know this pretty soon because who's going to be coaching in Summer League? It ain't gonna be Chuck. I gotta mess his name up. Yakahiro. This year, if we got a new coach this year, I don't think he'll be the one that leads the Summer League in July. So let's see what happens. This right here, what you just said, Ron, really sets the precedence of changing everything. This guy, I believe, Leon Rose seen it. He was trying to roll with it. It didn't work this year. He said, all right, let's go get somebody else. Let's see if we can go get Kid, the one that we talked to before. We throw out there that we want to get this guy from Houston, Udoka, and stuff like that, and let the narrative run about everybody else. But the main person that we want to focus on is maybe, in my opinion, is Jason Kidd.
Okay. All right. I hear you. Yeah. Wait, well, hold on a second. Go ahead, D-Rex. What were you going to say?
Well, y'all hear me okay?
Yeah.
I was going to say that, look, this is why you don't have a golden child on the team. And I think people make this mistake of thinking, oh, if you criticize this player, that means you hate them. means you want to trade them. It means you think they're a bust. If you think you're actually doing this player a favor by making them the golden child, you're not. Because at the end of the day, you're only setting them up for a bigger fall. And by that, what I mean is, look, there's only one team in the NBA that's as willing to overlook our flaws as we are, and that's the Knicks. Every other team is going to see every flaw of every player, every team, and be like, we can exploit that, we can exploit that. Like, for example, Josh Hart has not been a good defender this year at all. Not even close to a good defender. Okay?
I'm sorry. I mean, keep it as brief as possible because the whatever the background noise is really loud, like it's overwhelming you. But go ahead, see if you can get it off real quick.
Well, basically, I was saying, like, look, as much as you want to protect these people, you're actually not protecting them by not criticizing. They all have flaws. Everybody needs to get better constantly around the clock in order for this team to reach the maximum level. And there's all areas of improvement. Jalen Brunson holds the ball too long. He's not a good defender. Josh Hart is great at rebounding, but he's not a good scorer. He's an okay defender. You know, we all know these errors. But overlooking them and pretending they're not there is not actually helping the player. It's actually hurting.
Right. No, that's true. That's a fair point. That is true. Let me just say this real quick, and then I want to get to Tori and have her come in and say her thoughts, and then we'll get around to everyone else. But shout out to Ivory 10. He said, "Who cares? Knicks fans need to get out of their feelings. We need a chip." But here's the thing that I always look at when it comes to these type of situations. Like, guys will be willing to, allow things to go by the wayside and say, hey, all right, whatever. That was then, this is now. We are in a different situation. KD is a great player, and he gives us a great chance to win this chip now. Let's go out and get him. Who cares how he treated us or how he felt about the organization before? Yes, we know he wasn't here to build it. He didn't want to be a part of the building. Now he just wants to jump on the bandwagon and see what we can do and take us further. I don't care. I haven't seen a chip in 50 plus years. I want to see it no matter what. Let's bring in KD. Well, here's the other part of that. KD was in OKC. KD didn't win a chip. KD joined the Golden State Warriors and won a chip, but he also lost to the Golden State Warriors that won a chip without him. So all he did was join a team that knows how to win chips. So he won a chip with them. But KD left there, went to Brooklyn. Did he win a chip there? No.
Nope.
KD left there. He's in Phoenix now. Has he won a chip in Phoenix? No. So the whole thing that KD is the answer and that you bring him here, you were going to win. We don't know that. We don't know that. There's no guarantee that just because you bring KD to this team, we're going to win. Now you say, okay, well, if you got a team with Brunson, OG, KD, Cat, and McCall on it, maybe we win. But, that's not going to happen because you got to give up something to get KD. So I'm of the thing that I don't want him. I don't like him as a person. As a player, he's great. There's certain, who am I? There's certain, yeah, I just don't like certain guys because of who their makeup is, but they're fantastic players. But I just think that you might be setting yourself up for a really bad situation. You bring this guy over and think he's going to be the answer. He comes here and he's not the answer. And then you're stuck. And then it's going to be, well, how? You're one person of some others that feel like he's okay. But if KD comes here and he don't work out, like we're talking maybe 60% or 70% of the fan base is going to be going crazy. How could you bring KD here? We all knew who KD was. He hasn't won anything without Steph Curry. And you bring him here thinking he's going to win, and he does not win here. He gets hurt now. We're paying him $75 million. Like, are you kidding me? It would be nuts. I'm just saying.
He's 37. You should have known better to get this. Oh my God.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
You got a lower injury. It's gonna be significant. Out 5 to 6 months.
It get wild over here.
Oh man.
Anyway, let me read my super chat and then read my super chats, should I say, the two quick ones here. Shout out to Victor Rodriguez in the building. What's up, my brother, on Facebook? Salute to you, my guy. Steven Aceto in the building. I think it's my first time seeing you in the chat. Thank you for being here. Strong Island, New York is in the building. What up, Strong Island? How do you feel about Jeff Van Gundy? I don't know about him, but I'll save this when we get to the coaches. Shout out to Brooklyn Butch in the building. Jay from PR is here. No Cap Life's Analyst is in the building. Keith Turner's here. I think I said what's up to Josh Smooth already, but if I didn't, shout out to Josh Smooth. The Predicate is in the building. Coach Sy is in the building. Julian Blum is here. Wesley Robinson is here. Okay. Appreciate you guys. So NYC B-Ball, thank you for the generous super chat. He said, Ron, put up the poll for the next coach. So I don't know if I can do it yet. Let me get through, when we get through this little segment and get to the coaches, because I have a list of coaches. So don't worry, I'm going to put that up. And then we talk about it. Maybe I could put up a list of, 2 or 3 coaches that we can choose from. But let me get through that first, because there's a lot of coaches on this list. And we'll see what people actually think, and I'll give you my opinion about it too. Appreciate you, my brother, but we'll definitely talk about that. Shout out to Esco in Harlem. Appreciate you. He said 3 or more years media fans complain on Thibs moves. He get walked out people wearing Kobe's but no Kobe love. You would pass the ball, JB wearing Kobe's but no Kobe love. But you pass the ball. Knicks life. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. You're basically saying he's wearing Kobe's, but he's not showing the Kobe love. And not like Kobe like passing the ball either. Just saying. But I hear you. Oh man, Tori's gone. Well, maybe she'll be back. Maybe she had to take a phone call. So see if we can get her back in the mix in a little bit. All right. Let me get over to American Man, because I know he's got some stuff to say about Mr. Tom Thibodeau, and also your opinion about Rick Brunson as well.
Thank God the Knicks had the foresight to save us from a Derrick Rose tragedy. I don't know why we all pretend like we didn't see that. I'm not a big Derrick Rose stan, but I gotta say, I've never forgiven Tom Thibodeau for what he did to basketball by running Derrick Rose to the ground, and what he did to Derrick Rose's career.
You mean for running?
And he was going to
Chicago, right? When both were in Chicago.
Yeah, in Chicago, when they were in Chicago.
Okay.
Right? And that was the same thing he was going to do to Jalen Brunson.
Y'all heard that report, right? Read the report, right?
Well, yes, but I've been saying that because I know who Thibs is. Like, I knew that before the report. Like, that's, again, I watched him do it to Derrick Rose. And so Knicks fans should be happy, because we could have Thibodeau and win, and God forbid Derrick Rose sustains a 2-season sit-out injury, then we're not winning anymore. So we need to be grateful that this old man is up out of here, because Derrick Rose lives to play another day. I also think that's why Cat quit on Thibs in Game 6. I think Cat quit on Thibs purposely, because remember, Cat and Thibs played in Minnesota together.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he quit on Thibs because he's like, here we go again with the running everything to the ground.
You know the worst thing about that is that last game, which we could all agree was one of Cat's worst games of the playoffs, he played his most minutes. He played 38 minutes despite playing that bad.
The irony of it all. Yeah.
He's not wrong.
Continue, American Man.
So I'm glad that the front office had the foresight to get him up out of here. You guys know, every time I came up here, I've been saying Thibs gotta go. He's got to go. I've been consistent. I had a conversation with my nephew. My nephew said, if Thibs win y'all a ring, does he gotta go? I said, he's got to go. No matter what, that man's gotta go. That's how consistent I've been. So I'm glad he's gone. We'll find the next coach and see what the next coach does. As far as Rick Brunson, I don't know. I don't know if he's helping or hurting. I understand that if another coach come in, it may not be a good thing. It might not work out. It may clash. I also don't know if if Rick Brunson sort of has like a shield over Jalen Brunson, like we're saying, you know, as if like, you know, because Rick Brunson's there, he's the golden child. I don't know if that's necessarily true. I think the coaching thing was on Tom Thibodeau. Tom Thibodeau tends to let his star players run free as he runs them to the ground. And so I wouldn't necessarily put that on Rick Brunson. I would put that on Thibs. Where's the evidence of that being on Rick Brunson? If you guys can produce evidence, then I'm willing to go with you. But if it's just speculation, I'm going to tend to lean towards the head coach. The head coach does that. He lets the game play the way it's played as long as he can play you 48 minutes. That's what Tom does. So I don't know if we should be blaming Rick Brunson, but either way, if you get rid of him, they get rid of him. If they keep him, they keep him. I don't really feel no way about Rick Brunson, you know, to have a real opinion on it, to be honest, if I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, that's fair. And I don't think that anything I have to say is more about Rick Brunson as far as the Knicks coaching issues per se. The actual basketball on the court has nothing to do with Brunson. That's all Thibs. I'm more talking about off the court stuff, because off the court stuff is what's playing into, or what's coming into the whole talks about everything now. Ian Begley reporting and stuff about Knicks players feeling a certain way about Rick Brunson and how he interacts with them, and not liking certain things that are happening. They don't get specific into what they don't like. It's all about, I guess.
Is that the DiVincenzo thing, bro?
No, this is past that DiVincenzo thing. That was a whole nother thing. But as that happened at the time, Brunson said it, and Daddy Brunson said it. Even I think Josh said it. Like, they're gonna be fine. You know, they were gonna get together for Thanksgiving. Like, and they did. Like, they're cool. That's nothing. I'm not even talking about that. No, apparently players didn't feel comfortable with Rick Brunson's style of coaching on the sidelines, on the bench, and in practices, I'm assuming, because where else would he be showing his style of coaching, right? So I don't know. Look, and one thing I remember how I said that this Knicks team is soft. Okay, this NBA is soft. Things are different, right? So maybe they feel like we got some. Remember the whole thing that Josh said? Remember Josh Hart in the middle of the season said people need to something about personalities and individuals. It was cryptic. We didn't know who he was talking about. What
he said agendas.
Agendas. That's it. Hey, you know, stuff has probably been going. Like, we just don't know. These guys have been very tight-lipped. Looks like the Knicks can't get away from, you know, the dysfunction that we thought they had back in the day. It's just not on a high level, and they're a little better. These guys are smarter about how they do things, and it doesn't get out. But looks like we're having some dysfunction in this Knicks team too. There's stuff going on, so it is what it is. Anyway, let me just say what's up to a couple more people and then get to Tori. Shout out to G Robinson in the building. Thank you for being here, G. Michael Dollar in the building. Salute to you. Shoquan is here. What's going on? Robert Woodard in the building. Salute. Los Knicks is here. Christy Lamour is in the building. Let's go. Said, why pity Thibs? He has made probably 100 million running guys into the ground.
Facts.
Real talk. M. Gene is in the building. Salute to you. Joey, Rip 'em Up Sports. What up, Joey? The Thibs situation is whack. He was a company man. Snipes Entertainment is in the building. Thibs was offered a front office position and he didn't take it. Well, that I could see. If you're telling me, I know maybe one thing that has nothing to do with the other, but if you're telling me that Thibs is not talking to Leon Rose and he has a little issue with Worldwide West, why the hell would I want to work in the front office with these two dudes? I don't know about that. So I'm just saying. Okay. Let me see here. Oh, one more thing. No cap. I said what's up to you before, but I didn't read your comment. New York Knicks fans have turned on Thibs and discredit what he did for us are the worst kind. Thibs was an offensive coordinator and a minutes management specialist for still being here. Long live Thibs. I guess that's what LL means. Or it's LL Cool J Thibs, but whatever. I think that no cap. I think that it's fine to appreciate Thibs for what he did here, and it's fine to understand that he helped change the culture. And without Thibs, I don't think Knicks would have gotten to the level of relevancy that they are today. And I give Thibs credit for all of that. But that doesn't mean that I don't feel like watching how the Knicks played this year and watching some of the issues that took place, watching how he handled things in the Indiana series. That's just on top of all the other stuff that I've always said. I do not like how Thibs runs his in-game situations. I don't think he makes the adjustments. I've said that since he's been the coach here. So it's not like this is new. So I'm just saying all of that good stuff that we said, that he changed the culture and brought us an identity, all that. What happens when we no longer have the identity? What happens when we are at a point where we don't have an idea of how to move forward because we might have hit our cap? At some point, you got to say Thibs is a old style coach, and old style coaches, while they are relevant and have success, they may not be able to get you to the promised land because the game has changed. This guy left because of health reasons, but let's keep it real. Popovich wasn't doing anything remarkable over there in San Antonio these days. They had a decent team. They've got some good players that they're developing, and they had some moments. They beat us with that guy with the 45 syllables, whatever his name was.
Sandro Mamushkavili.
Thank you, D-Rex. Mamushkavili. They cooked us that day with him, but you can't.
Why'd you have to bring that back, Unc? I forgot about that one.
I know, but I don't forget that was.
As I said this before, bro, his name should be etched in Knicks history, bro. A man could always get hot from three.
Should it? Anyway, but like guys like Popovich, even his style of coaching is not looked at the same level of impact that it was before. He doesn't have the players, yes, but even if he had the players, we don't know the same level. I mean, it's not like he didn't have the players at certain points when he had the guy point guard who's with New Orleans now. Shoot, man, I can't remember his name.
What are you talking about now?
The dude, he's like a DeRozan. He's a 2-point shooter. What the hell is his name? Good defender.
McCollum?
No,
DeJounte Murray.
Jonte Murray. Thank you. I don't know why I forgot about him. Maybe because I haven't seen him play because he was hurt.
Yeah, he tore his I think ACL or Achilles.
Yeah. Jonte Murray. So even when he had the DeJounte Murray days, they were okay, but they weren't like incredible. That Spurs team was not incredible, right? And then as DeJounte Murray went away, some of these other guys, these young players that we thought were taking the next level, really haven't. Guys have regressed. Those guards that they had over there, they've regressed a little bit. The new guys are doing well, but the other guys that were already on the team are starting to kind of come down. Like one of them's on the bench now, and he was a starter. So anyway, my point is that
with a blood clot.
Well, I don't know about that, but I wasn't talking about health wise. But some of the style of coaching has just changed. Jeff Van Gundy got his shot a couple times. He didn't really do anything with that. So I don't know if he's an answer. My whole thing is like, you have to adapt to the certain style of play, the 3-point shooting, the style of movement, the different things that are happening. And Thibs and his vanilla offense doesn't do any of that. We don't do it at all, and we should do it. Why not? We've got a guy on the bench who could be an orchestrator of that style of play. His name is Tyler Kolek. He would run circles around other teams if you put Tyler Kolek in Indiana's system. What? You kidding me?
Look at how well it's been going with Obi.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Anyway, I'm going to get off my high horse. Let me get over to Tori B. Tori B, what's going on? If you're there. Can you hear me? Uh-oh. I don't know. She may not be able to hear me. I know she was having issues. She came back and forth. Well, Tori, if you can hear me, try to maybe leave and come back again with the link. And we'll see. So let me move on. Let me go to Sam. Sam, what's your thoughts, brother? Your thoughts on Thibs and whatever you want to weigh in on Ricky B over here.
Yeah, I mean, I've said here and there in the past about Mr. Cobblepot. Gave him the nickname. Said I'm not too proud of his coaching here and there. I'm also a diehard D Rose fan, so as American Man was stating, a lot of people do blame him for that D Rose injury when I was not the biggest fan when that did happen. However, I did get past that, and I tried to as a Knicks fan. But like we all saw, it just was no more evolution past where we were with this team with him as the coach. And I think that the firing was justified in that. I mean, we just simply got out coached game after game. And I mean, you can only go so far when there's no progression at all. I feel like we're just at this stagnant point with him. I mean, thank goodness that he brought us out of the dark days. I mean, we're no longer in the, in the dungeon per se, but like, I just think that the Knicks can do better and they're going to have to find better. I mean, this is going to be, like you said, Unc, we've got a short window. So whoever they do hire is going to have to be taking this team to the next step. We can't go back to the same spot. That would also be a loss, in my opinion. So I'm interested to see who they bring in. I mean, Jason Kidd, yes, he's been to the finals. He's been there, but he's going to have to prove it with this team. It's the whole new team that he would be coaching if he is coming here. How are they going to get him? I mean, that's also going to be interesting. I'm assuming that's a trade. I have no idea because he's still with the Mavericks. I know that Johnny Bryant is a, fan favorite. I'm still going to have the jury out on him because I just haven't seen him in that capacity. Not saying he can't do it, but I'm not going to be on my high horse saying Johnny Bryant. And I mean, outside of that, I mean, I don't know who else you go get unless you're getting somebody from the college ranks. There's not really anybody out there since you said Malone's already pretty much X'd off. As far as Rick Brunson, I've got no comments. I mean, I don't know what impact he even has on the team anyway, so I'm not going to sit up here and say fire the man. I don't know what he does for us, if I'm being honest here. So I just know he's an assistant coach. I mean, obviously he's Brunson's father, but outside of that, I mean, I don't know what he's doing for the Knicks for us to keep him here. I mean, if I just assume if a coach is coming here, the assistants are gone. So that would be my first thought is that, the assistants are gone. Like somebody mentioned earlier, we got the summer league coming up. So they're going to want to have their assistants in the office for that summer league to just get familiar with the young guys anyway, because one of those coaches will be over the G League team. So, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what happens here. I know we're going to talk about Giannis later, so I'm not going to get into that. But, yeah, I just think, we appreciate Thibs for what he's done, but the time has come.
I hear you. Tori, can you hear us now? Are you with us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hey, there you go. All right. What's your thoughts on everything? And let me just say, I'm sorry, Nick Jr. 79. Salute to you. Thank you for being here. And shout out to Jay Chosen. What's going on, Jay? Ron, I respectfully disagree. Rick Carlisle is an old school coach, and they are playing in the finals. No, when I'm saying stuff, I'm talking about the coaches that are not, that things are not progressing for, that aren't making impact. San Antonio wasn't doing anything new or going anywhere necessarily under Popovich these days. He's an older coach dealing with health issues and stuff like that. Tom Thibodeau has a very vanilla offense, and the defense had some holes in it. We weren't dominant on either side of the ball, and we definitely weren't even closing out well enough to even bring up the three-point defense, right? We were second to last in the league, and then we became last in the league. In the playoffs, we got a little better. That is true, but it's also because of the changes we made and by incorporating the bench. So Rick Carlisle, on the other hand, is an innovator of offense and style, right? What he's doing is working. So I'm not talking about guys who show that they can be innovative. See, my point that I was trying to make was that when you play a 90s style, not if you're an old coach, is when you play a 90s style in the 2000 era and you don't make innovations or changes. Rick Carlisle clearly has made changes. I even put up a video a couple weeks ago when you guys saw me running through that Indiana offense. That Indiana offense is sexy. We take it out on a date, get it some flowers. It's nice. So I'm just saying he's not the one. Rick Carlisle is different. Okay. Sorry, Tori B. Go ahead. I know you've been waiting to talk forever.
No, that's fine, Rod. It's fine. I'm not going to dance on Thibs' grave because I know that he did a lot to turn this organization around. But I just, like I said, and I don't know if you remember the very first time I called, I said, I don't think Thibs is the right coach for this group. But being that that's the case, I don't like that they're trying to dismantle this group. You don't need to go and chase superstars. Indiana showed you that. They don't have a superstar. Halliburton is one hell of a floor general. Siakam is a great player, but they showing you that you don't need that formula to win. So all the guys in the chat that want to blow this place up, they want to get rid of Cat, they want to get KD in here. He's 37 and often injured. Like, why do you want this guy?
I can't believe the KD stuff. I cannot believe it.
He's 37 years old and he's hurt all the time, and he does not care about whatever organization he goes to. He's a pariah. We don't need that man here. If they want to give him to us for like campaign and a bag of chips, then fine. But I don't want that man in the Knicks uniform. We did the
Neither
same
do
thing,
I.
and not that it's the exact same situation, but we did the same thing with Larry Johnson. We didn't get Grandmama, we got LJ. I don't want, and I love Larry Johnson, but we didn't get the guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, why do you want Kevin Durant? Kevin Durant isn't 10 years ago. Kevin Durant, he's 37. Why would you give up any player that you have on your roster other than one of those guys you never used for Kevin Durant? Why? I wouldn't give up Mitch. I wouldn't give up Cat. I wouldn't give up anybody we have on our roster that is one of our core players for Kevin Durant. I'm telling you, a bag of chips and a Pepsi. So you get. And Phoenix is going to be mad because that's all they're going to get. They think they're going to fetch a heavy haul for Kevin Durant. They're foolish. No one's going to give them anything they want for Kevin Durant.
Especially if you can't afford to keep him. If the rumors are true and he really wants $150 million for 2 years, like who the hell has money like that for one dude that's 37? Like
Kevin Durant doesn't warrant that money. He didn't.
Bro, he's a relic. He's a fossil. He's a dinosaur.
But if Stephen Curry asks for that money, somebody give it to him. If LeBron James asked for that money, somebody would give it to him. Kevin Durant did not age like these dudes. He did not.
I agree with everything you're saying.
On the court.
I agree with everything you're saying.
How many games did he play last year? No way.
You want to know why he's asking for that? Is because somebody who just went to the Warriors has ruined the market, Jimmy Butler, and he's gotten that money. So that's why Kevin Durant's like, oh, hey, I'm over
Jimmy Butler's better than him, bro.
For $60 million for 2 years. Who cares?
Why not?
Whoever his agent is, need to have a conversation with him because he's not getting that money.
You never know.
Shout out.
Let me not say that. You're right.
Yeah.
I never know. He might get it, but he's not going to get it from a smart organization.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. That's better. I like that.
Shout out to Ivory 10 because he says, I'll tell you why, because the Knicks need another killer, and unless you want to watch Jalen Brunson dribble for another 30 minutes game, we better get. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I agree. My opinion is that the Knicks do need another guy, another big time. So I said this the other day. I didn't elaborate on it, but maybe I did. I think the Knicks need another scorer. Now you guys might be saying, well, you got Brunson, who's a great scorer. You got Cat. I think the Knicks need another scorer from a guard standpoint. He could be a guard or a small forward, but a guy who can get buckets. I think
like DiVincenzo was.
I think the Knicks need to play their bench. You realize we haven't seen we've not seen the bench in about 3 seasons. You guys realize that, right?
Well,
we always call for the high-profile players, but we never see who's on the bench
now,
that we got for $4 million.
On that, American man, when you say they need to play their bench, when you say bench, are you talking about guys like Shamet, DeLon, right? Or are you
talking this year? You must this year. You talking this year?
I'm talking the Tyler Pollard guy. I'm talking this year, last year. They don't listen. We haven't seen the Knicks bench in 3 seasons, bro. The only one we've seen off the bench is what's his name.
We've seen a whole lot of bench last year. Just saying.
But we did have injuries, though. We did have injuries.
Bro, the only time we've seen any bench players when somebody gets hurt in the last 4 years.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, the other thing I wanted to say real quick, and I'll let you continue, American man, and then we'll get back to Tori, what she's saying, but is that when you look around the league, not every team plays their bench either. There is a guy or two that the team plays because they've won out, right? They've showed these guys know what they're doing. They know how to fit in. We can play them. And that's fair. And I think obviously you could say that Thibs doesn't give those rookies those type of opportunities. Thibs sits the rookies all year. That's it. The first year, it's a sitting year, unless we're in a situation where we don't have enough talent. And that's the reason why he had to play quickly. I'm not going to say RJ. RJ was the 3rd pick in the draft. He's going to play. But quickly got it because we had a need for that type of player. We didn't have it nowhere else. And so he came in and did what Thibs liked to do, and so he earned the spot to play, on both sides of the court. But for a lot of teams in the NBA, and I'm because I did this maybe about a month ago. I didn't do it on the show. I just looked around because people were telling me like there's other teams playing their rookies, and I looked around, and it's true. Other teams play their rookies, but they play one rookie. Some cases they may play 2, and they have other rookies. But it's whoever wins out in practice that they see, oh, these are the guys. And I'm saying Thibs, we all know Thibs is not that guy. Another coach might come in here and say, okay, whether you're a rookie or not, if you look good in practice and you look like you're playing well with the guys, I'm going to play you. And that's probably what we need.
Can I just jump in on this quickly?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I feel like that we're heading into a new era of the NBA currently. And I think, we're in a copycat league, as they say. You have the Pacers and OKC is like the two dominant teams.
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you. Hold on one second.
And I feel like that even though experience has a value unto itself, that's also difficult to quantify. I feel like in the current NBA paradigm, youth is itself an asset. Because if you look at the two teams in the finals, it's two teams that are very high paced, that run 10 plus deep, that's running up and down the court all game long, that's swarming you. OKC does play two rookies that are picked lower than Pacome Dadier. I checked. They are one of the two. They're one of the few that does. And for me, I feel like, bro, like in soccer, an 18-year-old kid will go and play in the World Cup, which the World Cup is bigger than any NBA Finals. You will see some superstar soccer player that's a 17-year-old kid playing for Portugal, which is a massive team, because he's good. You know what I mean? And I feel like that as the game of basketball becomes more international, in addition to becoming more fast-paced, these things should be more normal. And not only more normal, but like, you can't look at, oh, he's a rookie, he can't play. Bro, Jalen Brunson cannot run up and down the court as fast as Pacome Dadier, for example. He just can't. He doesn't have the same physical body type, So for me, that's what I look at when I see, for sure, OKC and the Pacers in the finals. I'm looking at it like, we can do the star chasing thing that we did in the past. Maybe it'll work out, maybe it won't. But I feel like now in the NBA, like youth, athleticism, and depth matters a whole lot more than it ever did before, in my opinion.
Okay. All right.
I mean, look at the two teams in the finals right now. These are all young guys. Aside from maybe like Siakam. Siakam might be the oldest guy.
He's a good athlete, though. He's a good athlete.
And he's not even old. That's the crazy part.
I'm just saying because I know he's been in the league for a while, so he might be.
Yeah, I'm crediting your point. I'm like, yeah, and even saying that he's not even old. So yeah, it's better the youth with that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So, man, I'm gonna get back to y'all, man. But I'm saying this because I know Ivory is saying a lot of stuff in regards to it, but he's not the only one thinking it. He's just the one that's speaking up and saying it. Hold on, golly, I hate this. Sometimes, oh, there it is. Okay, here we go.
I mean, I also feel like I've seen more teams become strong through drafting and developing than through just getting a star in one season. You know what I mean? I feel like.
Thank you.
Right. No, that's true. True.
And so that's why I say play the bench. That's why I say that.
Are we all saying to play the bench? And
yeah, I think we all are.
I think we're all in agreement that yes, guys should play, but guys who earn their spots should play. Like you got to earn it in practice and out there. I'm not just.
I think these guys are wanting to give more to you because they're the ones that drafted you in the first place. Like that means something to a guy who never got in the NBA.
That's fair. But so okay, this is what I wanted to say, guys. Now correct me if I'm wrong. How does this sound to you? Royce O'Neal, all right. Ryan Dunn, who everybody's so mad that the Knicks didn't draft Ryan Dunn. We could have had Ryan here. Devin Booker, Nick Richards, Bradley Beal, Grayson Allen, Bo, who everybody's saying, oh, if you want to get somebody that can help stretch the floor, an interchangeable player who can play on both sides, you need a Bo. Okay. He's on Phoenix. Tyus Jones, who has been a great backup point guard everywhere he's been, right? Mason Plumlee, been a solid big man. Monte Morris, who's been a guy who's always been like a good 6-man off the bench and stuff. He's been interchangeable. He was on the championship team with Denver, I believe. Kevin Durant, and they even have one of the Martin brothers. They got Cody Martin, and those two guys have always been solid contributors, like in their roles. We're talking about the impact of Kevin Durant and winning. That team won 36 games. They were 36-46. Like, how you telling me that this guy is the game changer? This is the guy who needs to come here because this is
Bro, would either OKC or the Pacers trade anyone for Kevin Durant right now? Would he be playing in the finals right now?
OKC never would, because we can see OKC is good enough that they can win the championship without him. So no, they definitely wouldn't. And the Pacers, no, I don't think the Pacers would value Kevin Durant over what Pascal Siakam has given them. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying Pascal Siakam is better offensive player than Kevin Durant. I would
rather have Pascal Siakam on my team than Durant right now.
I just think that Pascal is a more complete player and younger, and he has the influence. He's won a championship as well, and he's very influential in talking to them. He's a good person to have on their squad. So I think Indiana values him highly. But I could see how some other team might say maybe for Kevin Durant. I just don't see why we as Knicks and Knicks fans should be saying that this is the guy that we need to go get because he's the game changer.
You know what it reminds me of, bro? It's like, were you ever in high school and there was like a girl you had a crush on, but you weren't like put together enough to really pull her? You know, you didn't have the looks, the charisma, the money. Then, you leave high school, maybe you get a little bit more put together. Let's say you get a nice paying job, you roll up on that girl, and now, years later that, it's not quite as enticing, but just to get her because you had her as this object of desire for so long. Now, because you're cooler, richer, now I can go and approach this girl credibly. That's how it feels.
That's exactly what it's like. I used that analogy a while ago too. Maybe it's because of all the Darman videos I watch on YouTube and Facebook. But anyway,
I think it's typical Knicks fans, and we have to sort of just look at how seasons go with Knicks fans. A lot of them want to blow up the season, want to blow up the team every year and get the hottest name. I think we just gotta sort of accept that. It happens every year. Blow up the team and get the hottest name you can. The hottest name, and just move on and let's go with that. Come on, we see it every year. And I think that is mostly what we need to chalk it up to.
I also like, if you have all of your team invested in three good players, one of them gets injured, one of them has a bad series. There's so many reasons why, in my opinion, as I've said throughout the year, it's more efficient to distribute the overall power level of the team among more players, because that, you know what I'm saying? Like, the margins are not as crazy if one guy is not playing well or something.
Mm-hmm. No, that makes sense. Let me get to the super chat real quick. Thank you for the generous super chat. You know what it is. Shout out to Paris Duggar. He said, don't like KD, but the new way you have to win is you need three guys that never miss open shots. We got to get to that. Tyler Hero, Matt Robinson, Norman Powell. I'm with you, bro. That's why I think the Knicks need another scorer. It doesn't have to be KD, though. And in fact, I'm more surprised that, and I'm not that surprised because I don't know how Leon's cooking. I'm going to leave it at that because, Leon is that type, but he ain't going to put the wool over my head. All this talk about Kevin Durant, and they're not talking about the other dude that plays shooting guard on that team. So I don't, or point guard, whatever you want to call him. And that's, Mr. Booker over there. I think Booker would be great on this Knicks team with Jalen Brunson and Booker. I know the defense thing is an issue. I get it. But Booker is an adequate player. He's also a good facilitator. He's not great. He's not a, shoot, pass the ball first type of guy. But he gets his around 6-7 assists. He knows how to handle the rock. And he knocks down big shots. His 2-point game is almost automatic. And he can knock down big threes when we need him. I just think the Knicks need that versatility to have another guy who can make baskets from a guard perspective, guard/forward perspective, who can actually run the starting unit or can run it off the bench if he's in there with the other guys. You need a guy who, hey, let me give it to him because I know he's going to get the shot. We need that. I'm not saying we don't have it in a way with Cat, but Cat is a 7-foot center that's got to make his way to different spots or shoot a far three on the perimeter. A guard can get to places with their dribble, their handle. They can get to spots. And also, let's not forget, we already know Devin Booker has his spots on the court. When he can get knocked down, he can get knocked down. So I just think a guy like that wouldn't be bad. If you're going to trade Cat anyway, and I'm not saying you're going to trade him anyway, because I already said, if you're going to trade Cat, it can only be, in my mind, for two people, because I just don't see anybody else that is out there that makes sense. And unless you tell me something that I'm not thinking of. somebody did say something the other day that I will bring up right now.
What's the white?
Oh, well, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
What's the? I forget his name. I had him in my fantasy league for 3 seasons now, and he's been amazing. What's the white boy in Utah? I don't know why I can't remember his name.
Lauri Markkanen.
Lauri Markkanen.
Okay.
I think if we get a Lauri Markkanen, and I'm not just saying from like an all-star standpoint, I'm just saying from a solid guy standpoint, because I don't know that we necessarily need an all-star. I just think we need a solid guy. And I think if we could get a Lauri Markkanen in there and just keep some of the guys possibly, maybe let Cat go and one other player or something and get a Lauri Markkanen and just like a solid center, I think like that'll take us a long way.
So let me ask you something. This is you making me deviate a little bit, but it's good because I like the conversation. Would you guys, any of you guys do this trade? I don't know nothing. I'm just throwing something out there. Would you trade you would have to do a sign and trade because he's going to be a free agent. You trade Karl Anthony Towns and Tyler Kolek for Lauri Markkanen and Walker Kessler?
I am not trading Cat.
No.
That's a bad trade, Unc. I can't lie.
Kessler may be a better defender, but he's horrible from the perimeter as a shooter.
Yeah,
no, but I understand why you put it out there because it changes the way the Knicks would play basketball. I understand how you put it out there. If it was me making the choice, no, but putting it out there like that, yes, I understand why that could work. And if you put some pieces around those pieces, it can make it a real. You want to play 5 and out now. You want to play at a 5-out type of basketball. That's definitely a way you could play it if you want to put those type of plays out there. Players that are more likely to take 8 to 9 3-pointers a game than Cat making 4 to 7.
But don't we want Kolek to back up Brunson? Isn't that the goal?
Well,
maybe.
I got some really bad feelings about Kolek, guys. I think if we trade Cat for whoever,
Kolek is gone, right?
I think Kolek is gone because
that's our trade chip.
So even if people think we could trade Cat for Giannis, it's not straight up. It's not. So we got to give up something. And what would entice Milwaukee to have? They would want a young player back too, a young player that they could build with that doesn't cost a lot of money. Tyler Kolek.
I'm gonna be honest with you. We're cooked in that regard, at least with the Bucks, because I think I brought it up before, but they want the picks. So if we're making any trade for Giannis, we're talking 3-4 teams maybe.
Well, no,
we don't have any picks.
I did see a mock trade that had it was a 3-team trade, but still, even in the 3-team trade, I don't remember what the third team was though, and I don't remember what was going. I think it might have been Charlotte.
San Antonio getting Matteo.
It could have been that. If this was the same one that had Milwaukee getting Kolek, Cat, and 3 first-round picks.
Yeah, I saw that one.
And that's the one. And I think Milwaukee would have to consider
You're wrong. Whatever trade that's coming in, we got to keep Cat, bro, for us to be good, bro.
Yeah, I'm not trading Cat for that. I'm sorry. But I just think and
I'm
that's
not trading.
I'm mainly,
I can't, bro.
Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't ship them off either. I think the Giannis thing is interesting though. If like I said, if they're able to find a way to do it, fine. But I'm not doing it for Cat though. I'm not giving up Cat for it. And I think the Knicks don't want to trade Cat if it comes down to it.
I don't think they do either.
I got a snowball to throw out. I got a snowball to throw out there. Then, so you're saying that if we could get Giannis and we could give up Cat and give him Mikal Bridges and get Giannis and Kuzma and give up Kolek and Daddy, we wouldn't make that trade?
No, I'm saying I don't think they're trading Cat at all. I'm thinking that somebody else is going. Just for Giannis, Cat is staying. They'll find another way to make the money match because I think.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I'm anti-Giannis. You know why? Because that's another person.
Can I tell you who I think the trade?
Well, all right. Hold on 1 second, American man. Don't forget your point. It's just that Art Man is in the vehicle, and I you know, his connection.
I'm driving too. I'm driving.
Go ahead. Say what you gotta
as fast
say,
as
brother.
possible.
Go ahead.
Saying is, if you guys remember, Leon Rose signed people to specific deals for specific reasons. Overabundant. He even gave OG a $250 million contract. Worth that much. Why? Because he already had plan in the pipeline since forever. There was nothing of it. He had a situation plan since before. It's either and someone in regards to like the rookie Mitch, or he's given up Mikal, Hart. If you look at any of those contracts, they all add up to $57 million. Those three of Mikal, Hart, and Mitch add up to $57,000 apart from Giannis's contract. If y'all look at the contracts, OG's contract and Mitch's contract. OG, Dadier, Kolick, and Hart add up to what you call his contract. They all add up to exactly what Giannis is worth. So if Milwaukee's gonna take Mikal, what you call it, Mitch, which I think is a great deal, because Giannis does what Josh Hart does. He does what he does, play defense, and he can do what Mitch does if you put him at. So he literally does all three of their situations done, because Giannis is better than all three of those players. Giannis does everything that we need on a defensive end and can still score. He's averaging 30-something points. Even if you say he has a drop off, it's probably 25 points. And he plays defense on top. Even if he has a drop off. Like the woman before that. But she said we got LJ instead of Grandmama.
Right.
No matter what, no matter how we try to cut it, slice, 30 points last year with no issue. With Dame that was taking all the shots, still gave you 30 with no problem. Next to Cat, and you tell him we're gonna play a 5 out, not a 4 out, and a slashing center that can go get 30 points. Giannis is at that age where he has to play center. Like no matter how much he's a center now, because he's 6'10" with long arms, and that could guard put Cat at the 4 and let him play whatever he wants to play and do whatever he wants to do. That's the plan I think Leon is going after. He's not going after no plan where you trade Cat, then what's the point of getting him? You didn't need your first if to trade away Julius Randle, who was your tough, even Tenzo, who was your shooter, you trade them away just to trade the play that you traded away? I don't think so. And then Ron, you in regards to what everybody's looking at Giannis, Booker. Why are we looking at KD? Devin Booker is we need a shooting guard, technically. Giannis is just a pipe dream. You know what I'm saying? We actually need a shooting guard, a guard that can shoot, that when you give it to them and that person can go and give you whatever you need.
We definitely don't need KD.
It's not Bradley Beal.
No, yeah.
We don't need KD. KD is too old, bro.
Well, he's not even up for consideration because he's not going to waive his no trade clause.
And we're not going to waive
KD
that.
KD is too old, bro. And then KD, you know why I don't want
too old and too broken, and he didn't want to come here to begin with anyway. So it's bumping.
If he wasn't down with us in the first place, I don't want it now when we're good. Nah, we're not cool, bro. We're not cool no more. We good. We're gonna pass on that.
Right, like a girl that didn't want me, but then I hit the lotto. And now she's like, "Yo, you look good." You know what I'm saying? Like, all right. No, bye, KD.
Didn't want me. Now I'm hot. They all on me. Now I'm good.
Right. It don't make a lot of sense, bro.
It don't make a lot of sense.
I understand.
So I don't know.
Well,
KD,
All right,
bro.
man.
No matter
I
what.
think we got a good gist of what you were trying to say. You were breaking up a little bit, but for the most part, I think we got to hear you. Appreciate you, Art man, as always, man. You know you come with the real.
You know what, man? I wish you'd have a little more
driving.
energy, though.
Nah, you good. But so yeah, so here's the other thing about Giannis too. Giannis is a beast, and as what Artman was saying, like the dude can do things on defense. You know, he definitely makes up for those deficiencies that we're. You talk about. Imagine I'm not saying we will, but imagine having Giannis on the team and still having Mitchell Robinson here too. Ooh,
and OG.
Well,
no,
they
you
can
can't.
do it.
Here's the thing.
You can't
Here's
keep all those players.
The tsunami trade that the Knicks are apparently
not possible.
I
We
think
can't. Unfortunately, we can't. Have to let him go in every trade, no matter what.
In my fandom, you can give up Cat, you can give up Mikal Bridges, you bring back Giannis, you bring back Kuzma, and then you put Kuzma on the bench. You give up Daddier and you give up Tyler. You know what I mean? Plus those 2 or 3 picks. We still pick up a mid-level exception. We'll have 10 mans on the rotation. Plus we'll have 1 or 2 guys that we could pick up to make that 14-man roster with the minimum veteran packages. Like we could keep DeLon, we could keep Shamuth, we could with those $1-2 million packages and still be under the cap by a couple of $100,000.
The only pushback I have on that is that if you make that trade, right, you're telling me you're just gonna have Mitch and Giannis because you're giving up Cat.
You still got Haka Party.
He can't shoot though. That's the reason. I'm saying you got to think about how the Bucks have been constructed. Giannis has had to play with a stretch 5. That's part of the spacing. He has to play with shooters. So if we give up Cat, then that means they're just gonna pack the paint. Meaning Giannis is not gonna get that many drives. So you're gonna have to have a shooting big. We're not gonna have one.
Collapse on Giannis every single time.
And that's the
inside
reason
and wait for
why
Giannis to come in.
And that's the reason why I'm saying I'm kind of anti-Giannis unless we start giving up OG, what's the other light-skinned guy? Because Josh Hart, because all these guys, most of their points come in the paint. Even Brunson himself, a lot of these points come in the paint. So now you're going to have Brunson that needs to be in the paint, Giannis that needs to be in the paint, Josh Hart that gets his points in the paint, OG that gets his points in the paint. Like that, that's not going to work. Where's the shooter? So some of these guys are going to have to go at some point.
Right.
I agree. And I agree.
So you're going to have to get rid of OG and Josh Hart to have Brunson and Giannis.
I agree with that, and I also think
that might be something that, because I was just looking at Giannis's numbers and stuff, and what I was realizing is that's another thing, which I don't think it's going to be a big deal, but it's something the Knicks would have to be prepared for because that's not how they've been playing. Giannis is a 6.5 assist guy. Brunson's at 7. So, which means Giannis has the ball in his hands.
He's got to have it.
So, how do you make that work? Because part of Brunson doing his thing is having the ball in his hands, being able to create for himself, dribble, but he's also lining the player up. And so he needs a little time to get it going. He would have to adapt his game a little bit if Giannis controls the ball a little bit. If they trade off, it's going to be a little bit of a change for Brunson to get comfortable with. Now, I'm not saying it's bad, because as we were talking and I'm thinking about this, as soon as you said it, I was already thinking about it a couple minutes ago, that Giannis might need to play with another big that can stretch the floor, because Brook Lopez stretches the floor for them. And so Cat might be ideal to keep. And I think that's where this tsunami thing is happening, because I don't think the front office wants to trade. They like the spacing that Cat creates. They like how it frees up angles for anybody else that you bring in. It frees up stuff for Brunson. And it would also free up stuff for Giannis. So I think the Knicks are going all in a weird way that maybe we won't like, but I think they're going all in the big 3 for real this time. And they're just willing
the big three. You're right.
They're willing to put shooters around. They'll go get shooters.
Agreed.
I think that's what they're trying to do.
So who's the shooter though? These will
be like your you know, shoot, why am I drawing a blank on the names? Like your shooters that the guy who used to be on the Cavs. The guy
like Trent Tucker. Not Trent Tucker, the other guy, the other
Miami that went to the Cavs.
I know you're talking about Strus. That's my question is still the same as American Man. It's like what shooting are because that we couldn't shoot this year. So what shooting are you getting? Because
I'm thinking the shooters aren't here. I'm thinking the Knicks have to go out and
that's not what I meant.
And you might say, okay, but if that's the case, Ron, how are you going to do that? Because making that trade for Giannis, then you're bringing him back, and then you got the same money that's going out. You don't got no money to sign anybody with free agents. Well, that's why it's not going to be a 1-for-1. Whatever the trade happens, if Giannis was to come here, he's coming back here with Connaughton or somebody. That's one. So we're getting somebody from over there. I'm leaving with something. Oh, sorry.
Right.
Then there's
no, sure.
It wouldn't be Portis. It would have to
be. Wasn't me.
It's too much.
in my head,
I hear you.
And then I meant Gary Trent Jr., not freaking somebody from 40 years ago. I'm sorry.
Right.
Yeah.
And so then they would have to go out there and find somebody else around the league who shoots the ball pretty well that the Knicks can entice by giving up something. And this is where, unfortunately, guys, you won't want to hear this, but this is where the Knicks making that decision to bring in young players to help build out the roster is where you get to use guys in trades. This is when you have something that, you haven't really seen it with the Knicks, but some other team would say, oh, we could use that young player. He's a two-way player, a Kevin McCullough Jr. Or so, I know. I'm just saying that's how you make these trades when you go all in to bring in a shooter or something. You give up stuff. We still got the rights to Rokas Jokibitis. That's got to end. Okay, this has to end. Now, what are we doing here? Something's got to give. Shout out to people in the chat talking about Marjon Beauchamp. He could definitely be a bigger part of the team this year. Last year we couldn't use him in the playoffs because of how we picked him up, but he could be a bigger part of the team this year. So there's different things that I just think that the Knicks are looking at it and they're saying, could you imagine if they try to blitz Jalen Brunson and then we throw the ball to Cat? We already saw how that worked. Cat got a little fumbled and stumbled and he couldn't, but then you got Giannis. You can't stop all three of these dudes. You can't guard all three of these dudes. And when you start opening things up, maybe that's how the Knicks are saying, this will be the way. And then we could just build out with other adequate players around that have some 3-and-D type acumen. It's easier said than done. And I could even see something crazy happening where they trade. Nah, they ain't going to do that. But I could see how the Knicks might trade both OG and Macau. Not in,
I hear you. I don't know. I think me and American Man, we got the same concerns because it's if we even do that trade, I'm looking at it just off of strict the roster. Our bench is gone. These dudes that we're talking about right now, the Knicks bench are not signed. Precious gone, Campaign gone, Delonte. We're talking at least 6 guys though. So even Marjon Beauchamp, who we were just talking about, he's a restricted free agent. So
no matter what happens, Harden has to go with any Giannis trade because he's Giannis light. Giannis.
Well, I think he'll be
whatever trade that we're talking about.
The thing about Josh Hart is he's on a good contract, so I think that they'll look at the options for it. But I mean, if they're going to keep somebody, it's probably going to be him because he makes the least out of the 3. Because Mikal Bridges, once he signs that extension, will be making more than him. So I think if they can find a move for Josh Hart to do it, I mean, I think he hurt himself this postseason. That didn't help him at all as far as wanting to stick around on the team. So I think that Leon Rose is going to explore whatever options. I'm not saying Josh Hart's untouchable at all.
Yeah. He hurt himself or Thibs hurt him?
I would say some of both, to be honest with you. I'd say some of both.
Yeah. Well,
the only reason I know is because he's too good to have him on the bench. Can't you? And if you put him in the starting lineup, now you have Hart. Now we're in that situation again where we have people that are not easier to guard them because all you have to do is just block the paint. And now Giannis because he can't shoot threes. Hart doesn't even want to shoot. His points off transition. So if we don't have any transitions, we're cooked.
Well,
that's
and now
why
it's back to Cat and Brunson.
When you said, hold on, when you said who's too good to be on the
He's
bench?
talking about Josh Hart.
I don't know, bro. He was on the bench at other places.
He's been a bench guy, to be honest. We gave him the starting nod here.
We do the Jalen Brunson, Deuce McBride, Giannis, Mitchell Robinson, and OG Anunoby, and then the second unit would be Josh Hart, Bootchamp, Kuzma, Hakapurdy, and maybe Tyler Kolek, and then you fill the rest of the roster out with all the minimums. I mean, if we was going to go there, I seen that thing. I think that's where they're going to go.
I'm telling you, Kuzma.
I'm
with you, bro.
We're looking at Indiana could be
because I've seen it so much. Maybe it's just because I'm watching too much media. Playing.
I'm gonna say something crazy, and I know you guys are gonna throw tomatoes at me.
Hold on, let me get my tomato.
If we do make that Giannis trade, how bad would it be? How hard would it be? But how bad would it be if we added Klay Thompson?
Nah, he's done, bro.
With his contract, it would be bad in my opinion.
Nobody
with that contract.
holds. No,
you were right about the tomatoes.
I know.
I know.
I like, one thing. I always liked Klay Thompson. I thought, man, on the defensive side, he was so active and so disruptive. And then the way he could shoot, and he had cockiness to him. Like, he was cocky. But even when he started to lose his own cockiness, because he realizes his game ain't the same. And he can give you spurts. Like, the Knicks are in a situation where we need guys who have a good motor that can give us, when we're out there, we need you to give us some good energy. He just doesn't seem like he has that same level of energy in the moment. Can he still have moments where
right now in 2025?
I don't know.
The Knicks already struggle against young athletic teams as it is. So please keep that in mind when we're making trades for these old farts.
I agree.
Okay. All right. Let me get over to, because we got a lot of people up here right now. Let me get over to Jay, get his thoughts on everything, and then I want to move on. I want to pull up the coaches, and we'll talk about these coaching prospects for the Knicks, should I say. What's your thoughts real quick on Thibs? Because I know you've already kind of really talked about Thibs probably somewhere. But what's your thoughts on Thibs, and then the Rick Brunson thing needing to be fired? And the reason why I said it, it's not because I think Rick Brunson is a horrible person or he's done a bad job. I just think that some of the players feel a certain way. And I think Rick Brunson not being here allows whatever coach we have to hold Jalen Brunson accountable. Just because he got the C on his chest don't mean he's he can't be talked to or he can't be doing something wrong. Everybody has a moment.
Right, because daddy's not here no more.
Right. So what's your thoughts on that?
So my thoughts is like when we spoke. First of all, look, man, everybody's gonna crap on this dude. This guy brought us to 4 playoffs, and we increased each year with him. So hats off and flowers to Thibs. Thank you, but your time is up because there's no way we should have lost that last series. And I think that he wasn't listening to people. Obviously, we're finding out he didn't have a good relationship with the guy we thought he was his best friend. So thank you for Thibs. I don't know anybody. If you don't thank Thibs, I think there's something wrong with that. I think he did do what he did for our team. We were absolutely trash, and then he built and helped build a better team. He would help part of that team. As far as the older Brunson going, I'm a little indifferent. I don't see him being a major problem, but this is how I feel about once you trade a coach. So it's not necessarily just Rick Brunson. If you're going to get a new coach, let him bring his team, his coaches in. He needs to be happy and surrounded by the right people. I really, really, really want to see a young coach come in with veteran bench coaches behind him to kind of, help him along, to lean on, and to do all those type of things. And to me, it's like 1 or 2 people I definitely don't want Mike Malone. But as far as Rick Brunson, I think if you fired him, yeah, you would have more access to what coach yell. I don't know. Whatever you're talking about with Brunson, I don't know. Maybe make him pass more. I think I'm more interested in like this whole other dynamic here with the Giannis and keeping, who you keep and who you don't. I didn't get to hear what your thoughts were about Bridges and why you signed him, or if you signed for a trade. But as far as Rick Brunson goes, to get a new coach, I think you should allow him to pick his bench coaches. Maybe you might keep one or two people. I'm not sure. But is Johnny Bryant coming here?
What if they make Rick Brunson the coach?
No,
that
makes even worse.
That would never happen.
Yeah, I definitely don't think you'd do that. See, that's something I was going to also say. It's like you can't elevate him. So if you can't elevate him, you either keep him here for the fact that he was here and he's been here for a bit, or you got to get rid of him because if you think he's a detriment to get in the way of coaching Jalen properly.
So, and I think that another thing you also can't elevate him because there's too many players that are complaining about him on the sideline. So what do? You make him the head coach? That is not a good look for players that have issues with someone. That's like, oh, I told you that, you asked me candidly, here's my end of year assessment of what bothered me, came to you and told you this is my issues and this was one of them. And instead of you dealing with it, you promoted him to the head coach. Now I got to deal with him all the time. Yeah. Okay.
Not happening.
Yeah. I can't see that happening.
No. It's the Knicks. It's the Knicks.
Nah. The Knicks wouldn't fire a coach like Tom Thibodeau to promote Rick Brunson. Like,
no, I'm messing.
No, they wouldn't do that.
Not happening.
I'm going to say this in regards to Rick Brunson needing to be fired. I'm going to be blunt. The reason Brunson had much sway is a combination of double nepotism from Thibs and Brunson, and because of how tight they were at the hip. And in a way, it also led to complacency. It made Thibs look like a hypocrite, not just with Jalen, but also with Cat. Jalen thought he could get away with all this defensive laziness, where with Cat, on the other hand, it was you went too hard on him in Minnesota, so you go the opposite approach, and everyone else calls you out on it, and you don't change it to be hard on both of them, and it costs you your job.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, there's something to that. Shout out to AP, SKF, and 19 Con Man. Salute to you. But I wanted to let me throw these coaches up here, but just real quick to Knicks Nation 112, where the players dwell, is in the building.
19, I do that.
The young players are not in trouble because they did not play under Thibs. Deuce, Josh, Cat, Mitch, Bridges are all on the trade block. Aerial offense is better than you think. Pat Ewing is in mix. I don't think really, bro, because they'll give Pat Ewing. He's not on my list of coaches. I should have added him. They'll probably interview him out of respect, but he is not.
Hey, I'll be right back. I got to take this call.
No problem. He's not the innovator of the new style of basketball that I think the Knicks are looking to, be a part of. So I think out of respect, they'll give Pat Ewing a shot to interview, but he won't be the coach.
Last I checked, he was coaching Georgetown, right?
No,
he's a part of the Knicks now.
No.
I mean, he's not a bench coach. He's part of the front office with the Knicks now.
Yeah, he's been in the front office for the past season or two now. He's been him and Georgetown he's been fired from Georgetown.
Last I checked, the last time I saw him, he was like 10 years ago, assistant coach in Charlotte, and then he went on to try head coach in Georgetown.
Yeah, he did, but then he came here and he became like a player development coach and a big man coach and different things here in the Knicks.
Like some concierge
too.
Mm-hmm.
Like a concierge.
Exactly. Yeah, he well, I'm not going to get into all of that, but just there's been some other things with Georgetown. They had a lot of injuries and stuff, so it's not all.
Basically, he ain't getting there, is what we said.
Right. Nick Yak said, if team isn't good enough, why we fire the coach? Well, you know the whole thing about different coaches, different ideas. Sometimes you get different results. We don't know that the team isn't good enough. Team was good enough to beat Detroit and beat Boston and get to the Eastern Conference Finals. We just got buzzsawed by Indiana. So that doesn't necessarily, to me, that doesn't mean that the team itself isn't good enough. It just means that we are not using the team necessarily to the best of their abilities. You know why I say that? Because we've seen flashes of greatness with the Knicks. We've seen them be really good on the offensive side and some points great. We've also seen them be really good and some points great on defense. They can't sustain either side of this, but we've seen it. So if it's there, it can be cultivated. It can be, it can flourish and blossom more. Just have to do a couple tweaks. Obviously, we know we need to change the bench up a little bit, but we also need to kind of think about how we run this team. Like certain things, our offense, maybe it's time to switch up our offense. It gets us to a certain point, but then we see if a team has a good idea about how to stop us, they can. That's with every offense, you know what I mean? But
all year we had the signs that there were problems there because we would falter against teams and then we would ask ourselves, how do we lose to them? Or how do we lose this game throughout the regular season? And bro, there were many, many times where after that initial burst of that we had, the best offense in the NBA or whatever, people adapted. We had a big target on our back for maybe 2 months there. We were the best offense, best pick and roll combo in the NBA. They adapted and we never had a counter adaptation.
Right.
That's it.
Right to my point, like how the hell even without Jalen Brunson, I get it. And then this did happen early when Jalen Brunson went out, so the Knicks was still trying to figure out how to play without him. But still, how do we lose to Skinner Mortiers or whatever his name is in San Antonio? Like, how do we lose to that?
Back to Charlotte. It was like Charlotte.
Yeah, I was about to say it was multiple.
You know what's crazy, by the way, is the Sandro Mamushvili thing looked a lot like Naismith in the ECF.
Right, wide open shots.
Very similar.
Yeah, the
same deal all year.
Also a magical day for Sam coming on Mananovic.
Yeah.
It was a very magical day for him. Yeah.
I mean, I always said. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Tori.
No, I wanted to ask that question. If we know that this team has flashes of great offense, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we know Thibs did nothing to bring it out of them consistently, but we know we have it.
Right.
Why is everybody so quick to toss the team aside? Like, I know we need tweaks, but most of this stuff sounds like a complete rebuild. It just doesn't make sense to me. Either you think this team is good or you don't. It all seems weird. Like, we were 2 games out of being into the finals, the NBA finals, and now y'all want to scrap a big portion of this team and start over? Why?
Corey, can I ask a question? Do you play basketball yourself?
No.
No, you don't? Okay. You could have fooled me. I don't know.
He talks like she's definitely been on the court. Yeah.
I watched for a really long time.
She's very convincing when she's speaking, which is good.
I'm just curious. It just doesn't make sense to me. Like, this team was good enough, and most of us saw it. We were good enough to beat Indiana with coaching tweaks. We would have won that series.
Also, Indiana didn't
No
change
one can
anything
convince me
personnel-wise
otherwise.
from one year to the next. Indiana ran it back with the same exact squad, top to bottom.
Absolutely.
And
and again, with Indiana, they do not have that perennial superstar, that big name that everybody seems to want to flock to every single offseason. They don't have that. They have a really good player in Siakam. They have a hell of a floor general in Halliburton, and they got a bunch of plug-and-play players who have bought into an amazing coaching system. You don't need to go after Giannis to win a championship. You just don't.
That's what
It's not necessary.
I think that we've already reached.
You don't need to bring in KD to boost your team because these are names.
No, we don't need KD for nothing.
Well, no, we went through that.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, it's silly. It's silly talk. Like, you don't need those things. If Indiana is showing you anything, it's showing you that. You don't need to chase the big names.
And let me say this. I am not saying that I'm advocating for it, but the way things with the Knicks go, when you start seeing pear on the tree, sometimes they pluck the pear too early. Sometimes they don't pluck it at all. And I think right now is the time for them to, I mean, if you go ahead and get Kid, if all this stuff, like me right now, I don't think they should have ever fired Tom Thibodeau. You know what I mean? I was one of the Tom Thibodeau hive.
Oh, I do.
think that Tom Thibodeau's got us to a certain point. Yeah, could he got us over the thing? Could he change the way he did certain things? Of course. It's all Tom Thibodeau's circle of trust. So once she was in this circle of trust, she wasn't getting those minutes.
Tibbs wasn't going to change.
Yeah, I know. I'm cutting off. I see my internet is blinking back and forth over here, but I just think
we heard most of it, Sean.
If we can get if the move is to get Kid, I'm gonna run with the whole narrative just till the summer's over, so we can have more to talk about. Because if they get Kid, who is attached to Kid? Jalen Brunson is also attached to him, but Giannis is attached to him. If Giannis asks for a trade out of Milwaukee, the Knicks could give up some players to get him here. So that's the reason I don't think that any of this. I think they just tighten up the ends. They let go of some of these. Precious contract with $6 million can get us 1 or 2 players. We got a mid-level that we could get that we could split so we don't go over the second apron. So there's a couple of things that we could do to freshen up the team to get some lively legs in that second unit. We're gonna let go of all those other.
But getting Giannis is not a refresh show shot. That's a blow up. You gotta give.
No, you're right. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying it's the biggest click thing out right now. Us talking about Giannis right now is bigger than the playoffs that we watching tonight.
And Sean, this is what they want us to do. The way that you're reacting,
it's all about clicks right now.
That's how they want the Knicks fans to act. That's how Sean's acting right now. Let's get Giannis. Let's pick him up.
Yeah, that's how I'm acting like a Knicks fan today, baby. I'm acting this what let's trade Tom Thibodeau. I'm glad we let go of Tom Thibodeau. Let's let go of Cat. Let's get one of McHale's and let's recoup those 5 first round picks and go get Kuzma and Giannis. Let's go do that. We made a mistake by doing that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
With Kelly Oubre and Nas Reed.
Let's go get all of them.
We don't have the money.
I know we don't. I know.
We in trouble. We in trouble. Let me
know that we don't have money for it.
Let me read these super chats real quick, and I'm gonna put the coaches up, and we'll go from there. Shout out to Paris Duggar. You know what it is. Knicks need 2 tough two-way players, Marcus Smart and Oubre, or Norm Powell, or my number 1 choice, Denny Advia. Hey, listen, anytime anybody mentions Denny Advia, I like Denny Advia. That's my guy.
Big time.
Okay, anyway, from Portland, and we can win with toughness. Listen, if you could flip, and this is when you don't want to blow it up, but you got to make a move. We don't got money. If you could flip Macau and send him over there to Portland or something for Denny Advia and somebody else that we could use that gives us 2 adequate players to help the team.
Don't they have Tumani Kamara over there?
Who?
Yeah, they do. They do.
Tumani Kamara.
Oh yeah.
Who?
He's a European guy. He had a pretty good year. 2-way.
Yeah.
He's amazing.
I'm not mad at that. I ain't mad. Look, I know I've told you guys before my whole thing, and I thought I actually had made a thing about. Well, you guys already know this, and I already talked about it. Remember, I had said that I had a thumbnail for today's show. Today's show was going to be one of the 3 got to go. It was going to be Cat, Thibs, or Macau. And my whole thing was I was going to give reasons why each one of them could be the person that had to go. I'm not saying that all of them have to go or that more than one has to go. I just said one had to go and one went. So I had to change the show. But my reason for Macau going, forget about Cat, because Cat could be here. But the reason for Macau going is we are so close to that second apron, and we do not have a lot of financial flexibility, and we are about to commit long-term to Macau Bridges. To commit to somebody who is inconsistent and you do not know what you're getting on a day in and day out basis is a really tough pill for me to swallow. And if I'm running an organization, I'm saying I'm trying to win a championship. This guy is good. And when he's good, he's great. I just don't know if I could depend on him on a day in and day out. And then what if it comes to the point where he's fantastic, But then when we have these series clinching games, when the series is on the line, he doesn't show up. And what did I just invest 30 plus million in for the next 3-4 years? That drives me nuts if I was one of those guys. So I'm like, I don't know if the Knicks are ready to do it. They've been on the fence about those type of decisions. And you guys know when they had to think, am I going to give Quickly the money? Nope, can't do it. Am I going to give Julius Randle the money? Nope, can't do it. So what would make me think that they won't think the same thing about Macau? I'm just saying, guys, I wouldn't be surprised if they feel like we got to trade Macau, because if we want to get better, he's the only chip we got to really use to move before we commit to it. Of course, they could trade Cat, but they may not necessarily want to trade Cat. Cat did some good things here. Yes, he has some defensive.
Roasters came from Minnesota to get Cat here.
I know. Exactly. So, I just wanted to throw that out there, that's what I've been thinking for a little bit. And that's why I said one of the three had to go.
The Commonwealth makes a lot of money.
Bro,
I'm 100% with you. I'm 100% with you, Ron.
My whole thing is it's only about the fact of where he is currently in his contract. If it wasn't about, if we had him for 3 years or 4 years, and I'm cool with Macau being here, but when you're about to commit to him and give him even more money, he's got a good contract. I think he makes around 23, 24, something like that. He's about to get 31 or more.
Yeah, somebody the other day said it was like 30 million or 28 million.
He's gonna seek over 30 on the market. My issue with that too is even similar to the Giannis thing, and why I think it's not even gonna happen. It's because one, we're gonna have to give up too much regardless. Two, he has a player option in the year. He could just say the heck with the Knicks and walk. Then what do you have? You've given up what you could, and then you've got nothing left. So I mean, I don't see it really benefiting us at all. I think a team like Houston, a team like the Spurs, who has young players with more potential than ours, will make a stronger offer, and that's probably where we'll end up. I don't see it being the Knicks. And that's just my 2 cents on it.
It's all because of Tom Thibodeau not playing him enough minutes. He should have played him 47 minutes a game, and that's why he didn't do what he. Yeah.
You know what's funny though? You know what's funny, Shah? That's funny. You said that, and I know you're joking about that, Shah. But the funny thing is, that would be a reason to keep him. What you just said is is a reason you keep. The man is durable, played every game, and showed up to every game. And yes, I know that was super duper funny. He played every freaking minute of this year, but that's why you count on somebody like that. At the same token, though, I still agree with you, Ron, and it's also follow the money. And it's also
always follow the money.
It's always follow the money, Sean. So
always,
right?
Yeah. Denny Avdija makes less than him.
I laugh. I think it's funny what you said, because it's like the dude is more minutes times 1,000,000 than the second guy behind him, but that was a good reason, that he's durable. So I mean, whatever. But I agree with you, Ron, 1,000% on that.
Yeah, no,
and sorry if I interrupted. I apologize.
No, I'm gonna get over to right now.
My question was for Ron. You talked about Macau's inconsistency, right? Now, do we think that was Macau is just inconsistent, or do we think that was a coaching thing?
So
because I'm of the mind that I think.
No, it's both.
Thank you.
I'm of the mind that it was a coaching thing, because I don't think that Thibs knew how to unlock the potential of the team that he had around.
Macau even told him, bro, you need to let me rest.
No, it's not. To me, it's not even about rest. I just don't think that he knew how to get the best out of this offense. I don't think he knew how to do that.
I said, okay.
Because even with OG, when you saw OG start to flourish at the end of the season, he couldn't even get him to score consistently. Well, I shouldn't say couldn't get him. He didn't even utilize him.
That's true.
Towards the end of the season. I just don't think he had the wherewithal to get the best out of the offense he had in front of him. The Knicks were an offensive juggernaut. We saw that in Game 6 against Boston. You can think those guys can score. And all of that, I don't want to say Thibs didn't contribute to that win, but when those guys are on, they're on. I don't understand why this coach couldn't bring that out of them. I get that he's defensive minded, but does that mean that the offense is just completely on the back burner? Like, you got to change up with the times. You don't have the defensive junk. Well, you know what? He actually did have a pretty good defensive team. He just didn't go to them.
Yeah.
Because we saw how good the defense was when he actually utilized his bench, but it took him to game 3.
You know,
And
that's also
everybody
the
was
thing that
in
drives me
foul trouble for
crazy.
you to
That drives-
actually see it.
And
That drives
Tori,
me
the only
crazy.
reason he did it was out of necessity.
Oh no,
Right.
you preaching to the
Foul
choir. I know that.
trouble
If those
foul
guys were
trouble
never
and
in foul
hurt.
trouble, we would have lost game 3 also.
Well,
Because
That
he
shit
was
drives me
stuck with those
crazy.
5 and we'd have lost by 20.
And so, but here's the thing, real quick. I don't want to
But
say
two
this.
things could be right at the same time. Ron.
It's true. That's
Yes.
kind of where I'm going with what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So I'll answer
favorite.
the question in 1 second, Tori. The one thing I wanted to say about the bench, because the bench thing has been popping up, and it's been popping up in today's show. The bench. I'm not saying the bench was bad, guys, but the bench was not as good as we like to think it is. Okay, and the reason behind that is because the bench was consists of defensive players for the most part, right? Deuce right now turned into a one-dimensional player. I don't know where this came from. He wasn't this guy. He used to give us something on offense and play defense, and we loved Deuce, and we're like, oh man, the evolution of Deuce. And you
His
know,
three-point
you guys
shooting
know
took a step down this year.
right?
Deuce's 3-point shooting took a step down this year.
Yeah. So Deuce offensively has regressed, and because of that, offensively he hasn't given us a lot, and he's made the bench look worse in that regard. But defensively, he's been there, and he stepped up in the playoffs. He got back to the Deuce we used to. DeLon Wright is not known for being an offensive player at all. So whatever he gives you on offense is like a blessing. That's fine. Shamet, okay, he's a better offensive player than he is a defender. He was stepping up and trying to play good defense on people, and it showed. But when you think about it, the Knicks issue wasn't. So that's why this is so interesting. And
Hold on. No, because this is one thing I actually want to talk about and I can feel like I can add input on. So DeLon Wright and Landry Shamet.
Don't forget it, because I'm going to forget. That's why I got to stop you, because if you go, I'm going to forget what I'm going to say. The part of the reason why Thibs is not here as well is because we don't have just one thing we're not. All right, Mets. We don't have just one thing we're not good at.
Mets.
Both sides had an issue. Some people said, man, it's not even about the defense, guys. If we just played better offense, we could win these games. We couldn't do that either. Like, we have moments, but
the Pacers played better defense than us.
We could, yeah. And that was remember when I told you that the Pacers look more physical than us? Like, what the hell was that? Like, we've had moments where both sides of the ball, we could not capitalize and could not take advantage of our strengths. So that is part of the reason why Thibs is not here. It's not talked about as much, but I don't know why. I don't know what people see. I watch every Knicks game just like you guys do. We see it. I don't know what they see, but that's part of it.
So, game 6 from the Pacers was really them winning defensively, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I agree. That was that they came out, they attacked us. They were great on both sides and very aggressive. So,
and they just did it to the Thunder. It's not like
true.
We gotta
Also,
look into a lot of that, man. So
right now, I already forgot. to Tori's question, what? I forgot the question.
Mikal Bridges coaching versus playing.
Oh, so yeah. So this is if I was just looking at the Knicks and looking at everything we've seen and just basing off things at Phoenix, I would agree with you, and I'd say it was Tom Thibodeau's issue why Mikal Bridges was inconsistent. But since the offseason that we got Mikal, I was doing a lot of deep diving and going into net chats and looking at net and all this stuff. And let me tell you, these net fans had a lot to say about Mikal Bridges and how inconsistent he was with the Nets. So that's why I'm saying it may not be just on Thibs, because net fans have said, oh, yeah, you guys got over. You think you're trading for, you just want to add him to you. I mean, eventually they realized they got a good trade out of it on their end, too. But they were like, you'll be surprised what you get over there with Mikal, because he's not what you think he is. And I thought they were wrong, and because I know what he is. I'm not thinking Mikal. The guy who scored 30 points for them is not the guy we were getting. We were getting the guy who scored 15 to 18 in Phoenix, which is what I thought we would get. What I didn't realize is that he's not that every night. That I did not know. I did not know that a guy who plays every game, has a great motor, for whatever reason, just cannot play the same on every given night offensively. He just doesn't. And that affects his defense, guys. See, that's the thing I wasn't thinking about either. I'm thinking this guy was a defensive player of the year candidate. He also was on an all defensive team one of his years with Phoenix. I did not think that he was going to be affected on defense, but he has been. Sometimes we get the okay Macau on defense. Sometimes we get the great Macau. So yeah, he's a very up and down player. Is he great when he's great? Yes. But is he up and down? He is. And I thought it was going to be a lot because of Thibodeau, but it's not. It's the Nets.
It has to do with the point guard as well, Ron. The point guards were different.
Exactly. But also, look,
Chris Paul was his point guard in Phoenix.
You have to give the player some degree of responsibility because he is so avoidant of contact. It's crazy. And that, I think, is either the result of him like, I'm playing 45 minutes every game. I have to preserve myself, or just something about his game. Because like the guy is like, he plays like a clean freak, bro. He doesn't want to touch nobody when he goes to.
That's how he's able to play every game. You're right.
Macau was everything I expected him to be because I watch basketball. Right. And so I know who Macau is. I know he's not going to give you 20 points every night. I kind of figured we all knew what Macau was, but here's the thing: so here's the part of Macau that no one sees or just admits is that when it comes time when you need Macau, he
shows up.
He's a big time player.
That's the thing about him.
Sometimes.
A lot of times during this year, he did it.
A lot of them, yeah.
Now, when you need him.
More often,
statistically speaking, versus the Pacers, not versus the Hornets. There was a couple of them teams, bro.
Yeah, but against Boston, he was pretty there.
He was all the way
there. Let's be real. He was clutch, but it was really like a lot of late game stuff where he.
When you need him, that sounds like when you need him, he showed up.
He was there, right? He's not going to.
He was at minus 35 versus the Pacers.
Right. He's not.
And Joshua was probably a minus 100.
He's not going to be there.
Yeah, we don't even want to get into Josh.
He was the worst, actually.
Yes,
and Miles and everybody else.
All right. Let American Man continue before he forgets his thought. I don't know if he has the same problem I have, but I'll be forgetting.
Yeah, listen, that's the thing, right? I didn't expect Mikal Bridges to be nothing more than what he was. So as people, as Nets fans, and which I don't understand Nets fans. They're just New York Knicks fans disaffected, but that's a different thing. They think that Knicks fans thought we got something great. No, at least for me, right? Let me speak for myself. I knew what I was getting with Macau. I didn't think he was gonna be the savior of anything. I thought he was gonna add an extra 10 to 15 points a game. That was it.
I agree. I think the same way. I thought the same way.
I agree with him too.
I'm gonna let you continue, but I just wanted to be clear.
No, go ahead.
The exact same way about Macau. I knew exactly what I thought he was going to be here because he was not going to be a primary option, and I knew without the touches and the time, he's not going to give you anywhere near that. Some other people thought he might be a little better, but I knew he was only going to be able to give you so much because the ball has to move around. The only thing I was not prepared to see is his inconsistency on both sides of the court.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why. If you watch Macau, that's who he is.
I always, you know what it is when you watch a guy in an opposing game. That's one thing. Like you could see, and when we played the Nets, when Macau was there, he kind of held his own. He had some good games against the Knicks. He didn't necessarily win, but he played well. But I wasn't paying attention to how he looked defensively or the fact that, hey, maybe our guy is cooking him or something. I wasn't even paying attention. I'm just knowing Macau is always a good defender. And I expect, if you look back at the stuff that I said when we first got Macau, one of the things I said is, hey, he may go up and down with the offense. Don't expect him to put up those numbers he did with the Nets, but, he's going to do some things here and there. Because I remember him with Phoenix. Sometimes he didn't have his shot. No big deal. But I expected every night you're going to see great defense from Macau. Like him and OG, man, we're going to lock it down. Wing spot, you know what I mean? Like wing
stop, bro. Where the hell was Wingstop this season in the playoffs, bro? I've seen a Wingstop against the Pacers.
Right.
A wing and a drumstick.
Yeah, it was a little different than I expected.
Yeah.
But you know what? Let's move on, because I mean there's so many things that we can talk about, and I'm just want to put this up here so we know what we're going at. But I got to get through these super chats real quick, and then we'll move on. I promise you guys, no more stalling, no more delay. And Craig said, Ron, did you hear that game 1 of this NBA Finals had the worst viewership since 1988? NBA needed us in the finals, not Indiana. Nobody wants to see Indiana in the finals but their fans. I mean, that's true.
Well, thank Thibs for that.
Yeah.
Me and Shah said we were talking about that. No one wants to see this. Oklahoma versus Indiana. Where are they?
And it's not a New York thing either, guys. I know it may in basketball, people are like, oh, but New York in it, that's something special because it doesn't happen a lot, so it's a little different. But then, because I remember when the Mets and the Yankees played in the World Series, nobody around the country wanted to see that. They were like, nah, that's all New York, forget them. So it happens.
Yeah, it makes sense.
What was the next super chat here? Yes. You know what it is. Thank you for the super chat, Mr. Rigo and Dino. No trade. Sign a power forward that can shoot and play defense. The Knicks already have a 3rd string shooting guard in Bridges. I mean, look, if you had to run it back, then you make some tweaks to the team. But I think that the Knicks need somebody else who can knock down shots, and we need a ball handler. Some might
he
say
also regressed from 3. Mikal Bridges big time this year. His overall 3 shooting was like
I think he dropped down to around 35, 36, around there, 37 at the top end, but he was around 39, 40. He had moments, especially from the corner. He was a 40% 3-point shooter from the corner, not this year. So
I know you want to move on. I just want to ask one question.
Mm-hmm.
How much is he going to command from us?
30 mil.
He's going to get around 30.
30 is the low.
I think I was going to say that's the discount. I think his agent is probably going to ask for like 35 around there.
Yeah, he's going to ask for 34.
No way, Jose.
Yes, he's going to ask for 34.
I'm asking.
So my question to you is, and this guy, and Migo said 3rd string guard. All right. But when he's not worth that much money, so I mean the conversation is like not even pointless. You understand? Especially with
there's so many better players for that much money. That's so much.
Or 2 players for that much money that could do stuff. You know what I mean? like a big guy and a guy and the point guard you're looking for, and the 6 foot, 9, 10 guy who could go get boards and shoot.
True, Jay. $20 million for a big guy and $10 million for a guard.
Rui Hachimura, I don't know what you guys think about him, but he makes like $18 million, and I think that's like a fantastic player. In my mind, he's an upgrade for Mikel.
That's part of the reason why.
Yeah, but Mikel was brought here to be a safety valve. Like, we're trying to use him like a main player, and he wasn't supposed to be there. That's not what he came here for. He came here to be the guy just in case something went wrong. You kick it to Mikel, and he comes in and hits a 2, or he hits an occasional 3. The defense slipped a little bit, but we got to remember, like, this is why Mikel actually tried to mention this to Thibs. He said, yo, you got to use the bench, because having the same dose of the same thing gets stale really fast. Like, it took until January for them to figure everything that we can do. And then Thibs couldn't adjust to the adjustment that everybody made. So now Mikel, instead of Mikel being a great defender, we've already known that Mikel's playing all this game. As long as we have people fighting over and going to the rim, eventually his defense dies down. His defense starts off great, and by the 3rd and 4th quarter, they figure out whatever the Knicks are doing, then the teams come back and they beat us. And you remember, everything always happens in the 3rd quarter with the Knicks, no matter what the situation is. The 3rd quarter of doom is legit. Once they figure out what kind of defense we're playing, by the beginning of the 3rd quarter, we can't keep up anymore, because teams
lost
make an
every 3rd quarter against the Pistons.
Every single 3rd quarter. And it's not because of Mikel.
Also, the Pacers... Game 6, we lost like really in the 3rd quarter.
The 3rd quarter was the death of us. We played well up until the end. OG even hit a 2 to make it a 4-point game. We come out in the 3rd quarter, we lose the whole quarter. And then no matter what we did in the 4th, bruh, it's what we have to realize is, like I said, Mikel came here as a safety valve. And what I'm just gonna give one point in regards to like the Pacers thing. Do you know what Rick Carlisle has done? Rick Carlisle has now, all he did was just mirror whatever the Dallas Mavericks were. Like he tried to do it with Luka, but Luka is a dominating point guard that doesn't pass unless he needs to pass. It didn't work. That's why he left. He had to leave the Dallas Mavericks. When he got here, look what they do. They traded for Tyrese Halliburton because Tyrese plays like Jason Kidd. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? And look at what that does. He's not a ball dominating point guard. And even when he does dominate, he still passes the ball. That's the difference. So if you would have gave Jalen Brunson and switched Halliburton, they would probably lose too. Because what they do is it's a dominating style that doesn't work. And what happened with the Knicks? The same situation. It's a dominating style that doesn't work for us. As much as we love Cat is so good that I don't care what anybody said. Oh, they made an adjustment. The pick and roll is the oldest running play in basketball. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's the oldest running play, and it still works to this day. So you're telling me that if you put a Jalen Brunson that can shoot threes, that can shoot a mid-range, and you put a pick and roll with Cat who can shoot threes, go to the basket, and hit a mid-range, that doesn't work? It works with every other team. Why can't it work with the Knicks? Every other team runs the same screen and roll. They run the same screen and roll for Miles Turner and Tyrese Halliburton every single possession, and it works. And you're telling me that Miles Turner is a better player than Cat? No, he is not. He's not. And everybody tells me that Tyrese Halliburton is not a superstar. He's just a really good player. But what he does is he has superstar like moments during plays. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? So if he can do that, why can't Jalen Brunson? I don't care how tall Brunson is. If he can do that, why can't Jalen Brunson, who averages almost 30 points a game, learn to play with a guy like Cat? So that's why I said no matter what the situation is, we cannot trade Cat because this Jalen Brunson and Cat duo was brought here for a specific reason. If after
it was because
1 year,
of Tom Thibodeau, he didn't run that play more.
If after 1 year they stopped this Jalen Brunson duo thing, then we shouldn't have traded for them at all. We should have kept Randall. We should have kept the Devo, and then we should have just traded for McCall and see what happens. Do you understand what I'm saying, Joe? There's no reason why. Like I feel like, and like she was saying also, why would we trade everything at this moment? It's like as if we're trying to blow up the team. I'm starting to think about it now. Like as much as I love Giannis, we were 2 games away from the goddamn finals, bro, with this one team right here. If you change coaches, if you give us Rick Carlisle instead of Tom Thibodeau, I think we make the finals because there would have been an adjustment made. So that's all I feel about that. Whatever the situation is, I just hope that whatever the Knicks do, it's from a basketball standpoint and not of like gut reaction standpoint.
Right.
That's like you understand what I'm saying? It's not just a reaction thing. It has to be basketball. And like I said, Kid, if you bring in Kid, Jalen Brunson has to change his style. It can't be the same Jalen Brunson that comes in this year that wants to shoot 30 shots or has to have the ball in his possession 18 seconds. He becomes now baby Luka or baby Randall. Those are the 2 things. You don't need that. We need Jalen Brunson literally averaging damn near 9 assists every game. That's the only way that this team will be able to teams that run fast. That will be able to beat teams that run fast. The ball moves faster than any defense on the court. So if you're holding the ball for 16 seconds, the defense can just stay home and hope that they beat you. And that's exactly what the Pacers did to beat us.
Yeah.
They just waited.
Yeah. You're not wrong in what you're saying as far as how the Knicks should be handling this situation and the little tweaks that could happen that could make us better. You're not wrong. And to Tori B's point too, there is a road for the Knicks to make a big move. And then there's a road for them not to make a big move, to just clean up some stuff that we got going on our bench and run it back with the guys that we got because we do have talent. Everybody knows that. The whole league, even the haters talk about the Knicks have talent. They just talk about, oh, they ain't got a bench.
They minus the chemistry. We don't have chemistry. That's what we don't have.
We do have to figure that part out, and a new coach may be able to build off of that, may be able to improve the chemistry because a new voice, new minds, and a new feeling, making these guys feel good about themselves. Guys on the bench that are like, oh man, I know it's rookie year, I'm definitely not playing for Thibs. Now you get a new coach. First off, it's not your rookie year anymore, but anyway, you still like, oh man, this coach might, he likes to play his young guys. Oh, I got a shot. So I'm going to ball out.
That's going to light a fire under their ass.
That's what I'm saying. Like there's certain things that might really help with new eyes and a new voice. Shout out to Geraldine McIver. She said, Ron, the panel of the chat, how many teams have Jason Kidd coached? Somebody already put in the chat. It's 3. He coached the
Nets, right?
The Nets.
The Nets, Milwaukee, and the Mavs.
Yeah. In 2013, he coached the Nets for 1 year, Milwaukee 4 years, and then he was the assistant coach in Los Angeles for 2 years, and then he became the Mavericks head coach in 2021 until now. So he's got a little pedigree under him, and I actually think I know some people don't, but you got to look at the talent and what the moves have been made. Mark Cuban hasn't always made the best moves for Dallas. Recently, he made some interesting moves that helped the team, and I thought they were on the nice road with the 2 bigs they picked up and those trades that they made.
He's gone now too, Ron. He's not even in the management anymore.
Now he's not even a part of their management.
Yeah, he's not even part of. He's part of the organization, but it's just like a consultant, and they're not listening to anything he's saying.
I know. So I mean, but they've had some teams that just haven't really quite been the right move. So, but I think Jason Kidd is a good coach, and I don't think anybody would. Don't listen. This is what I want to say to people. Is he the right coach? I don't know that, but I wouldn't feel slighted if Jason Kidd was the coach of the Knicks. I think we'd be in good hands. I just want to put that out there. And that's my opinion, but I'm just saying we look at Jason Kidd because he hasn't won there, but that doesn't mean he's not a good coach. I think he's got he does well.
They were in the finals last year,
and the team that could come back for him could be a very dominated team in the West. But it is in the West. But if you get Kyrie back, if you get Anthony Ambulance over there from salute Raw Hebrew. That's one of his sayings, Anthony Ambulance, and they can have a very dominating team over there. You know what I mean? So is that a team that he really wants to leave from? You know what I mean? They can have a prosperous year going down the stretch, especially if those guys come back healthy and stuff like that. So it's something to talk about. But the caveat is, I mean, he from New York. I mean, his last game of his career was in New York. Why not come back to New York? They didn't talk to him last year. Was it last year, year before? Whenever they talked to him, they wanted him then. They just didn't think he was ready. And now
he'd be at Billy Joel's house every weekend, man. I'm telling you, he's out here every weekend, brother.
Sound like he's ready to me. I don't know.
Shout out to well, first off, let me say shout out to everybody who's tuned in on Facebook. Shout out to my one of my best friends growing up, Victor Rodriguez. Once again, salute to you. Appreciate the like on Facebook. Shout out to my uncle who hit me with a like on Facebook. Hey, what up, uncle? Salute to you. Shout out to the 181 people on YouTube and the 68 on X. Appreciate that. So on YouTube, please smash that like button if you haven't already done so. It definitely helps. And then those on X, please share it out. I really hate saying that. Those on X. What are we talking about here? Anyway, share that out to whoever might be out there. Just share it to your people so they know we here rocking and rolling. Okay. Just a couple more super chats. I'm sorry. I know we're getting sidetracked, but it's okay. This is still a good conversation. I appreciate all of the thoughts. The feedback has been great. That was the other thing. JJ had put it in there. Somebody in the chat or people in the chat were saying that the Knicks have been granted permission to speak to Jason Kidd. Now that's good.
I didn't see it.
I didn't see it either, but if that's the case, that's good. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't know. Shout out to Paris Duggar. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said Adam Silver might force Giannis to New York like Luka to LA. I don't know about that. I mean, I still think that Luka LA thing is a very fugazi thing with implications on moves and the Vegas team. And I think there's so much going on there. I think the NBA is playing some long game over there. So we'll see. I don't know if they care to really do anything for the Knicks, especially because James Dolan is not somebody that a lot of other owners and the NBA likes right now because of his stance on their things that they're doing in their new collective bargaining agreement. I guess shout out to James Dolan for standing on something. But anyway. Big Lou, thank you for the generous super chat. He said, Ron, we need to be patient with what we have in this team and bring in Johnny Bryant. New York problem is always talking about blowing up the team. That's a fair point to what Tori was saying. Thank you, Big Lou, for the generous super chat, my brother. I hope you're doing well health-wise. I hope life is treating you well, and I'm glad you were here to chop it up in the chat, bro. Always good to see you, man. Also, Big Lou with another super chat. He said, Thibs never had an offensive scheme, and that was the issue. It definitely seems to be another part of the whole thing. Like, we already talked about the different sides of the ball, so this is not a one-sided thing. Both sides of the ball needed some love, and we know Thibs is not the most innovative when it comes to offense. But even when he tried to do some things, because I like to say stuff, but also give credit. In the beginning of the season, the Knicks were playing a different style of offense, and it was working. It looks like it wasn't sustainable, and it had some other issues, and Thibs had to change it back to the vanilla offense, the dribble, ISO style that we were used to in order to get other things to work out. Because we were playing, all you got to do is look back to the first 2 months of the season. That offense is not the same offense we were playing recently. That was different. So, and it was working here and there, but he's still not an offensive innovator. He's always been about defense. So that's his thing. All right. Finally. Okay. Let's look at these coaches, man, and see what we got going on here. You'll notice that the coaches will be in two different colors. So these are the coaching candidates, and this is not the end all be all. These are the coaching candidates I selected. There's obviously other coaching candidates. Some people threw Rick Brunson's name out there. Will they give Rick Brunson a shot to at least interview? Maybe. Some people said Patrick Ewing. Right. There's other coaches that I've seen that the betting people have put out there. These are names, like all types of names. Jeff Van Gundy. Anybody you could think of that is a coach is on the Mark Jackson. All of these people. I didn't include a lot of these names just because we don't know anything about what the Knicks are doing. We don't know how many different coaches they're looking at. We don't know enough to even say anything. So, but first off, Mike Brown, who had a record of 454 wins and 304 losses, a very good NBA record. He has won 4 championships as an assistant coach, but he's never won as a head coach. So he's obviously an option. He is of more of a different style. Is it a style that works? Yes. Could the Knicks win with him? Probably, but he's just not of the new style of coaching. But he can work, right? Mike Malone, record 5'10" and 394. He has won an NBA championship with the Denver Nuggets, but I'm told from my sources that they are not interested in Mike Malone. He's too similar to Tom Thibodeau, and they're trying to change stuff up. And once again, if you don't know who Ron's sources are, that's right. My sources are the internet. I Google stuff. That's about it. Next up is Johnny Bryant. He's never been a head coach. We know a lot about Johnny Bryant from his time being assistant coach here, but as far as understanding what he does and what he can bring to the organization, we don't know so much. We only speculate that he looks like he's doing some good coaching out there, but we don't know enough about his X's and O's and what he does. I talked about him earlier. Shout out to Crim's dad, who said he had been looking into Johnny Bryant a lot more to try to understand what type of coach he could be, and realize that he may not be the best at, he's not like a really strong X's and O's guys, but we don't really know because he hasn't had the opportunity to be a head coach yet. What we can say is true, though, is that team of Cleveland Cavaliers was coached by Kenny Atkinson. Johnny Bryant was the assistant coach, but then there's another coach who we know we talked about earlier.
And Jay Wright just said no. He doesn't want to do it.
I know. Jay Wright said no the other day. I heard him. I heard his little blurb. So yeah, he's out. But he's on this list. But he's out. Dan Hurley is not on this list, but he's out as well. He also said no. He said, I'm not going to deal with this stuff another summer. So Dan Hurley's not leaving. So I didn't even bother to put him on the list. So so Johnny Bryant is still, can he do a good job? I think so. But is he the perfect pick for the Knicks? Don't know that. Ime Udoka, he's out. Apparently Houston's not going to give permission for the Knicks, And Ime Udoka is happy with being where he's at. Jay Wright, as we just said, he's out. And by the way, Ime Udoka 144, 102 as far as his win percentage, victories so far. Jay Wright's never been an NBA head coach. We know that. Mike Budenholzer, record 520 wins, 363 losses. He has won an NBA championship with Milwaukee. He's still out there, but I don't know if the Knicks really are interested in him. From everything I've read, they're not making a big deal about Budenholzer. But
Ron, was Coach Bud part of the Atlanta Hawks team that
Yes.
fizzled out? Yeah, get this guy. No way. I want him.
Yeah, retread. He's basically just Thibs 2.0. It's no point. I mean, yes, he's got the ring, but I don't see the point in getting him here.
Yeah.
And Giannis was the one that got him. I'm just saying, bye.
Yeah. Next up is Rajon Rondo. Rondo's very interesting, guys.
Very interesting.
I didn't know enough about Rondo, but I've been hearing Rondo's name get mentioned a lot more. Then I started to look into it myself, and everything I'm hearing from the people who talk to me, and then from the people who have written articles about him, and he is a hell of a smart basketball mind. So Rondo is very interesting. I don't know if the Knicks will seriously consider it, but he's somebody that I think should be on their list to at least give an interview to and see how he thinks he could run this Knicks organization. Because one thing we know about Rondo, he was a fantastic player. He was a really good point guard. And he just seems like he might fit and might become a good head coach. And if you can catch somebody out the gate, like before they blossom into something, wouldn't it be nice? But no, that's a question mark. We don't know. But this also, the thing to remember with Rondo is he's played on teams with big personalities. So, and he was the quarterback of those offenses. So he might be a good guy to come over here and deal with personalities that we got. So just a thought. Then we got Jason Kidd, which we already kind of talked about. But once again, his record is 358 and 337. And I just want to point to the fact that Jason Kidd did not inherit a lot of good basketball teams throughout his coaching tenure. I just want to put that out there. So when people think about it, because remember even the Nets, the Brooklyn Nets with Kyrie and Kate, that wasn't Jason Kidd's Nets. So I just want to put that out there. Like he's had different teams and he's had to work a lot harder with some of the groups he's had. Then we got Taylor Jenkins, who I believe was the old Memphis coach. Is that correct?
Yep.
His record is 250 and 214 for his career. So he's somebody that
he had some bad teams too with the Ja Morants before the Ja Morants.
Mm-hmm.
Just
around Ja Morants,
injury-riddled teams.
Right. And then we've heard that apparently they're looking to interview Chris Finch, who is the current coach of the Minnesota Timberwolves. He's a 209 and 160. That's his record. I don't know. Whatever that's about. I don't know this whole thing about interviewing coaches that are in a situation where you don't think they're going to leave. Like I don't know what that's about, but okay.
Smoke screen.
Probably.
Definitely. I agree.
Throwing some names out there.
Rick Brunson finna be the coach.
Let's not say that.
And then you got Sam Cassell. And Sam Cassell has been an interesting name because he's been on a lot of people's, thoughts when it comes to different head coaching opportunities, and he just hasn't got that job yet. I don't know why. I don't think he's a bad coach, but maybe they just felt like he needed a little bit more seasoning. Now, we do know he's on the Boston Celtics roster as an assistant coach. We do know the Celtics won the championship last year. He was a part of that. So maybe it's time that he gets a real look again. Because one thing about him, he's been on championship teams as an assistant. He's been on championship teams as a point guard, and
has played well. Not even good. Well.
Correct. So those are the guys that I have on a current list. There obviously is more that can be considered. There's more that's out there, as we already talked about. And you might be wondering, well, why are the guys in orange and why are the guys in blue? The guys in blue, I think, are realer in the form of possibilities. I think the guys in orange are not going to become the Knicks coach. I think Johnny Bryant has a shot. I think Jason Kidd has a shot. I think Taylor Jenkins has a shot. And Chris Finch, I just threw out there as a wild card because there's got to be some reason why the Knicks want to talk. I know it's smokescreen stuff, but I feel like they really like him. And I don't know if the whole attraction of New York compared to Minnesota is something they think will woo him. I don't know how Chris Finch feels about his role in Minnesota, and maybe he loves Cat enough to say, I'm going to follow Cat. That's why I kept him in blue. That's the only reason. But really, when I look at this list, I would love to put Rajon Rondo in blue. I would love to put Sam Cassell in blue. But I really think it only comes down to Johnny Bryant and Jason Kidd, and maybe Taylor Jenkins has a side shot because he wasn't a bad coach. So, but I think it's really down to Jason Kidd and Johnny Bryant, and I think Jason Kidd has jumped in front of Johnny Bryant as the main attraction for the Knicks, especially considering he did coach Giannis, I think in Giannis's rookie season or something like that. And Giannis likes Jason Kidd. I know it's always about you know, who you know and the relationships, but that's how the Knicks move. So Craig, I was one of the first people when this thing happened. I brought up Mark Jackson as a coach. I just think, I don't know what Mark Jackson did. I think nobody likes Mark Jackson. I think he put himself in
I think it's his ethics. I'm not down his ethics.
His philosophy in regards to religion is the reason.
Yes,
I think.
Yeah, no, I know that's it, but I'm just surprised that he must be doing something wrong, because people can be strong on religion. I think there's another coach I just heard about the other day that said that he, you know, his beliefs and is something that's going to be a part of his coaching. But Mark Jackson must have went about this in the wrong way, because he's turned everybody.
Remember, he was a pastor as well. That was another thing.
True.
So he was doing both at the same time. And I think based on like certain people's beliefs, like he would, like, I wouldn't say alienate them, but he was more like very strict in regards to that. Like to the point where it's like no wiggle room, bro. It's either this or you're that. There's nothing in between. And then what I guess like they looked at it like if he had a good job in Golden State and he was willing to be so hard-headed, why would we give him a chance with something that's not as good as Golden State? You understand what I'm saying, Drew? So maybe that's the reason.
Well, he also, the point of it was originally to have them as bond together, as that's how he explained it, bond together as a family, and that the family has ethics, and behind the ethics is God. And he, in essence, made the team go to church one Sunday together. And that's a real thing. And that's Mark Jackson. And then, you know, it was like read the Bible and, you know, whatever, and take verses out of it to motivate them to do different things. Now, I don't know the ins and outs behind it. How many people didn't want to do that? And that's probably
it was more the ownership group that didn't want it, because I think one of them were what you call it what do you call it? I think it was Joe Lacob or one of them, or what you call it? What do you call that?
Mormon?
I would say gay or something. I don't know, one of them, but they didn't like the fact because he was too strong. He was too strong on it.
Yeah, I remember.
Like there was no wiggle room
about that.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I mean, look, it's alienating people out. I mean, what
and
if
that's
one
the problem.
was Muslim, or one person was Jewish, or one person, you know, or like you said, maybe one of the owners was gay or whatever it might be. I think in a weird way, I think it is kind of an innovative way to try to make people become, you know, my favorite thing to do with people. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. My favorite thing to do with people to make sure that we're locked in together is break bread, right? Breaking bread to me is a very real thing. Sit down, have a meal, we talk, we chat, and I talk to people about God all the time. But I don't make them go to church. I don't make them believe in what I want to. And I'm not sure he was making them, but it was looking bad. The ownership felt like it was a bad look to have one team that was doing that. And in my opinion,
well, I mean, there's a little bit more to it too. that might, everything that you guys said, that might have played a part in it. But I will say, out of all teams in the NBA, it's very interesting that, you know, a lot of the players on that team adopted his personality as far as spirituality in church. You know, a lot of the guys were going and they were praying before games and doing some of the same principles that Mark Jackson instituted in Golden State. Steph Curry was a big part of that. So they were some guys bought into it and were doing it, and
huge
still
part of it.
They still do it to this day. Now, the other thing that I did find out that was a big part of it too, and maybe that is one of those things that, as you know, organizational breakdown, that you look at and say that this is a problem. I don't, and this is not even religious wise. Apparently, he turned off a lot of people in the organization, like in the arena, like workers and stuff. They did not like Mark Jackson. I don't know what he did, but apparently maybe the way he did, maybe he made them feel lesser than, or he carried something happened that apparently a lot of staff members do not like Mark Jackson in Golden State. So maybe that has something to do with it too. I don't know.
I just feel like if he ain't coaching over a decade, I mean, it's pretty much a moot point, unfortunately for him.
So he was like an evangelist while being a coach?
I don't know, bro. Like I don't know. I just find it so unbelievable that a guy who can do what he did with that team and get him to a certain point where Steve Kerr just had to plug and play, come in and take him to the next level. Like, and then he talks the game. You see him commentating. You know he knows his stuff. I just find that remarkable that so many years have passed and he hasn't been able to get a job anywhere. I'm surprised that no college team has come and scooped him up. And I'm not saying he hasn't gotten offers, but I'm surprised that no big program has said, you know what, we got to go get Mark Jackson and take him away from this.
He sounds problematic.
Yeah, I don't know.
What, Mark, you're talking about Mark Jackson still, that nobody came and got him? I'm going to tell you why. He had a really cushy job and a great job with Van Gundy, and he was asked many times by Van Gundy about coaching, vice versa to them, and he liked what he was doing at the particular time, and that thing that happened in Golden State gave a sour taste to him, and he enjoyed what he was doing what he was that. I always thought it'd be really great to have Mark Jackson and Van Gundy come back and coach us, and I thought that would be a really cool tandem because they were in sync really, really well on the TV.
That's interesting.
You know, so it was like a thought that I had thought for a bit. And I think that he learned. He obviously knows, that's his faith, but you gotta back up on it, you know what I mean? No one really wants what is that called? The soapbox preacher. That didn't work on me. When I finally understood God, it was because somebody that had a rough time in life like I was at that particular time explained how he was climbing out of it. And then I was like, oh, okay, I'll go with you, church. So, it's different.
Yeah. And so everybody in the chat is kind of going to the, you get it. What we kind of alluded to, but like, they're like, this is the big reason, especially, and, not for nothing, the Golden State, San Francisco, it's a lot going on over there.
I was gonna say you gotta think that's the capital. Them in Atlanta. I mean, that's the capital.
Say, get off the subject for the stream just.
That's why I would just.
So there's
I would keep pushing it.
I'm not reading it, but you can. Everybody's got eyes. Shout out to you. Appreciate you, bro.
They got cousins in Greenwich Village. Are you saying? I get it.
No, I mean, like, they might clip us for talking about that.
Yeah, I'm dead serious. I'm actually dead serious about that.
Shout out to Big Lou for the super chat. He said Mark Jackson issue was comments that he said about the community, especially in San Francisco, and that is why he got blacklisted. Okay, yeah, there you go. Let's move on.
Okay, all right.
I mean, he's not getting hired anyway. That's why I felt like it was mute.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Tori.
Yeah, I just was curious because I didn't see the name. What do you think about Jeff Van Gundy coming back?
So here's my thing with Jeff Van Gundy. One, I think something, and I don't think something, I know something happened where for whatever reason, James Dolan does not like Jeff Van Gundy because of how he left when he left the Knicks. Apparently, and this is not something that's not known. This is known. Jeff Van Gundy left in the worst possible way from New York. He was fed up. He was done. I guess he also had wanted the Pat Riley treatment. He wanted the Pat Riley package that Pat Riley got in Miami. and he felt like he deserved it because he did bring the Knicks to the playoffs. They were a good team, winning under him. And I guess how it turned out, he felt disrespected, and he left in the worst possible. He just pieced out. He didn't want to honor whatever they had agreed upon with his contract, and that, you know, him and James Dolan, like, you know, James Dolan could be petty, you know, when he feels a certain way, you know. So I guess it just hasn't really worked itself back out. I mean, look what's happening with him and Charles Oakley. You know how James Dolan can get you. You cross him or he feels a certain way, it sticks for a while.
Remember, Pat did that to his dad, so he wasn't going to take that a second time.
Right. And Dolan was a user back then.
Oh yeah, he had some
major alcoholic and substance abuser.
Very true, very true. So yeah, I think that's the case. Now, as far as him as a coach, I think Jeff Van Gundy is a very smart man. I liked some of Jeff Van Gundy's principles. I wanted him to be the coach before we got Thibs. Now I don't know so much. I just think the Knicks need to get a coach. I don't care who it is. I'll be honest with you. Excuse me, I don't have any bias. It could be a young coach. It could be an older coach. I just want the coach to know how to play today's game of basketball with this Knicks team, how to make this Knicks team play today's game of basketball so they can be successful against the other teams that are playing today's game of basketball. If Jeff Van Gundy can learn it, if he understands it and can incorporate it, I'm cool with him too. I just don't know if he can, because I did see that when he tried to coach Houston, it just did not work. Like the stuff that he did with New York, he tried to apply it with Houston, and Houston had a decent team. They had Yao Ming and everything. Didn't work. So I just don't know and I think he started to doubt himself too. That's why he stepped away and then did the announcing thing. And then he was questioning, oh, do I want to get back into coaching and all this stuff? I just don't know.
Isn't he an assistant for the Clippers right now?
Now he's back into it. He's the assistant for the Clippers, but he's the assistant for the Clippers, not the head coach.
Right.
Not yet.
I mean,
he ain't getting that.
I was just curious how you felt about it because I didn't see his name.
Yeah, no, but I like him. I just don't, I don't know if he's the type. I just feel like, and I don't know this for a fact, I just feel like the Knicks are trying to get a different style of coach. I think that they're trying to stay away from the freaking Tom Thibodeau style of coaching. And there's a lot of
60 and up. They're staying away from everybody that's 60 and up. They're trying to stay away from
those. The oligarchs.
Right.
Exactly.
Understood.
Yeah, youngsters. They want, but youngsters, which is like what, 45?
Like that. 40. I don't know, man. I just think I just want this. First off, and I said this the other day too. I said this on, was it Tuesday? I think whenever the news dropped. I think you could bring in, as long as the guy has a sense, an idea about coaching from basketball, from the defense or the offensive side. I think you bring in anybody next year, and the Knicks are going to win. The Knicks are already a good team. They just need to fix some stuff. We're gonna win, guys. To Tori's point, if we run it back, this Knicks team is gonna win games. We just need a coach that can, figure out how to get the best out of maybe some other stuff that we haven't really used. And
Ron, remember this year too, key players missed a lot of games this year.
Right.
Yep.
Remember, Mitch missed a lot. At some point in time, OG missed some games. And obviously, then you're telling me then Brunson missed some games. So if this team is healthy all year, this is 60 plus wins, no matter how we're looking at it.
We would have 60 plus. Sure.
I just want to say the only reason why I'm with you on that though. I hear what you're saying. The reason why I don't usually bring up Brunson missing 15 games is because the Knicks went 9-6. I mean, was it 9-6?
Something like that.
Yeah, they went like 9-6 while Brunson.
But that was towards the end of the year where teams were winding down, though.
True.
Think about it like that.
Teams were resting at that point. They were resting at that point.
Yeah,
we did lose to some dummies, though. I mean, some.
We always do, though, Jay. Unfortunately.
Oh,
yeah.
Blame Thibs. Thibs the bad guy.
With this
It was
team, right, as a fan, I just feel like
Thibs.
they owe us the opportunity to see this team through. Like,
I
blowing it
agree.
up is just, it's silly. You got something that's working. Okay, so let's just destroy it. That's the way it seems. Or talking about a tsunami type deal for Giannis. If that's what you're doing, you're blowing the team up. And
So
if that's what you're doing, why did you get rid of the coach?
you know what I
You
think,
could have
Tori?
left them in place. It's just it's silly.
I might be wrong about this, guys. I think the Knicks are trying to. I think the Knicks would have been very comfortable with this team that they have right now and running it back and changing a couple things. I think the Knicks are trying to blow it up. Not blow it up, but bring in a guy like a Giannis because they are trying to circumvent their timeline. The Knicks timeline was 3 years, right? We've already just used 1 year. It's got 2 years left. And remember, it's not about the players and what they can do. It's about the contracts that they agreed to with these people. Some of these people's deals are like, we're 3 years and, it's coming up to a point and then we're going to have to make decisions or people might want to leave. Like Brunson's deal is going to, and he might say, oh, you know what? Too much going on over here. I'm out. So they're trying to, I think that's
why. If you don't want my daddy, I'm out.
He better. Oh, you don't want my daddy. That's true.
I think that's why they're looking at Giannis and saying, can we bring him in and he can, even if they don't win this year coming up, like we'll be right there and ready the following year. Because I always think with all these teams, you need at least 2 years. The first year, you're figuring it out. You're understanding how the second year, you have a much better idea and you start playing with more confidence. So running it back also benefits us. It's the same thing we saw with Indiana. That's basically the same damn team from last year, but they have another year under their belt. They understand that system and they're playing right into it. I think the same thing can happen. But the problem for the Knicks too is,
and what we did, we helped Indiana by taking out Boston.
I know, but there's so many little different caveats to this thing that mess us up a little bit. Because even if you say, "Hey, Ron, well, we got the same team, and so next year we should be better," but there's the only little thing is we're gonna have a brand new coach. We don't know how different that coach is going to be from what we're used to.
It's a big thing.
So that's the.
And Ron, can I tell you why they had to fire Thibs? Because Thibs' terminology in regards to like coaching wasn't going to change, and the Knicks don't have wiggle room to change that many players if they keep the same team. So if they keep the same team and Thibs doesn't play the bench, what do you think they're going to do? It's going to be the same situation all over again because Thibs won't play the bench. It's be the same bench. They would have to get the same type of players because money-wise, it wouldn't work other than those other players that they actually have right now. So if let's say if you let go of Precious, now you don't have Precious. You would have to re-sign a Shamet. You would have to re-sign a Wright, and that's the same thing. So if he didn't trust them this year, why would he trust them next year? It'd be the same situation where the top players are playing heavy minutes, and then we don't play the bench again.
Right. That's okay. That's fair. That's fair. Oh, and that's
the point that I was trying to make.
That's true.
You got rid of Thibs because he wasn't working for this team. Now you want to get rid of the team? What did you get rid of him for?
Yeah.
Like it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
On that note, thank you guys for coming on today. Thank you for all y'all for coming on, man, and listening to me rant about some stupid stuff today. I was just being silly today. But thank all you great content creators right here. Every last one of you guys is a content creator and continue to preach about the Knicks. I don't want to say preach in like the biblical form, but you know what I mean. Talk about these Knicks and let's get past this. My choice before I get out of here is, you already know my choices. I'm going with Kid. I just think Kid is the optimal choice. Someone that's a old New York Knicks fan. Let's bring it back in here. The newer coaches that haven't coached, I don't think nobody's going to be here. And those older coaches is in the same plateau of what Tom Thibodeau was. Why let go of Tom Thibodeau and put someone in that just is like Tom Thibodeau style for what? So if we're gonna do something, if we're gonna go nuance, let's go Kid. Thank you guys for letting me listen to my ranting today and stuff like that. And salute. Have a great Saturday. Peace.
Appreciate you, Shaw. Thank you, my
You're
brother.
ready.
Peace, Shaw.
You're ready.
And so the only reason, I'll be honest, the only reason why I did not put Jerry Stackhouse on the list, and he should be on the list, but it's because I haven't heard Jerry Stackhouse's name mentioned anywhere in regards to the Knicks. Like nobody's even throwing that name out there. We have, because we know what Jerry Stackhouse could be as a coach, and we like what he's. But no one has mentioned it in regards to the Knicks. So I was like, well, I don't know. I'm just trying to stay in the here and now. The names that I have heard mentioned around the Knicks. So I just. But I would definitely add him to the list. He's probably one name that I left off that I would have no problem putting on that list. I think he's a good basketball guy, and I think he could make an interesting coach. I know I think he's an assistant for Golden State right now, if I'm not mistaken. Shout out to Big Lou once again. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said, "Do what Indiana did and stay pat." Yeah, I mean that might be the way to go. That definitely is something they got to think about. Shout out to Paris Stugger. He says, "You don't stay stuck on a guy you made a mistake with." Interesting. Now, I know I'm reading this probably out of context. Which guy are you referring to? Is this Macau or something else? Just, refresh me. Geraldine asks, did Dallas make the playoffs this year? No, but in fairness, Geraldine, remember the GM made all these moves. They brought in Anthony Davis, who got hurt. Kyrie tore his Achilles. So that's not Jason Kidd's fault. To have that type of talent go down by injury and then to watch them trade Luka to the Lakers, like he can only do so much. So I wouldn't say I know some people look at Jason Kidd and like, what has he done? I'm telling y'all, man, I'm not gonna lie to you. Jason Kidd is not a bad coach. But I don't know if I don't know either way. No matter who the Knicks bring in, I can't tell you that's the guy. I can't.
I'm Team Johnny Bryant.
I like Johnny Bryant too, bro. But I cannot tell. I can't tell you any of these people is the guy, unless it was
the same way, Ron.
Unless it was somebody who's not gonna come to us. If you tell me Ime Udoka is coming, oh yeah, he's the guy. But he ain't coming. So you tell me the dude that's coaching OKC is gonna be the Knicks coach? Okay,
I agree. I don't see the too much of a benefit out of any. I feel indifferent with the remaining candidates. I'll put it that way. I don't see like a one thing that's super. I mean, you could say, yeah, Kidd's won a ring as a player. He's made the finals as a coach. Cool. But like, I don't know.
Thibs was not one to really have much of an assistant coaching bench. So I'm really interested to see like that will actually have, I hope, proper offensive coordinator, all these types of different things that we have gone without. Just to see who it would be.
And another thing that we haven't brought up too, I mean, like, I don't know if you were thinking about talking about this, but we have two players on the team who are extension eligible coming up this summer, in Mikal Bridges and Cat. I don't know what the Knicks' plans are with those, considering that Brunson's already taken a team-friendly deal. I mean, they have the money to do it. It's just, for me, are you going to extend both of those guys like we've already talked about? Are you going to trade them? I don't know.
Ron, I got to cut out. So I just want to say thank you for letting me come on. And I appreciate the time. You guys have a good day.
All right. Thanks.
Alrighty.
Always good to talk to you.
Peace, sir.
The Cat thing is like, I don't think the Knicks are really worrying about that until they can know what team they're going to have to go to war with. But I know he's extension eligible. So it is what it is. If you decide to keep him and not trade him, then you give him the money. I mean, he's not going to get that much more money than he's making already. He's already making a lot of money, but it's going to be a little bit more. But if you decide to keep, I
don't think there's anybody that's better than Cat for that salary for the Knicks. I really don't.
That's on the market actively, no. But if you just say that like these guys like Booker and I guess Giannis are on the market, you could argue that. But like even still, like Cat's essentially making MVP money. Even Booker's not getting paid what Cat's getting paid these upcoming years.
Well, 25 and like 13 is MVP numbers, man.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like,
he was
I'm just saying,
MVP.
like Giannis is the only one comparable as far as production and money.
Not New York.
Oh, no, I was talking
York
about Cat. Cat's making those. Cat got the same numbers, bro. 25 and 13.
No, I'm agreeing with you. Yeah. I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying, I think unless it's for Giannis, you're not matching that.
Yeah, it's tough. And then we already know the Mikal thing. Obviously, Mikal wants his extension. And actually, it doesn't have to happen. Mikal's extension doesn't even have to happen this year.
Mikal, we could wait till next year.
I know, but Mikal wants it this year. Yeah, no, yeah, really.
And Mikal, we want him to be consistent.
Yeah, he can't
get what you want
this year. So
we could trade him at the trade deadline. To be honest with you, he could see how he fits into this.
And I think that's what might happen.
I think that's exactly what's going to happen. That he's going to play, if he fits in the way he's supposed to fit in and finds his lane and does all his things and does what he's supposed to do, finds his rhythm, then we might consider doing that, re-signing him. If not, then he's a great trade piece, depending on how he's playing, but definitely still a good trade piece either way.
But wouldn't you want the new guy to be integrated earlier? Like if you're going to trade for someone in that position, that they're really more like, adapted to the. I mean, I don't know. I could see it both ways.
I don't know. If you bring, no matter what time you bring Giannis in, he's going to make an impact the minute he gets here.
Right. It's depending on the player is what I was going to say. Depending on the player.
That's a fact. So another trade that I saw, guys, I don't know how you feel about this. I mean, I kind of think I know what you're going to say, but we'll see. I saw something else. Cat for Sabonis and Monk.
No shot.
Hell no.
No shot.
Wait.
Sabonis hasn't won anything.
And Sabonis and Monk.
Mm-hmm.
Sabonis has won nothing. I'm not trading.
That is better than both of them together.
Yeah, I'm not trading.
Wait, hold on. Let me think about this for a second.
Think about how. I mean, you can think about it, Jay, but think about how the Kings fans are feeling right now. Think about how the Kings fans are feeling right now. They traded Halliburton for Sabonis. I bet you they would rather not have made that move. I guarantee it.
Halliburton, like, damn.
Listen, Halliburton is playing great right now. He's playing great right now. Is he great? I'd say he's above average to very good. You know what I mean?
He's already surpassed Sabonis in value, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, the Kings are kicking themselves in the head. I mean, they drafted Marvin Bagley. That draft with Luka and Trae Young. They traded Halliburton for Sabonis. They lost De'Aaron Fox for pennies on the dollar. Like, they've made some very bad decisions. And they also just didn't make the playoffs. DeRozan's probably about to walk. Like, they've got a whole lot of problems.
And they've been doing that for quite some time, from back in the day, from all that. But I'm thinking about this trade. I'm sorry, Ron. And
no, I was going to say,
Sabonis is a hell of a rebounder.
But Sabonis did average 19 points, 14 rebounds, 6 assists on 41% shooting from three and 59 from the field.
I'm telling you, them numbers will deceive you, Ron. In that postseason, he's not.
Well, there's that. But listen, let's not also forget the Kings did some weird stuff. Like, why the hell would you get rid of your coach and Mike Brown, and then because of the issues he had with De'Aaron Fox, and then you wind up trading De'Aaron Fox? Like, I don't understand. But whatever.
They're punch drunk.
Yeah, that was weird stuff. Why how'd you get rid of both of them? That don't make any sense. But okay.
But you'll also get Monk with that. See, to me, I wanted all year somebody like Monk on the bench. That is exactly the person that I wanted on the bench. Isn't he a six-man winner or candidate or something like that?
I'm not willing to give up Cat for it, though. I'm sorry.
I mean,
that's just how I feel.
Cat did good in the playoffs. Did he do fantastic in the playoffs?
By like starter numbers, I think he did really, really good. Because like I said, if we minus Cat, we don't even get out of Detroit. Detroit beats us in the first round. No problem, actually.
I mean, but okay.
But then you add the other two things.
But put Sabonis in Cat's position right now. Does Sabonis give us the 20 points that we needed to beat the Pacers in Game 3?
He doesn't. I'm like, bro, there were multiple games in each series, or at least one game in each series where Cat just like won a game. Just from being unguardable and going on some crazy.
Absolutely. And
so, like, I don't know. You give me one of those per series, I'd like you on my team. I don't know.
I mean, I agree that Sabonis is not a terrible player, but I will say this: the man can't shoot. Like, if he's hitting a 1-3 a game, that's a miracle. Versus
Cat was the best shooter on the team this year.
Yeah. So I mean, like, I'm not really making that move.
Can we make a package and then put him next to Cat instead? Now you have 1 million rebounds and let Cat go to town. I like Sabonis. I can't front.
Sabonis is a great player. I'm not gonna front. He's a great player, bro.
And his father. I thought they were.
Well, I mean, the thing about Sabonis though, Sabonis don't play no defense either.
No, and the money he's already gotten paid. We don't have we'd have to give up somebody like one of our top guys. I'm not giving up At that point, you just make the trade for somebody else, like the guys we already were talking about earlier. If we're gonna just do that,
Bro,
like,
some of this stuff is
Sabonis
just trading just to trade. Like,
right, like Sabonis is not that guy for me. I'm sorry.
Hey, like I said,
Cat.
This is content. This is me throwing something out there that I saw, and
good.
I've already told you I'm only trading Cat for 2 people.
Me and who else?
Giannis and you. Yeah, no, Giannis and Booker. Either Giannis or Booker. That's the only way I trade Cat.
But I'm scoring 35 a game, Ron.
Because I think it'll be interesting. We still don't know what they're gonna do. Like you said, Leon Rose. I mean, at the end of the day, we know this guy. He can just pull off moves somehow. Even though we're saying stuff ain't gonna happen, we don't really know, man. They got a little bit of flexibility. It's not much, but it's enough to where they could get something done.
Anything can happen, and when you hear something like tsunami type offer,
I don't like it, bro. I don't like the vibe.
Scary term.
I really just feel like kind of like what
term.
was on. Like, I would only trade like 1 or 2 people. Like Mitch is, you don't know if he'll be healthy, and McCall, you don't know if the fit is right. But like, other than that, I would pretty much keep everyone. Other than people that aren't like Campaign, DeLon Wright, I wouldn't sign them. But that still leaves like a ton of room to go and get some amazing players out there. That's 1 or 2 new players only to incorporate. Also, people. This year, they said the chemistry, they need time to gel, this, that. I'm like, I feel like it should be off to the races day one, like new coach, new team. You know what I mean? Like, know your roster. And if we're going to make change, that's what I feel. I don't know.
I don't know. What are you talking about, David Smith? I don't know why
you've been playing. You've been playing now, Ron.
Ron, how dare you? How dare you?
If I said I'm only trading him,
David Smith, he thinks everyone other than him is a Cat hater.
I said I'm only trading him for 2 players, and these are 2 of the best players in the NBA, and that means I'm a Cat hater. What?
Enough.
Whatever.
He thinks he's the only non-Cat hater in the world.
Shout out to Quiet Money in the building. Salute. Hey. Shout out to Paris Nugget. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said, question for iHeart, is OKC better than us with him? Randall, Hart, Dante Bridges, Brunson, Mitch, OG, Deuce. I say we're just as good as OKC. What say you? I mean, listen, I would love to say we're just as good as OKC if we were playing OKC, but since we couldn't get past Indiana, I don't know how I feel about it. I'm a little indifferent right now.
They didn't even use Hartenstein at the end of the game.
Didn't even need him in the fourth.
Blanche, I would do that, Blanche. 100%.
Multiple games they didn't use iHeart.
I mean, shout out to Uncle Freezy, Blanche Tears in the building. Please support Blanche Tears and Uncle Freezy and everything they got going on. They're rising to the top right now. You know what people say?
I support this comment.
Yo, Minnesota would take DiVincenzo. What you call it for DiVincenzo?
Yeah, he didn't even play good
give me 2 people for DiVincenzo. Give me DiVincenzo back, and I'll give you Mikel.
Yeah,
and give me somebody else.
Yeah, I would do that too.
I would. That would be amazing.
I would do that if I could trade Mikel to get Hartenstein and DiVincenzo back, and even if I had to throw.
They're not on the same team, by the way, guys. You can't do that.
We can make it happen.
No, I'm saying we can make it happen. 3-team type deal. Like I would throw in
we can make it happen.
Somebody. I don't know. I don't want to do that, but I would do it. Yeah,
I would do it 1,000%.
I would do it to get those 2 guys back. I love those guys, man.
How about Mikel and Deuce for the money and whatever? But Hartenstein, he signed for the bag, right? So we would have
but he does. But because of Mikel's contract, contract coming off the books helps get Hartenstein back here.
Yes.
Wait. The David Smith says Booker couldn't even make the playoffs, but that's because Booker
because their team was no good, bro.
Yeah,
I'm not indicting him for that.
You gotta watch,
I don't know, bro.
To know
I've seen Booker do astronomical things in the playoffs, bro. Astronomical.
I mean, we witnessed it. The Suns were they did it to themselves by putting all of that money into 3 players, and then they messed it up worse by giving Bradley Beal that no trade clause that he already had. So once that kicked in, I mean, like now you can't even get rid of him. That's $50 million pretty much down their leg. And then on top of that, they dealt with injuries last year, which didn't make it any better. So they were pretty much doomed.
Yeah.
With Eric Gordon.
No, they definitely some issues there. Okay, so all right. Let's move on from that. I'm just going to get you the last thoughts on this stuff. Forget the stars.
Okay.
This Knicks team, you know who you're dealing with. You know who our starting lineup is. The only person that we can move from the starting lineup is Macau. I'm not saying we have to. I'm just telling you the only person that in this scenario that we would be willing to move is Macau. We're not moving OG because if you get rid of OG, you're taking a step back. You have to improve if you get rid of OG. Somebody's got to come here to make a difference if you get rid of OG. And I don't think he's doing that.
I don't think he's touchable.
Only if, like I said, only if he's part of that tsunami.
I thought we said that already, Dick. Apparently, we have permission to speak to Jason Kidd.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I mean, I looked for it, but I haven't seen an official.
I didn't see anything, so that's why I didn't
see it
say
either.
that.
And I looked the moment you said it. So,
I mean, it could have just happened though.
I'll keep looking right now while you. Sorry, don't lose your thought.
No. I'm saying like, if we have to make changes to this team, is there anybody out there that you guys like that we can get for a marginal move or on the cheap? And that may mean that, you know, like I said, Macau is the big chip that we may be able to move depending on his value and where it could go, what we could get back. And that's only if we have to. I'm sure the Knicks are going to try to do whatever they can to explore things without moving anybody that's of value. But we don't have a lot of money. We got maybe, I don't know, somewhere between 12 and 15 million that we might have that if things work out, like Precious off the books, Payne off the books, and maybe a couple other things. Like, we don't got a lot of money at all, guys. So the other thing too is, do we go? Is it another year of Deuce? My guy, I love me some Deuce, but do we have to move on from Deuce?
Yeah, we trade Deuce.
Bye, Deuce.
Don't know. So, is there anybody out there that you guys think that can?
I'm keeping Deuce, no matter what. Deuce was not utilized great this year. That's what happened to him.
That's
I mean,
possible, but he's
utilized great. But how many times did we see this?
Took the Deuce to the trade.
Not enough for me, man. Not enough for me.
I love that too, and that's.
Let me. Can I get in on this one because I have an interesting answer. I think. So Mikal Bridges for Rui Hachimura. It's actually gives us back assets. Like you have, it's the whatever. It's less money we're sending out, whatever the hell it is. Or whatever. But yeah, I think it's a straight upgrade. For me, straight upgrade. He's way more physical, way more consistent from three, bigger. I just see only advantages there, and like, why not?
But who's our two guard?
What you mean?
Who would be our two guard? Because once you trade Ray McHale, now you have to put somebody in the lineup to be the two guard.
Please don't say Josh Hart.
No, definitely.
But that leaves.
That could actually be Deuce then.
Money or whatever, or it could be Deuce, but I'm done with Deuce.
People have been talking about starting him. I don't know.
I mean, man, I just wish we just have a real issue with size, man. The fact that he's so small, that stinks.
Yeah. And I'm going to be honest with you. These are more of like the under the radar type moves, but like, I mean, like I could see potentially the Knicks trying to look at a guy like Keon Ellis, who like for the Kings has shown like in flashes that he can give them some two-way play, like on a cheaper deal. I'm just looking at guys like that who are replacing the Delon Rice, the Shamits, because like, and they're younger, because like we're not going to have money regardless. So we're going to have to try to make some moves like that. I think to try to, you know, unless we play these rookies, I could see, you know, Keon Ellis potentially. I mean, Cole Anthony, you want to kick the can on him. He's going to get fizzled out in Orlando. I doubt he's getting burned next year. Like, there are a couple of guys, I mean, for the cheap, you can try to grab.
Yasabelli from Philly, I like a lot. And he probably is pretty cheap. Come in, fill up Precious' spot, play very well from when nobody else was there, and gets rebounds, plays some good defense.
There's a lot of interesting options out there for sure. I mean, that's a really complicated question.
I like Keon Ellis though personally. That's why I put him out.
Keon Ellis is actually a big guard. He's actually I think like 6'5" or something like that.
Yeah,
he plays like damn near the point guard position and the two guard.
So
and the three sometimes.
That's a name that I did hear. I heard that name. I also heard Kobe White. Kobe makes 12 million.
I don't think he
Bro, what would we have to give to get Austin Reeves? I don't know.
Probably one of those wings.
He's been in a lot of different trade scenarios. I seen him the other day in another trade scenario for the Lakers because the Lakers want to get is it a big man? I think it was a big man or something. I saw him in some trade and I'm like, Oof.
Yeah, they're gonna have to get a big man because Jackson Hayes is gone, and that's the only semblance that they had of a center who's not even good to begin with. So yeah, they have no choice.
And they had to throw him in there only because they didn't. The Mark Williams thing fell through, and that's why they threw in the Jackson Hayes in the middle. Jackson Hayes was in New Orleans or somewhere like that for a while, and he wasn't that great. Keon Ellis is a good, but aren't we kind of like saturated at the guard? Are we getting rid of a ton of people in the bench?
Well, the thing is,
just actually play Kolek, get rid of DeLon and Landry. They had.
I agree with that as well.
And if we can get guards that are a little taller instead of the short guards that we have, maybe that would help too. But look, I don't care what they do. All I know is the Knicks need some scoring off the bench. They got to get somebody who can knock down a bucket, hit a bucket, knock down a shot.
We need that, but we also need people. It's like people think that when they draft people, it's like random by chance. Like we said, we need a secondary ball handler and someone to organize the offense off the bench, and like ideally with a low, a good assist to turnover ratio, and that's Tyler Kolek, literally to a T. That's why it's frustrating that I always hear that complaint of the Knicks don't have a good secondary ball handler, because I'm like, if you like. You brought it up earlier, Ron. Like, we said that the bench that we brought in the ECF was a good defensive bench, but it was not a scoring bench. So when you needed a bench unit to come in and get buckets, the Delon Wright, Landry Shamet unit is not the best,
Right. And I wouldn't be surprised if during the hiring interviews for the next head coach of the Knicks, that something is brought up to them saying that, listen, obviously we are, this is our road. This is what we have as far as a roster. We don't have a lot of flexibility to change this, but we are looking to do a couple moves to improve on what we currently have. But we did draft certain players. We gave this young man $6 million as a second round pick. We would like to have him as a part of the rotation and getting minutes in Tyler Kolek. I wouldn't be surprised if they bring up all of that type of stuff, like who they want to see play and have a chance to expand. Because the other thing too, guys, is as much as Tyler Kolek might be a little bit iffy right now because his shot regressed. He used to be like, he was a good shooter, and we saw him working out, and that translated into games early. He was knocking down shots from everywhere, but his shot has kind of fallen away, maybe because he's not getting a lot of reps.
And also working out. When you start working out and you start filling in your body,
right?
Your arms are wiggly, your body, you don't get that right away. You have to, if you're working out every day, it takes at least a year for you to have a full impact on your body recovering from each third day doing a different muscle. So it definitely
and learning that too, especially if you do put on a little bit more muscle, get a little bigger, no matter if we don't see it, if it's happening. And like if I'm this and I put on 5 pounds of muscle, it could affect my shot. It affects your touch. You got to learn. Yeah, different. I get that. That's fair. Yeah. But the other thing too is that he doesn't play defense, and that is not something that would have worked for Tom Thibodeau currently. But we're talking about a new coach, so now maybe in a new coaching system, he can be used effectively, and they could realize, man, he really makes this second unit go. Or at spot times, he comes in and does what, a lot of people like Jay have said, allows Jalen Brunson to move to the 2 guard, and he helps control and orchestrate the offense. Yeah, so maybe stuff like that is.
I mean, if we're looking at Tyrese Halliburton, like, wow, what a point guard. I mean, Tyler Kolek is one of the few people in the NBA that has a better assist turnover ratio than him.
Yeah, and my whole thing too, D-Rex, is that why the hell is that all these different trade scenarios that I'm noticing that Tyler Kolek is the name that's being thrown in there to sweeten the deal? Why the hell we got to sweeten somebody else's deal when he's on our team? Why aren't we?
I just don't. I'm not really understanding like. Why, like Rex is saying, I was beating the drum as soon as we drafted him because that's my alum, I guess, from recently. So I watched him play in person. So I already knew like what he was bringing to the team. But like, I just think it's crazy how we didn't even test the waters at all during the season. We don't know what Kolek is going to be at all because he barely got any burn besides garbage time. We also spent a first-round pick on an 18-year-old who nobody knows what he can do because Daddy A barely got any burn as well. So like these are guys that we need to see. Yeah, we need to see. Like I don't know why that wasn't something that was invested in.
To be honest,
remember that 9 assist thing that you wanted? I'm sorry, go ahead, Rex. Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, oh damn, you kind of got me going.
Remember the 9 assist thing that we were saying that Brunson needs to shoot up to? That could be Kolek, and we could put the 2 guard could be Brunson. And I'm telling you right now, the man is a combo guard. He's a 2 guard. They forced him because Cat came to go up 2 assists. But if you're Captain Clutch, you know you're gonna score. I bet he becomes one of the better scorers. Halliburton for a very long time was a 19-point-12 assist guy. Now he's going above and beyond right now, and you got to give him his flowers and tip your hat to him. But he wasn't that guy. He was 20 points and 11 assists. That's who Halliburton was. He wasn't. I think the
issue with that is, Jay, it's a good idea to like throw out there, but the issue with that is the defense would take even more of a hit. Because to Unk's point, like, I mean, then you got 3 negative defenders on the court at the same time. Because there's no guarantee that we're even starting Mitch. So unless they start Mitch, I mean, even still, you got 3 out of your 5 that are not good defenders. So that could be kind of abused unless they stagger the minutes with him starting.
Or you go out and get somebody completely different to be the point guard. Whatever. It doesn't have to, and Coley can be the backup. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you went out and you got somebody who could play point guard on a serious level, then that changes everything.
All the other people that are being suggested, I don't see how they're actually better than Kolek. Like, he was drafted here, he wants to win here, and his actual like basketball ability, what he's already done with our starters, is great. He just needs to do it more. That's it. Simple.
Yeah, but then if you put Kolek, Brunson, and Towns on the floor at the same time, we are a major.
But we never did it. We already had it when we already tried. We did with like OG and Mikal, and they were cooking with him, assuming we would keep either.
With them, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, you probably never really do Kolek.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't.
You just never do that. Keep that.
He's probably a lifetime backup point guard, to be honest.
But the thing is, like, I mean, like, couldn't we definitely say, like, to some extent, people thought the same about Brunson. This guy's undersized. He's got like no real defense, and he's a 2nd-round pick, like conference player of the year. Like, they said the same thing about Brunson. Not saying Kolek is Brunson, but like, we don't even know what the heck the dude's got because we're not playing him. And he's got similar characteristics, I would say.
I feel like I remembered what I wanted to say. It's like a net loss on the actual expenditure of the draft picks we used on them if you just trade them before you really even play them much. You know what I mean? Because then we're not necessarily sure like what the value is of them that we would be getting as if we were had to have played them more. And it just also seems to make sense to me. Like, what's the point of drafting people if you draft them, which they don't draft every single year, right? It's rare that they go out and draft 4 people in a draft. And they also act like Leon Rose, Walt Perrin. They're just throwing darts at a dartboard. They know it's a reason why all these people have archetypes that fit positions of need for the Knicks. It's just like, I feel like the youthfulness of the athleticism, the type of creativity that a different younger point guard like Tyler Kolek might have versus a Brunson, you know, that's how you avoid an offensive stagnation and these things we always complain about. To me, it's just you need the young people because that's what the NBA is becoming. That's what I think. So,
and it's also why you also bring in point guards when Brunson's on the floor. See, I noticed that during the end of the year that would happen. You bring in a Deuce, you bring in whoever might handle the ball more, and Brunson would move around the court more. Because I started to think that Thibs was finally hearing it or seeing it or something. But the man is definitely more prone to being a combo guard than he is to being a Halliburton. And and those last 2 things that we just saw, the Monk, I love the Monk. I would always want to do it on trade. He's physical, he's capable, he's a playmaker, he's at all that. And the one before, Cam Thomas, is also a great. You can slide him right. You can slide him right into the starting part. And I think the Deuce thing, man, people attach to Deuce. I'm not even sure. And this is me, and everybody's gonna boom, 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 boom. I don't even know how he got a nickname. What did he do on this team that made him so like? I know you love him, but like made him so desirable. Is he
last year's playoffs? Last year's playoffs is what it was. He played well
the
in
playoffs and his contract. Yeah, playoffs and his contract. He's overplayed his contract. The dude makes $4 million a year. Like, I mean, you're not getting that type of production. At least what he gave us, especially against the Sixers, I think he really showed that he's overplayed that $4 million, and that's why it was looked at as a steal. To be honest with you, if he didn't have this poor of a playoffs again, he'd probably be talked about in trade discussions. But he didn't perform as consistent. No, I'm saying he didn't perform as consistent this year, and that's why he's not looked at in trade talks now. If he did the same thing again, you know.
He also dealt with some
he repeated it. I get it, but
also, first year he was injured. Yeah,
this is the first year he had to deal with some injuries. So I don't know. Like, I don't even know what the hell he said here. What is this? Nick Yak says Ron don't like McBride or Mitch more than he likes them. What? You trying to Dr. Seuss me? I don't even know what you said here. Like, what did he say?
What is that?
I guess he's saying you don't like him more than
before I did. That was great.
I guess he's saying you don't like him or dislike him more than the other. So it's like it's even. You don't like him, you don't dislike him more.
I mean, I don't.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can get from it. It's like
Riddle
a little puzzle.
Me this, Batman. I will tell you.
I'm confused, but yes, I love me some Deuce.
I know you do.
Ron, the vet minimum is what, $9 million?
No, it was 7, right? It was 6.5, 7. I don't know what it is now. It could, and plus it's going to go up because everything's going up next year by 10%.
This year coming up, right?
So,
I mean, this year. Sorry.
Also, another thing is, Kolek is on a $6 million a year contract, which is expensive. But any vet, even the cheapest one, would still be more. It still would be an increase.
Yeah, definitely.
So I'm not sure.
Yeah, I you know. Let me get. I got 2 more super chats. Okay, hold on.
So Cat for.
So Big Lou, shout out to Big Lou. He said Knicks have 4 rookies that could develop under a new coach. And that's true too. And hopefully the Knicks do implement what they were trying to do, because you guys know there was a story that came out, an article that said the Knicks were looking to bring in a development coach, which is something I guess they were going to look into in the offseason. So bringing in another development type coach along with a new coach might really help. And also it might help us to understand better what we have as an organization. And these guys, we got to know what the hell we're doing here, what we got with these guys, if they deserve to be on this team or if we need to go in different directions. And I tell you, like, for the life of me, something has to give. What are we doing with Rokas Jokovitis? Something has to happen.
Nothing.
I don't care if nothing happens with the Knicks. Move them. Get them out of here. What are we doing?
Is that money on the books for the Knicks?
No, because he just have his rights. So, until he commits and comes over here, which he may never, who knows?
It's probably not.
I'm like, but he's wasting away out there. Rokas could do something in the NBA.
He'll be like something you see in one of these trades, and it's at the back end, and you're like, "Oh, Rokas is finally gone," because they'll just be like, "Rights to Rokas has been traded as well." Yeah.
We're
never gonna see him over here again, unfortunately.
You're probably right. And then Brooklyn Butch said, Trey Murphy from the Pelicans for Macau and Deuce.
I think they might try to give more than that.
A lot of people seem to like Trey Murphy.
I like him, but I think his price tag went up.
Yeah, he's like he's somebody that is on the cusp of turning into something better. We just don't, you just don't know yet. But he definitely has the goods. He can play defense, and he's got some scoring chops. So I wouldn't mind having Trey Murphy here. And if you're telling me I'm bringing in Trey Murphy and I'm getting rid of Macau, I'm not going to be that mad, bro. Trey Murphy plays defense.
And another thing too, I think if he's due for a contract, which I don't think he is, but I mean, he's going to probably be commanding more than Macau would in the future because he's trending towards that.
Right.
I think he's already signed his 4-year, like 100 something though. I think he's making right now he's making 30 a year. So
yeah, he's already, I think, at that point. So shout out to Paris Duggar. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said Thibs is gone because he didn't speak to his boss. Wait, did I read this already? No. It's a different one. He said Thibs is gone because he didn't speak to his boss. He didn't speak to some players and wasn't going to play Kolek, Dadier, Huck, who will be big players next year. I mean, that could be outside of the players having some issues with certain things, and the fact of how we looked in Indiana, and how we looked throughout the season versus the good teams, 0-10 versus the teams, and getting blown out in those games. By the way, that may have a lot to do with it. Like if the front office has a vision for the team, and you're not incorporating pieces of that vision into your rotation and stuff like that, that could be something that would turn the front office off. I could see how
there was even that report that came out, as you alluded to, that they were frustrated. Like I said before, like it's not like they're just. It's a slight against the drafting and scouting offices that they think you just wasted. We complained about the 5 big Macau picks. Here's 4 picks you have sitting on the bench, not doing anything the whole year. You know what I mean? It's an insult to the office of the scouting and drafting. That's like, why'd you waste these picks on people that are like nobodies? That's not worth playing. You know,
And
it's like
I just to emphasize that too, Rex. I just really think, and I mean, this might not be much, but I just feel like the Obi, like just kicking your behind during that series when he did get in, it's like the nail in the coffin for Thibs. It's like you couldn't have found a single way. I agree that they play different from the Knicks, but you couldn't have found any way possibly to unlock a little bit of Obi Toppin. And we just gave him up for, a quarter drink and a bag of fries. So I mean, like,
and he's hooping in the finals, bro. I mean, come on.
He made the finals before you came back, Thibs, which is crazy.
And if there was anybody,
he actually put the nail in the coffin to us. Actually, in that last game.
And if there's anybody to feel a certain way about that, it would be Leon, because Leon was going crazy for Obi. That's the reason why when he was there,
really,
Leon wanted Obi.
Yeah, they wanted Obi from the beginning.
He was going crazy. He couldn't believe it. I guess he thought Obi was going to go a little earlier. But when he dropped, he was excited. He had a big smile on his face. And he said it. He's like, I didn't think he was going to drop.
I mean, nobody did. He was player of the year. So it made sense.
It's true. Oh, man.
And to think the type of player that we need to spread the floor and cut to the basket is Obi Toppin.
Right.
Look, no matter what, the bench has to be rearranged and changed, right? And I do think your opening statement with Brunson's father, I think the coach deserves, if you're going to give him the job. No coach, like I've noticed, does really, really well walking into a room with a bunch of coaches that were just loyal to another coach. You got to bring a handful of your own people in. And if Brunson is one of the people that the locker room is being dysfunctional behind, and you can't get directly to Jalen behind it, then he's got to go. But the problem with that, and there is a little problem with that, is that if he goes and we don't get back, let's say, a DiVincenzo in a trade or something like that, is Jalen now saying, I took that discount from you, now I'm going to go get the $300 and something million, maybe wherever else. And,
I don't think it happens. I don't think it happens because he pretty much wanted the team to get better when he took the discount, right? And we did that. The only issue is, we were pretty much right there for making the finals. And he also, in taking that discount, allowed for us to pull off the trades that we did. So I don't think he's like currently looking at it like a bad thing. And I think even moving forward, if whoever the new coach is, I don't see him looking at it like, oh, this is winner, make it or break it for me. He's already taken his discount. And Jalen Brunson, if he keeps averaging 30 and All-Star, he's going to get his money regardless. It's not really going to matter.
I'm saying if they fire his dad.
Well, his dad's getting canned regardless. So I think he's already pretty much come to terms with that. I don't see that happening.
To come to terms with that fact.
Yeah, his dad's an assistant coach. He shouldn't expect him to stay on.
Right, and that probably you're all gone. Like who's staying on that back?
None of them.
I would think they're all gone.
Yeah, none of them. Right? Dice is gone. Mo Cheeks is
the
gone.
Whole thing goes right.
Yeah.
That's how it goes. Yeah.
All right.
That's why we were talking about that, because
had people on his coaching staff, if he actually listened to, would get him somewhere. Like I said, especially Mo Cheeks. If he listened to Mo Cheeks, Mo Cheeks actually was used to be a point guard, and you would think that that would be the person that you would listen to, because Mo Cheeks was not only a regular point guard, he was an exceptional point guard.
Sure,
you understand what I'm saying, Jim? So if you put Mo Cheeks, his imprint on the game, you would think that Jalen Brunson would actually realize, guys, if I run a screen and roll with Mikel, actually I could actually get him open on the wing. Then that makes OG open, which also puts Cat open. Like I said, Cat, his problem is they kept throwing him in positions where he had to actually dribble from the 3-point line, which was devastating to him because his motto is either I'm driving or I'm shooting. Like there's nothing in between. So if you put him in between and then you say, yo, why isn't Cat doing what he's supposed to do? That's not what I do, bro. You brought me here knowing exactly what I do already. So if you try to change it this first year, it's not going to work. No matter what you try, look at Mikel. We tried to make him into, he's supposed to be like a mid-range assassin. But that's only if it's needed, he's supposed to be that. Every other time, he's supposed to be either be catch and shoot, or just like they played him on Phoenix Suns, he's supposed to be running like on a break. And the Knicks rarely had fast break opportunities. So how is he gonna ever thrive? And he actually averaged, like Ron, you were saying, he actually averaged the amount that he was supposed to average.
Yeah, average
15 to 18 points.
Yeah.
Like, did you want him to do more than that? Those other games that we got on top where he gave us 40, those were all extras on top of whatever we were supposed to get. Like, so when he gives you in the playoffs, he comes and he scores 14 points in a fourth. That's something that he can do, but he shouldn't be relied on to do that every game. That's not fair to him because he's like, bro, y'all know what y'all traded for. So to put me in a position where you want me to do something that you probably know I couldn't do or you thought I would be able to do, and now because I didn't do it, now I'm a bad guy. But I didn't come here for that. They told me I was supposed to just be a stopgap. God forbid Jalen gets in trouble. He passes me the ball and I do what I can. And then I tried my best. It became what it is. Sometimes I miss, sometimes I don't. Look at Halliburton. I'm gonna go back to the Pacers. There's games where Halliburton scores 6 points. 6 points. But they find a way because what they do is they say, we know what Halliburton is worth. We're just going to keep putting him in the right position and hope that eventually he does what he needs to do. He was put in the right position at the end of the game. Their only lead in the game was the shot that he hit. That was their only lead. They led for literally 0.3 seconds, and that was all it took. But what they did was they said they never took him out of his realm. They always kept him in that same realm. This is what you do. You're going to pass first until the shot is finally yours. Please do what you do at the end. And that's what it is. Our problem this year was that for some odd reason, we were always looking for crunch time. Instead of putting teams away, we're like, yo, no matter what happens, as long as we get this into crunch time, Jalen Brunson is going to save us. But he could only save us like until he can't save us. And you know what I'm saying? And now what happened? At the end, we wanted him to save us, but we never got to crunch time. And then that was it.
That's true. That is true. Well, let me put this up real quick because, this doesn't tell the whole story, but I just think it's interesting watching the breakdown. You guys might have seen this, but I'm sure maybe there's some people who haven't seen it. This is Johnny Bryant talking about offense. And, I think we should hear this if he is going to be considered for the Knicks job or if that's going to happen. I mean, it's nice to hear what he does and how he breaks down the offense for the team that he's with. So let's check this out real quick.
Efficient offense. Cleveland has thrived on these concepts, and Cavs associate head coach Johnny Bryant helped us break down why.
How do you get ahead of, today's game, right? So everybody knows how to play pick and roll and guard that and, switch that. And, you've seen teams kind of get away from that. So it's more screening off ball. If you can move without the basketball and give the defense something different, it's definitely advantageous for your offense and it allows you to be a little bit more efficient because, again, you're getting to the rim with the cut.
On this play, their center initiates to open up the lane, so a great backdoor cut leads to a wide open layup. But it's the weak side players who are key.
With this 5-out spacing, if you pause it here, right, we're occupying the weak side. You see George flaring on the weak side just to bring Taurean Prince out of the weak side low man position. So now the rim is wide open with Sam going backdoor.
Notice that he said 5-out spacing, but only one Cav is outside the line. Here, Cleveland pitches it into a middle pick and roll, At the same time, George Niang cuts baseline out of the corner to the other side, and that opens a pocket for a Donovan Mitchell 3.
The focus is moving out the basketball, right? So in order for Cares to be able to get to the paint, if Donovan stays there, his man is going to help, right? And the driving gap is not as big. But because Donovan is the player that he is, teams are not going to leave him. So you see just right there, he goes, denies Donovan. So now there's a driving lane, but he turns his back to the basketball so he can't see where the pass is made. And now Donovan goes and fills the corner from where George just cut from.
Here's another one with 5 out spacing to start. Then suddenly there are 3 Cavs in the paint and it's a dunk. And this time it was Evan Mobley with that baseline cut.
Just philosophically, anytime your man turns their head, it's a great opportunity to cut. It was George in the last possession. You see Jalen Johnson, he's worried about the basketball, and you see naturally he thinks that he's going to go back out to the corner, and Evan, he just follows his man right to the paint, and we end up getting the dunk.
And everyone moves on this play to respace and occupy defenders.
Just the gravity of Donovan, he pulls the defense with him, right? So now, you know, in certain situations, we can use him as a decoy, again, to open up a driving gap and a scoring opportunity for everyone else on the floor.
These shifts and repositions can be subtle but profound. Darius Garland suddenly bursts into the lane for a sweet lob, but his teammates respacing really makes the magic. Ty Jerome moves along the baseline. That allows the wing to slide to the corner, which tugs his defender, Cason Wallace, right out of Garland's path. And the chef's kiss is Isaac Okoro lifting up along the arc to freeze Shea and give Allen space to catch it. This is even more, but his teammates' reads create the spacing here.
Again, we talked about pickup points, right? So they're picking him up at half court. George sets that screen much high up on the floor. J.A., he's reading it. So now J.A. drifts a little bit, and Giannis is going with J.A. And because Taurean Prince is so far back, it's ahead of steam. Donovan's coming with force, attack like he's going one way, turns him around, and now he finishes at the rim. And that's just his God-given ability right there.
And this play ties
more moving parts, the more chance for error, right? So the more variety we can have in the possession, stop it. So there was a pick and roll there with
5 players making reads on the possession, with Sam Merrill cutting, Niang reading those cuts to stay in the corner or lift up. Okoro spots his defender helping in a driving lane and cuts to the opposite side to pull him out of the way. And Garland's constantly looking for daylight.
To have been perfect if on that dribble with Sam, if DG would have started cutting, just like the clip with Donovan, right? Could have had a catch and shoot 3 opportunity, because again, you see his man head is turned, right? But he still get to it, and because DeLon Wright is worrying about Sam 3-point shooting, he doesn't switch it, and it's an opportunity for DG to come up and turn the corner. Those reads are happening, you know, quickly, and those, that's just reading and reacting, and that's just allowing them.
My son Brooke Lopez got caught on that.
So cutting edge spacing today isn't just about shooting or spotting up. It's about really thoughtful coaching schemes and these smart, quick-acting reads from players to counteract defensive tactics that are designed to slow down these highly skilled offenses.
That's our new
coach. I don't even think we move like that on offense.
Nah, I was just gonna say we don't move like that. And if you look, you see the high, like where the offense is initiated, that where you saw Jared Allen. If Cat was ever put in that position, he's one of the greatest passers we have on a team. You don't think he would be able to do that? That's a pass to OG. That's a pass right there to OG. That's a pass to Mikal in the corner. That's a pass to but we didn't run sets like that. Everything was ran through Brunson, because Brunson, they assume that he's the point guard, so he should make the right decision. Which is why I tell you, Thibs was a super problem, because you can't just give 5 people the ball and say, "Yo, I'm gonna trust that you guys do the right thing." It's not gonna be the right thing all the time, because at some point in time, when my only focus is to score, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look for the score first, and then the cutting, even if someone's cutting, you're like, oh yeah, they're cutting to get me open. That's the problem.
Peace, brothers. Gonna hang out with my children.
Yeah, I was just about to say I gotta get out of here too. You muted, Unc, by the way.
My bad. I was talking all this.
Yeah.
My bad.
I'm like,
yeah, I was trying not to make any noise when y'all was talking, but yes, I agree. All right, Jay, I appreciate you, man. Enjoy the rest of the day with your little
Jay,
one.
nothing but love, baby.
yeah, you know what it is, man. Definitely.
All right.
Matter of fact,
Peace and blessings to y'all.
Cook that
go to the
joint,
private
yeah?
chat right quick. Go to the private chat right quick. All right.
All right, hold on.
All right, sorry. So again, dude, I'm
No,
sorry.
no. So I got a couple super chats here. First off, thank you to Anthony Collier for re-upping his membership, or being a new member, should I say. I think it's re-upping, but appreciate you. Thank you, my guy. And thank you for the generous super chat. He said, I would like Johnny Bryant. I think that he is the right choice, but I would not be mad at getting Kid. Okay. I hear you. Also, shout out to Ice Water. Appreciate you. Said Johnny Bryant is the right choice, but I wouldn't be mad at Jigga. Oh, wait, is that the same? Oh, somehow it forced you to do did it make you do it twice, or yeah? Oh, or maybe you just wanted to send me the same thing twice. I appreciate it. I mean, thank you. Yeah, man. Listen, I think J Kid, like I said, my whole thing about it is that I understand that the other guy that was on the Cavs that got the Phoenix job, he's an innovator of a lot of things. But that does not mean that Johnny Bryant hasn't picked up what he's learned from all these stops, what he's learned from being with the Cavs, and how he can. It doesn't mean he can't implement that with the Knicks. We just talked about it. Our team doesn't move like that. Johnny Bryant can clearly come over here and get these guys to learn how to move that way. And they have plenty of plays that are already in the pipeline that the Cavs were using, that the Knicks could start using for the first time. It would help our offense. So I still think that Johnny Bryant could be the type of coach that would be a benefit to us. And like I said, you can surround him with other good coaching talent that can have his ear, which he can listen to and allow him to get better as a coach, and then allow the Knicks team to improve going forward. So I'm not out on Johnny Bryant. He's still one of my top choices, but I wouldn't be mad at Jason Kidd either, because I do think that Jason Kidd can do some interesting things with what we got. So we'll see what happens, man. It's definitely going to be.
I support Johnny Bryant. Team Johnny Bryant.
Mm-hmm.
Team Johnny Bryant.
Okay.
I'm out also, but yeah.
Hey, and I'm about to leave too, man. I'm about to hit the 5-hour mark. And I said this yesterday. I told somebody, I told Andios, I think it's going to be a 5-hour show. So here we go. Man. All right, D-Rex, appreciate you. And so it was down to 2. Art Man, any final words, my brother?
Yeah, boss man. Like I said, you guys, I appreciate you. Thank you for everything that you've done, Ron. I even got my hair out, so that means I'm comfortable. But like I said, all the Knicks got to make sure that they do is that they make basketball moves this summer. No knee-jerk reactions. If the coach is what we got to try to start the season, let's just get the coach. If we feel we need the coach and we need Giannis, then let's just do that. But to drag it out or make it like more than it needs to be, we can't do that. Because especially after being only 2 games away from the finals, whatever move you make right now better get you to the finals. Because if it doesn't, not only will the Knicks fans go after you, everyone in the media will be going after you now. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Because they're gonna be like, look, you had a good team, you fired Thibs, and you guys don't make it to the finals, or Indiana beats us again, bruh. Oh my God. It's going to be a firestorm. They're going to be like, oh, Giannis is not a good player. And then Giannis is going to be like, wait a minute. So I came to New York and now I'm not a good player. Then it becomes a whole situation, man. And like I said, you don't want it to be a Carmelo Anthony thing where we trade people for him. And then for some odd reason, you get a Phil Jackson that doesn't believe in Carmelo Anthony. That doesn't make sense. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? So whatever the situation is, I just hope it's actual basketball moves. And like I said, if it is Kid, let it be Kid. And let him actually run his philosophy. Not get Kid and then have Rick Brunson sitting there as well. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Because then it becomes an issue. Don't get Johnny Bryant and then his lead assistant is Rick Brunson. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? So it's counterproductive when you do that. So if whoever comes in, let them pick their own staff and do what they had to do. Rick Brunson was part of the old regime. Let's not try to add his situation. If you want to come on as a consultant in the back, talk just to keep him a part of the team to keep Jalen happy, I'm down. But other than that, he shouldn't have any coaching decisions made on the floor. Who should go in? Who should what you call it? Like we just need Rick Brunson on the staff, not on the bench. Let's just move, do things the right way, and then we'll like I said, we'll be able to I guess like handle and be able to get to our situations faster. But other than that, like I said, I appreciate you, Ron. Yo, I look crazy. But whatever what you call it, well, I appreciate you. And just like I said, Knicks all day, man. Like I said, keep the hope alive. Like
there
I
you
have in
go.
my thing.
There you
Yeah,
go. No
man.
doubt, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here and chopping it up as usual.
Yeah, bro. Nothing but love, guys.
Take it easy, man.
You too, brother.
So yeah. That's it, guys. That is it. That's what's going on. That's how it all shakes out. I think we had a really good show today. I think we talked about a lot of stuff. I think a lot of Knicks fans got to voice their opinion and talk about how they're feeling about what's been going on. So I'm glad that we were able to get through a lot of stuff. Shout out to everybody in the chat. You guys have been phenomenal. Today was, the chat was lit, like super lit. Mad comments, mad information being thrown out there. Appreciate you guys. And thank you to everybody who joined me on the panel. I mean, so many names: Shah, Artman, American Man, Jay Chosen, freaking Sam Grandison made an appearance. Appreciate you, Sam. Good to see you back in the mix. D-Rex is here. Yeah, boy, man, so many different people. I don't remember all these names. Who else? Am I forgetting somebody? I know I'm forgetting somebody. So many people. I've drawn a blank. It's 5 hours. Bear with me. And it was such a good show. I couldn't even open up the phone lines today, guys. There's just too many people. And I just think that when you have a show like that, you got to make it make sense. And I just felt like it made more sense to just have people talking on the panel because there was so many people in and out. Shout out to Tori B for being here. Thank you, Tori. I don't know. I still feel like I'm missing one person, but it's not for lack of trying, man. The love is there. Oh, Mets was here on the panel as well. Shout out to Mets. So yeah, man, thank you to everybody, bro. Thank you to all of y'all for continuing to support me, support the channel, believe in what we got going on right now and what we're doing. We are going to be here doing what we can do throughout the off season. I might take a day here or two, but I'm still going to be consistent and rocking and giving you guys the content. So we'll be talking about things as they move forward. Shout out to everybody who's been subscribing. The subscribership has been going up a lot lately. So I thank you to everybody. I thank you to everybody who's been supporting the Walking and Talking SKF and also the new state of the game. So thank you to everybody who's been here and appreciate what we got going on, man. Thank you. We are on the road to 10K. I mean, we've been increasing in viewership and in subscribership, and so our goals are have changed. They're a little bit more lofty. So once again, thank you to everybody, man. Thank you for the support. Please smash the like button if you haven't already done so. But thank you. And shout out to my guy Fritz Alcindor Jr. Smash the like button, man. Check out NBA Economy Show if you haven't already. Fritz puts together a really nice show. He does condensed versions, like 30 minutes or so. But last night he did a dual show. We had a guest. He had a Nickinator from Twitter or X on, and they had a really good conversation. I caught the tail end of it about the whatever they were speaking about and stuff. So I missed. I had the replay gang to go watch the rest of it. So, but definitely check that out if you haven't already. And also, I was checking out Replay Gang of Blarn's Tears. Uncle Freezy had a show that was really good yesterday, I believe, or the day before yesterday. I think it was yesterday as well, in which he had a really interesting topic. And now I'm forgetting the topic. Oh, it was how does the trade stack up now? Like, who won the trade between Mikal Bridges and the Brooklyn Nets? Like, what we gave them compared to what we got from Mikal Bridges coming over here. So yeah, definitely check out these shows, man. And if you can't catch them live, catch the replay game, because it's really good content, nice conversation, and allows us to think about things in a different way. Oh yeah, D-Rex. I think I said D-Rex as well, but if not, shout out to D-Rex as well for joining me on the live panel. Thank you once again, Geraldine. Thank you for being here. It's always a pleasure. I'm so happy that I got to see you today in the chat, because I know that you're always doing stuff. You got a lot of other things going on, and maybe the time of the shows when I have them don't really work with you so all the time. So I appreciate that you were here, and it's always good to see you. Shout out to everybody else in the chat. Once again, thank you guys. I want you guys to have a great rest of your day. It looks like, I'm looking at out the window, the sun has come out. It was rainy. I told you, they said in the evening it was going to be nice, but it looks like the sun is coming out now. So hey man, go out there and enjoy it. Get yourself something to eat out there at one of them spots, or just go take a walk. Thank you for all the support, and I'll catch you on the next one. Hey, as I always say, tell a friend who tells a friend who tells another friend. Still Knicks fans will be back again, whether it be on Saturdays at 11:30 for Know the Ledge, Mondays at 9 p.m. for SKF Weekly, or still haven't figured it out yet, maybe on Wednesday or Thursday at some point for State of the Game. Maybe I'll do it every week, or maybe it'll just be every other week. We'll see. So yeah, continue to check that out, and all the programming, and also the walking and talking every other day. Yeah, so thank you guys once again. And as I always say, no matter what, the good, the bad, the ups and downs, we're still Knicks fans. Take care, be good, and if you can't be good at it. I'll catch y'all. Out.